You have practiced boxing millions of times in this Tianyuan in the past 10 years. Now that the foundation of physical cultivation is solid, can you let go of the hatred in your heart? In an independent space, opened up deep in the Xintian domain and Tianyuan forbidden zone, an ethereal voice sounded in the ears of Yi Xian, who was punching with a cold face and carrying the Tianhe River. Yi Xian stopped punching and stepped out from under the Tianhe River. He spoke to the empty surroundings with a firm tone. I dare not let go of the blood sea and deep hatred, and I can't let go. I have been practicing boxing and strengthening my body for 10 years, just to get revenge and get the justice I deserve one day. The ethereal voice did not respond, and only Yi Xian stood alone in front of the magnificent Tianhe River whose source was unknown. The next second, Qin Jiangzi, who looked unhuman and untainted by the world, appeared out of thin air beside Yi Xian in a white robe. Senior Qin Jiangzi. Looking at Qin Jiangzi, who appeared out of thin air beside him, Yi Xian spoke respectfully. Yi Xian was both unfamiliar and familiar with this mysterious man in front of him whose exact age could not be determined. What was unfamiliar was that in the 10 years since Qin Yangzi brought him to the depths of the abyss, the two of them had stood face to face like this no more than 5 times. And what was familiar was that although they had met no more than 5 times in the past 10 years, Qin Yangzi's ethereal voice often rang in his ears, guiding him to practice boxing and strengthen his body under the Tianhe River. Heaven is fair, cause and effect are cyclical. Qin Yangzi looked at the star that appeared out of thin air in his hand with a calm face and an unpredictable tone and said, now you have practiced to the 99th level of body forging, and one more step will allow you to break away from the mortal body and become a true body cultivator. In this case, the cause and effect of the mortal world is cut off, so you should break the heart tribulation. As soon as Qin Yangzi finished speaking, Yi Xian's originally dim eyes suddenly lit up with a ray of light. He had been practicing alone for 10 years, waiting for this moment. At that moment, the memory that Yi Xian had hidden in the deepest part of his heart for 10 years and made him heartbroken began to emerge in his mind. Although 10 years have passed, it is as clear as if it were yesterday. He was 8 years old that year and lived in a happy and warm family, with a gentle and kind mother, a smart and capable father, and a sister who doted on him. However, because the family's spiritual medicine business touched the interests of the Gao family, the largest spiritual medicine merchant in the city, the originally warm and happy family was forever frozen in that moonlit night. 10 years ago, in Tianyuan City in the northern part of Xintian territory, the door of the Yi family's courtyard was kicked open with a bang. And then Gao Changming, the son of the Tianyuan City spiritual medicine merchant Gao family, rushed into the Yi family with a group of men. Facing a group of strong men holding swords, Yi Xian's mother Lu Fengmei and sister Yi Qingqing quickly protected the 80-year-old Yi Xian behind them. Yi Xian's father Yi Qingshan stood in front of the 3 people with a long sword, staring at the aggressive Gao Changming and asked sternly, Gao's boy, what do you want to do by rushing into my house with so many people? Gao Changming said with disdain, Yi Qingshan, 3 months ago, I sent someone to warn you, asking you to do your herbal medicine business honestly and not to get involved in the spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine business in Qingyuan City. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Now 3 months have passed. It seems that you seem to take my warning as a fart. Yi Qingshan's face was gloomy. In fact, when he saw Gao Changming, he had guessed that the other party came for the spiritual medicine business with the instruction of his family. Your Gao family is too domineering, right? The rules of Qingyuan City don't say that only your Gao family can do the spiritual medicine business, and others can't do it. Yi Qingshan said with a tone full of dissatisfaction. Rules? The rules of my Gao family in Qingyuan City are the rules. If my Gao family says that you, Yi Qingshan, can't do it, then you can't do it. Gao Changming looked at Yi Qingshan, who was not convinced, and spoke as if it was a matter of course. After that, Gao Changming showed a strange smile on his face and slowly moved his eyes to Yi Qingqing behind Yi Qingshan. Then he licked his lips and added, but that it's not impossible for you to do the spiritual medicine business. As long as you marry Qingqing to me as a concubine, then we will be a family. Then I will tell my father that I can give your Yi family a share of the spiritual medicine business in Qingyuan City. How about it? Yi Qingqing's gentleness and handsomeness are among the best in the whole Qingyuan City. Gao Changming has been coveting her for a long time. He has tried to do something improper to Yi Qingqing many times, but failed in the end, which made him feel itchy in his heart for several years. Seeing Gao Changming's disgusting eyes staring at her, Yi Qingqing subconsciously leaned towards Lu Fengmei beside her. Lu Fengmei protected the 80-year-old Yi Xian behind her with one hand, and held Yi Qingqing's hand with the other hand and said softly, "Don't worry, your parents will never let you marry him." Yi Xian, hiding behind his mother and sister, clenched his fists and stared fiercely at Gao Changming and others at the gate. He wanted to protect his sister and parents, but he was only 8 years old and could not do anything. You want Qingqing to marry a beast like you as a concubine. You dream, and most Yi Qingshan, will stop doing the spiritual business. Hearing Gao Changming's request, Yi Qingshan spoke angrily. He would never let his woman marry Gao Changming, because everyone in Tianyuan City knew that Gao Changming was a beast who did all kinds of evil. What he liked most was to use various means to force the good women he liked to take as concubines. In the end, all the women who became his concubines were played to death by him without exception. Seeing that Yi Qingshan disagreed with his proposal, Gao Changming's face suddenly changed, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "You old thing, you don't want to drink a toast, right? Don't think that you are done now if you give up the spiritual business. I tell you, I will decide on Yi Qingqing today." As he said, Gao Changming said sternly to the dozen or so men behind him, "Go, capture my concubine for me. I want to enter the bridal chamber with her now." Immediately, a dozen strong men holding swords and knives rushed forward. Seeing that Gao Changming was going to grab it by force, Yi Qingshan, who was holding a long knife, knew that he could not stop Gao Changming's men with his own strength. But as a father, he still did not retreat a step, holding the long knife in his hand tightly, and started fighting with the dozen strong men. Humph! A mantis trying to stop a chariot is overestimating one's own strength. Gao Changming murmured with a sneer on his face. The short fighting sound soon stopped. Without a doubt, Yi Qingshan failed to stop the dozen strong men and was beaten half to death by 2 people. Then, several strong men kicked Lu Fengmei, who was protecting Yi Qingqing, to the ground and controlled the weak Yi Qingqing. Gao Changming came to Yi Qingqing and grabbed her delicate face and said with a lewd smile, "I'll see how you can escape from my palm this time. Beast, let me go, let me go." Yi Qingqing, who knew what she would encounter next, shouted helplessly and struggled constantly. But how could she, a weak woman with no power, break free? "Ha. Right, that's it. The more you struggle, the more excited I am." Gao Changming laughed very proudly and wanted to take Yi Qingqing into the house. At this time, 80-year-old Yi Xian saw his parents being beaten half to death and his sister being caught and about to be bullied. He immediately broke free from his restraints and rushed towards Gao Changming like crazy. "Let go of my sister. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 2. Fine, I shall follow you. Little brat, you seek death." Seeing the half-grown Yi Xian daringly break free from his restraints and charge towards him, Gao Changming and Apos' eyes glinted with malice as he raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick. Boom! Yi Xian was struck squarely in the chest, sent sprawling several meters away, crashing violently onto the ground, a trickle of blood instantly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Yi Xian did not succumb. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his chest, he struggled to rise, his blood-red eyes fixed fiercely upon Gao Changming, intent on charging at him once more. But all was in vain. Before he could draw near, he was seized by 2 burly men who confined him with iron grips. "Ah, let go of my sister. Let her go." Yi Xian howled in desperation while thrashing against his captors. Noticing the murderous glare in Yi Xian and Apos' eyes, Gao Changming smirked with amusement. "Little brat, I want you to hear firsthand how I toy with your sister." With that, Gao Changming forcibly dragged Yi Qingqing into the house. Soon, the sounds of her humiliation echoed from within. Helpless, Yi Xian could only scream at the top of his lungs. While the already severely injured Lu Fengming and Yi Qingshan were rendered unconscious upon hearing their daughter's cries of torment. The torment within lasted for the duration of a fragrant incense stick before abruptly ceasing. The door swung open, and Gao Changming emerged, his expression one of displeasure. A large patch of blood staining his exquisite light blue brocade robe. "Young master, are you all right?" Several subordinates stationed at the door sensed something was amiss and inquired hastily. Gao Changming waved them off. "Damn it, just as I was having my fun, that wretched woman unexpectedly pulled out a hairpin and stabbed me, trying to kill me. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and subdued her, but alas, the hairpin accidentally cut her throat, and she died. What terrible luck." As he spoke, Gao Changming glanced disdainfully at the blood on his robe, regarding Yi Qingqing and Apos' life is lesser than the fabric he wore. "What? She is dead? My daughter is dead?" Gao Changming and Apos' words struck Yi Qingshan, who had just regained consciousness, like a bolt from the blue. He roared in anguish, "Gao Changming, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." A few subordinates exchanged glances, whispering, "Young master, this is serious. We have a problem with a death on our hands. What do we do now?" Gao Changming furrowed his brow. He had merely come at his father and Appo's behest to teach Yi Qingshan a lesson and to seize Yi Qingqing, not intending to cause a death. Observing Yi Qingshan, who was roaring vengeance, and Yi Xian, who was being restrained yet burning with hatred, Gao Changming understood that leaving any survivors would only lead to unnecessary complications. His eyes sharpened as he made a decision, instructing his subordinates, "Damn it. Since it has come to this, let us eliminate all witnesses and burn this place down." The group of subordinates exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Recognizing that since a life had been lost, eradicating all traces was indeed the simplest and most effective solution. If they wiped out the entire Yi family and set the house ablaze, who would ever know what had transpired? Thus, they immediately set about executing Gao Changming and Appo's orders. In the next moment, as Yi Qingshan struggled violently against his captors, he was swiftly pierced through the chest by a sword, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, on the other side, Yi Xian and Appo's mother, Lu Fomei, also had her head severed, falling into a pool of blood. In an instant, witnessing the tragic demise of both his parents before his very eyes, Yi Xian and Appo's gaze turned vacant, as if he had become a soulless shell. "Ha ha ha, young master, look, this little brat has been scared senseless," one of the subordinates holding Yi Xian said with a smug grin. Gao Changming, observing Yi Xian's vacant expression, sneered, "Humph. Just a moment ago, you were shouting about killing me. Now let me personally end your life." With that, Gao Changming seized a long sword from his subordinate and mercilessly aimed it at Yi Xian and Appo's neck. The sharp blade loomed large in Yi Xian and Appo's vacant pupils, yet, enveloped in despair and feeling utterly hollow, he showed no intent to evade. With his parents and sister brutally slain before him and unable to seek vengeance, Yi Xian had lost all will to live. However, just as the sword was about to descend upon Yi Xian and Appo's head, it halted mere inches from his throat. A disembodied voice resonated mysteriously, "I never expected after 200 years of searching, I would find you by chance." Before Yi Xian could comprehend, a figure clad in azure robes, Qin Jiangzi, appeared beside him. "Do you wish to follow me?" Qin Jiangzi asked, his expression inscrutable. His tone calm as he gazed down at Yi Xian. Initially devoid of hope, Yi Xian looked at the suddenly materialized man and the seemingly frozen surroundings. Sensing a glimmer of hope, "Help me kill them, and I will go with you." Yi Xian and Appo's voice was quiet yet resolute. "No, this is your karma." Qin Jiangzi responded without hesitation. "Follow me. Only by living can you resolve your karma." Yi Xian did not fully grasp the concept of karma, but given the current circumstances, he surmised that the man beside him was the type his father had once spoken of, someone capable of magic, able to fly with a sword. If he followed him, he would assuredly gain the power to avenge his parents and sister. "All right, I will follow you." Upon hearing Yi Xian's decision, Qin Jiangzi nodded. In the next moment, the two vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed in the courtyard. Everything returned to normal. The sword that should have struck down Yi Xian met only silence. "What happened? Where did that little brat go?" Gao Changming exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the suddenly vanished Yi Xian. The dozen or so subordinates in the courtyard were equally perplexed, completely unaware of what had transpired, scouring the area for Yi Xian. After a thorough search, they confirmed that Yi Xian had truly disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, one subordinate seemed to have an epiphany and rushed to Gao Changming. Speaking in a panic, "Young master, this silent disappearance is akin to the magic of immortals. Could that brat have been taken away by an immortal just now?" Upon hearing this, Gao Changming felt a chill run down his spine, panic welling up within him. He understood well that an immortal capable of whisking Yi Xian away unnoticed was an incredibly formidable being. He felt that claiming he had narrowly escaped death would be an understatement. If an immortal were to act, they would not even know how they had met their demise. Realizing this, Gao Changming dared not linger for a moment longer and urgently commanded, "Quickly, set fire to this place and leave at once." The roaring flames engulfed Yi Xian's home, reducing the bodies of his parents and sister to ashes. Chapter 3. Emerging from the Abyss, returning to Tianyuan City. In a fleeting moment after parting ways with Qin Jiangzi, Yi Xian found himself in a realm of profound mystery, utterly oblivious to his surroundings and the distance to Tianyuan City. It was only 2 years later that he learned from Qin Jiangzi that he was deep within the Abyss, a forbidden zone within the Tianyuan domain. With a resolute intention to one day return to Tianyuan City to seek vengeance from the Gao family and Gao Changming for the blood feud, Yi Xian devoted himself to rigorous training under Qin Jiangzi's guidance, engaging in daily practice of boxing and body tempering. This relentless training continued for a decade. And now the time had finally come for him to leave the Abyss and avenge his parents and sister. "Senior," Yi Xian bowed to Qin Jiangzi, who was both father and mentor to him, and spoke earnestly, "For your life-saving grace and your teachings, I vow to repay you once I have avenged my deep-seated grievances." With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Jiangzi fixed his penetrating gaze ahead and spoke calmly, "The causality between us is shrouded in ethereal mist. Should you one day break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao and leave this realm in your corporeal form, there is a task I shall require of you." "Causality cloaked in mist?" Yuxian could not wholly grasp Qin Jiangzi's words, yet he replied with unwavering determination, "Very well, I shall accomplish it. When that time comes, I will fulfill your request, no matter what it may be." With that, Yuxian prepared to embark immediately on his journey back to Tianyuan City. He could not bear to delay his revenge for even a moment. At that moment, two floating transparent bubbles appeared in Qin Jiangzi and Appo's hands. "Before you depart, take these two items." As he spoke, the bubbles swiftly flew towards Yuxian. One bubble dissipated, revealing a pair of jet-black gauntlets that automatically adorned his fists. Instantly, Yuxian felt a profound weight descend upon him, akin to the pressure he experienced while training against the torrents of the heavenly river. These gauntlets, named and Appo's, falling stars and Appo's, are the most suitable weapons for you. Observing Yuxian and Appo's curious gaze upon the gauntlets, Qin Jiangzi explained, "Each gauntlet bears 3 layers of seals, with each layer imposing a degree of suppression to aid in refining your physique and enhancing your training speed. This suppression will increase as you elevate your realm. Each time you choose to unseal a layer, you will relieve a portion of the suppression, significantly boosting your combat prowess, while simultaneously unleashing a third of the gauntlet's power. However, removing a layer of suppression will naturally diminish the effectiveness of your bodily tempering by 1/3, and your training speed will correspondingly decrease." Now I see. Yuxian quickly understood that the gauntlets would allow him to perpetually engage in weighted training, and at critical moments, he could unseal them to elevate his combat strength. For a body cultivator, these gauntlets were indeed a treasure. He finally comprehended why Qin Jiangzi had insisted he endure the torrents of the heavenly river for 10 years. It was all preparation for the day he would don these gauntlets. The other bubble dissipated, revealing a palm-sized, translucent bag that resembled carved white jade. This item is known as the Appo's Universal Spirit Bag. Appo's, Qin Jiangzi continued. It is a unique storage bag containing an independent space within. When you reach the requisite realm, its true function will be revealed to you. With that, the Universal Spirit Bag settled into Yuxian and Appo's grasp. Gazing at the invaluable and Appo's Universal Spirit Bag and Appo's falling stars and Appo's gauntlets in his hands, Yuxian felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Qin Jiangzi that words could scarcely convey. Qin Jiangzi placed a hand on Yuxian's shoulder and, for the first time, spoke with solemnity. "The path of immortality is fraught with peril, and the path of body cultivation it defies the heavenly Tao. Having chosen to embark on the path of cultivation, you must advance with unwavering resolve and never allow yourself to falter. Remember this, in this ruthless world of cultivation, never fully trust anyone, and maintain a degree of vigilance towards everyone, including me. I have saved your life and imparted my teachings, which sows the seeds of causality in the future. You must bear the consequences. Everything in this world operates thusly. Do you understand?" "Senior, I understand." Yuxian committed Qin Jiangzi's words to memory and bowed deeply. "Now, sever your ties with the mundane and proceed to join the Appo's Tianyuan sect and Appo's for your training." As Qin Jiangzi uttered his final instructions, he waved his hand, sending Yuxian forth from the abyss. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of spiritual light shot from Qin Jiangzi's hand, silently entering Yuxian's forehead. Upon leaving the abyss, Yuxian did not linger for even a moment and promptly set out on the journey back to Tianyuan City. Within the abyss, shortly after Yuxian's departure, a surge of flames materialized beside Qin Jiangzi, quickly coalescing into a figure clad in crimson robes, with hair as fiery as the flames surrounding him. He emanated an aura of terrifying power, capable of incinerating all in his path. "You appear to have sustained significant injuries in your divine fire avatar." Qin Jiangzi addressed the red-clad man with his usual calm demeanor. The red-clad man surveyed the burns covering his body, chuckling, "Ah, I had a scuffle with that ancient dragon not long ago. That old rascal played dirty. Was that lad the one you sought?" Qin Jiangzi did not respond directly, yet his eyes remained fixed on the swiftly departing youth. The red-clad man seemed accustomed to Qin Jiangzi and Appo's cold demeanor and remarked, To break the heavenly Tao and Appo's suppression and reach the 99th layer of and Appo's mortal form and Appo's in such a dire environment indicates a degree of talent in body cultivation. Yet, surely that cannot be the sole reason you chose him?" This time, Qin Jiangzi broke his silence, retracting his gaze as he replied, "The path ahead for this child is inscrutable to me. Perhaps he is the variable we have awaited for countless ages." Upon hearing this, the red-clad man and Appo's expression shifted to one of intrigue, and he immediately began to ponder the implications. After a moment, his eyes brightened. "How fascinating, indeed. Let us return." Qin Jiangzi nodded in agreement. However, just as they prepared to depart, they sensed a consciousness attempting to probe their presence. Qin Jiangzi turned to the red-clad man, who sheepishly smiled, realizing that his injured divine fire avatar had inadvertently revealed his presence. A mere ascendant-level cultivator's consciousness managed to detect a trace of my existence within the abyss. Quite impressive. "Shall we meet him?" "Then let us do so," Qin Jiangzi replied. With a flicker, their figures vanished. In the next instant, they appeared above the clouds, overlooking a hidden sanctuary in the Tianyuan domain. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in white robes, exuding an ethereal aura, appeared before them. The elder and Appo's heart raced at the sight of the two men, as one of the few ascendant-level powerhouses in the human realm. He felt an unprecedented sense of dread in the presence of Qin Jiangzi and the red-clad man. Honorable seniors, I did not intend any offense. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The elder bowed deeply, explaining the earlier incident of probing with his consciousness. If any other cultivator had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly astounded. For the revered elder of the sanctuary, who could stride unchallenged across the Tianyuan domain, was now respectfully offering an explanation to two middle-aged men. It was well known that the elder had always acted with an attitude of explanation. I answered to no one. The man clad in red gazed coldly at the venerable elder before him and spoke with an icy tone. We have never existed. Do you comprehend? I understand, esteemed elder. The elder replied promptly. Qin Jiangzi calmly continued. You have noticed that child, have you not? The elder and Appos, his heart tightened as he truthfully responded, in response to your inquiry. I inadvertently sensed his presence when my consciousness enveloped the area. His path must not be interfered with. I understand. The elder, who had roamed the human realm for countless millennia, now resembled a mere novice, eagerly affirming every word spoken by Qin Jiangzi. After exchanging these few simple sentences, Qin Jiangzi and his companion vanished, leaving behind a floating white jade bottle before the elder. With a sigh of relief, the elder eagerly opened the white jade bottle. Aware that he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, as he discerned the contents of the bottle, the elder, a transcendent being who had lived for tens of thousands of years, erupted into an uncontrollable, boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. With this elixir, I shall assuredly step across the final threshold. I will navigate the perilous tribulations of ascension with greater assurance. It seems I shall surpass those aged ascendants and become the first in over 10,000 years to ascend to the celestial realm once more. Ha ha ha. His jubilant laughter echoed throughout the clouds. Chapter 4. Breaking into the Gao family. Reunion with Gao Changming. In the small city of Tianyuan, located in the northern part of the Tianyuan domain, which is governed by the Qingyang sword sect, Yuxian felt a surge of excitement as he returned to his childhood home. Bathed in moonlight, Tianyuan City was far from silent. Instead, it radiated a lively brilliance. More vibrant than during the day. Occasionally, cultivators soared through the night sky on their swords, drawing the admiration and aspirations of the common folk, especially the children, who nurtured dreams of becoming cultivators themselves. As Yuxian stood at the city gate, his heart raced, not from nostalgia, but from the imminent opportunity to avenge his parents and sister. Tonight, the debt of blood owed by Gao Changming and the Gao family, delayed for a decade, would finally be settled. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he strode into Tianyuan City. Through inquiries, Yuxian learned that the Gao family had become the most powerful force in Tianyuan City, far surpassing their status from over a decade ago. It could be said that the Gao family now dictated the fate of Tianyuan City. However, Yuxian felt no fear. He was resolute in his mission to eradicate the Gao family. No matter the opposition, not even divine intervention could deter him. Moments later, he arrived at the gate of the Gao residence. Two guards, noticing Yuxian's ragged appearance, shouted, "Get lost. This is not a place for beggars." Yuxian remained silent, his expression cold and determined as he continued to approach. One guard, infuriated, rushed at him. "You filthy beggar, do you not understand human language?" Accustomed to their arrogance, the guard raised his hand to strike Yuxian. Yet, before he could land a blow, Yuxian seized his arm with a swift motion, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air as he twisted it painfully. A scream escaped the guard's lips. In the next instant, Yuxian delivered a powerful kick, sending the guard crashing several meters away onto the steps of the Gao residence, his cries abruptly silenced, leaving him lifeless. The rapidity of the event left the second guard momentarily stunned, his shock quickly morphing into anger. For years, no one had dared to cause trouble at the Gao residence. "You seek death," he shouted, drawing his sword and lunging at Yuxian. Faced with the incoming blade, Yuxian responded with a punch, meeting steel with flesh. The guard, taken aback, thought to himself, "How dare he use his bare fists against my sword? I will sever his hand." However, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. Instead, Yuxian and Appos' punch shattered the blade into fragments that scattered into the air. The guard and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief, having never encountered a mere mortal capable of such a feat. Before the guard could recover, Yuxian, quick as lightning, grasped his head and slammed it into the ground. The impact echoed as blood splattered against the stone pavement. Yet, there was no respite. Yuxian lifted the guard and Appos' body and executed a swift kick, propelling him through the entrance of the Gao residence. The first guard, still sprawled on the steps, was left to his fate, while the second guard, flying into the estate, was surely doomed. Having effortlessly dealt with the two gatekeepers, Yuxian strode confidently into the Gao residence. As he entered, he was met by a throng of guards rushing towards him from within. The lead guard, witnessing the fallen body of his comrade, barked, "Who dares to invade the Gao residence at night? Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" As he spoke, a dozen guards drew their weapons, aiming them at Yuxian. Each of them was a formidable practitioner of the 6th or 7th level of body refinement, while the leader had reached the 9th level, on the verge of mastering the peak of martial prowess. With such a formidable array, they dismissed Yuxian as inconsequential unless he were a celestial being capable of flight and magic. Summon Gao Changming and let him come forth to meet his end. Yu Xian and Amp, Apos' voice was icy, unyielding in the face of their threats. Just then, Gao Changming, having overheard Yu Xian and Amp, Apos' declaration, burst into laughter. Ha! It has been many years since anyone dared to challenge me in Qingyan City. I am eager to see who possesses such audacity. His boisterous laughter echoed in Yu Xian's ears, and soon after, Gao Changming emerged, flanked by over 20 guards. Young master. This intruder has killed 2 gatekeepers and forced his way in. The lead guard reported, his tone filled with urgency. As Yu Xian gazed upon Gao Changming, the fury that had simmered for years erupted like a dormant volcano. Gao Changming, your time has come. With a roar that left no room for dialogue, he charged forward. Gao Changming, suspecting Yu Xian might be a foe, failed to identify him amidst the myriad of enemies he had created over the years. Nevertheless, he dismissed the identity of his adversary, confident that any challenger would meet a gruesome end at the hands of his guards. If you are so eager to meet your demise, then let it be, he commanded, dripping with disdain. With over 36th and 7th level martial artists at his disposal, he felt assured that Yu Xian would never reach him. As 6 or 7 guards lunged at the unarmed Yu Xian, their eyes were filled with contempt. Yet mere seconds later, their expressions shifted to astonishment. Yu Xian unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, each imbued with the force of the 4 symbols, sending the guards hurtling away, blood splattering against walls, their bodies crumpling to the ground. The sight of Yu Xian effortlessly dispatching 6 or 7 guards left the remaining defenders, including the lead guard, in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the lead guard shouted, "All of you, attack together." In an instant, more than 26th and 7th level guards charged at Yu Xian, the scene resembling a pack of wolves descending upon a solitary tiger. Chapter 5, The Immortal Practitioner. Despite the imminent peril surrounding him, Yu Xian exhibited no inclination to retreat. His eyes, imbued with a murderous intent, swiftly scanned the area and pinpointed several guards nearest to him, posing the greatest threat. These were his primary targets. Clenching his fists tightly, Yu Xian boldly launched his assault. Clang! His fist met the descending sword, while his other hand propelled forward, striking one guard squarely in the chest. Puff! The guard's chest caved in under the force, and he expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing lifelessly, crashing into several others who followed behind him. Having dispatched one, Yu Xian's movement showed no signs of slowing. He withdrew his fist and executed a sweeping kick, sending 2 guards flying from his side. In rapid succession, his fists moved like lightning, obliterating the heads and chests of numerous guards who dared to approach. It was as if each punch was delivered to a hapless child. Any guard that ventured too close to Yu Xian fell into a deep slumber. The anticipated scene of wolves hunting a tiger did not materialize. Instead, Yu Xian, the fierce tiger, effortlessly dispatched the ferocious wolves that lunged at him. With each battle, he grew bolder, his momentum unstoppable. Blood splattered, cries echoed, and within a mere moment, he had vanquished over 10 guards. Witnessing his men utterly outmatched, Gao Changming and Apos' face twisted in disbelief. How is this possible? Could this boy be an immortal? Beside him, the leader of the guards furrowed his brow. As a master of the 9th layer of and Apos, body refinement, and Apos, he discerned that Yu Xian was not yet an immortal practitioner. At least for now. Yet, Yu Xian and Apos' ability to fell guards of the 6th and 7th layers with ease suggested that he had transcended the limits of mortal martial arts. This left him utterly perplexed. Hit him! Gao Changming barked at the guard leader, his voice dripping with urgency. No matter who this boy is, he must be slain today. As a fellow martial artist, the guard leader yearned to personally gauge the strength of this formidable practitioner. With a steely gaze, he surged forward, unleashing a powerful punch. Yu Xian, vigilant amidst the chaos, sensed the sudden attack and, in the blink of an eye, crossed his fist in defense. Boom! He staggered back a single step, having effortlessly absorbed the guard leader's full-force punch. The guard leader's heart trembled. He regarded Yu Xian as if he were a monster. It was clear that even an immortal practitioner could not so casually withstand the full might of a 9th layer punch. Yu Xian fixed the guard leader with a cold stare, his voice resonating with confidence. Those who stand in my way shall perish. His unwavering tone and the formidable aura he exuded instilled an unprecedented sense of dread in the guard leader. The remaining guards, witnessing Yu Xian and Apos' fierce demeanor, instinctively swallowed hard, their bodies trembling involuntarily. With a mere exchange of glances, Yu Xian wasted no time and launched his assault. The guard leader could only respond in kind. The 2 men simultaneously struck. Boom! Their fists collided, shattering the guard leader and Apos' iron gauntlet, rendering his once proud iron fist as fragile as clay under Yu Xian and Apos' blow. Stumbling back several paces, the guard leader and Apos' face contorted with agony and terror. He had not anticipated being so easily overwhelmed by a single punch from Yu Xian, leaving one hand incapacitated. Before he could regain his footing, Yu Xian, like a specter, closed the distance, his cold, murderous visage looming before him as the second punch was unleashed. The guard leader and Apos' pupils constricted as his instincts urged him to evade, but it was too late. Yu Xian's fist crashed into his chest, causing it to cave in. Blood gushed forth, and the guard leader, having reached the pinnacle of mortal martial arts, fell lifeless to the ground. With the ninth-layer guard leader dispatched by 2 of Yi Xian's punches, only a handful of guards remained from the original 30. Gao Changming began to panic, his gaze fixed on the blood-soaked Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian surveyed the remaining guards before locking eyes with Gao Changming. Are you afraid? 10 years ago, when you stormed my Yi family, forcing my sister into humiliation and slaying my parents, did you ever foresee this day? 10 years ago. The Yi family? Gao Changming recalled, a flicker of recognition igniting in his eyes. So, you were the little brat from the Yi family. With that, Yi Xian wasted no breath and launched himself at Gao Changming, intent on claiming his life. Realizing that the scant remaining guards were no match for Yi Xian, Gao Changming began to retreat towards the back courtyard, shouting for aid. Immortal Master, please, come forth and slay this boy. As Gao Changming fled, Yi Xian dispatched 2 more guards and carved a path in pursuit. No one shall save you today. Yi Xian closed in on Gao Changming with the swiftness of a predator, leaping into the air, his fist aimed to strike him down. Gao Changming, turning to face the oncoming attack, was paralyzed with fear. He knew that a single blow from Yi Xian would spell his doom. Just as Yi Xian's fist was poised to deliver a fatal blow, a brilliantly glowing flying sword suddenly emerged, piercing the air towards him. The sword's speed was astonishing. In an instant, its wicked tip was at Yi Xian's face. Reacting swiftly, Yi Xian withdrew his fist and executed a nimble somersault to evade the strike. Swish. The sword grazed Yi Xian and Appo's cheek, leaving a shallow wound. Not deterred, the flying sword executed a seamless turn and lunged at Yi Xian from behind, as if on autopilot. Upon landing, Yi Xian remained vigilant. He recognized that such a lethal weapon was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mortal. With a steely resolve, he unleashed a punch. Boom. The flying sword was sent crashing into the ground several meters away, while the force reverberated through Yi Xian, forcing him to retreat a few steps before regaining his balance. Is this the power of an immortal practitioner? Yi Xian mused, wiping the trickle of blood from his face. As a child, he had heard tales from storytellers about immortal practitioners wielding flying swords to slay mortals with ease, akin to crushing ants. Experiencing it firsthand now, he realized the truth of those words. Though the flying sword appeared menacing, it concealed a force far exceeding mortal limits, coupled with a terrifying speed. An ordinary martial artist would have been slain in an instant by that sword strike. Lost in contemplation, a deep voice suddenly resonated. A mere mortal could withstand my flying sword technique with a single punch. You possess some skill. Chapter 6. The methods of the immortal are quite ordinary. At the sound, Yi Xian immediately turned his head to see a middle-aged man descending gracefully beside Gao Changming. Having arrived on a sword from the Gao family and Appo's backyard, clad in a robe unmistakably different from that of mortals, a flying sword hovered beside him, clearly marking him as a true cultivator. With a mere gesture of his hand, the flying sword that Yi Xian had sent hurtling away returned to his side, floating alongside another sword. Ha ha ha, little brat, with an immortal present, you cannot harm me. Gao Changming erupted into wild laughter, feeling emboldened by the arrival of his protector. Yi Xian, however, ignored Gao Changming, his gaze fixed intensely on the middle-aged man. As a cultivator, why do you protect such a vile creature? The grievances of mortals do not concern me, the middle-aged man replied softly. I am Lei Wei, a named disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect, tasked with safeguarding the family of my sect's direct disciple. You may disregard the lives of those guards, but you shall not harm a single member of the Gao family. Though Lei Wei's tone was calm, it was laced with a palpable threat and the undeniable authority of a cultivator. From his words, Yi Xian gleaned that, during the past decade, someone from the Gao family had joined the Tianyuan sword sect and become a direct disciple. Indeed, just 6 months prior, the second son of the Gao family, Gao Changming and Appo's younger brother, had been discovered by the sect and Appo's elder due to his exceptional talent and accepted as a direct disciple. A phenomenon that elevated the Gao family to unprecedented heights, transforming them into the absolute rulers of Tianyuan City. With the Tianyuan sword sect as their backing, Gao Changming and his family now enjoyed the protection of the sect, with Lei Wei acting as their guardian. Despite this newfound power, Yi Xian's resolve to eradicate Gao Changming and the Gao family remained unshaken. No matter whose orders you follow, today I will ensure the demise of Gao Changming and his family. You may try to stop me. Yi Xian and Appo's resolute gaze locked onto Lei Wei. Upon hearing this, the cultivator and Appo's expression shifted to one of displeasure. A mere mortal daring to speak thusly had clearly crossed a line. Yet before Lei Wei could respond, Gao Changming, filled with arrogance, laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha, little brat, are you still asleep? How dare you speak to immortal Lei in such a manner? Immortal Lei is a 4th-layer chi cultivator. Killing a commoner like you is as easy as squashing an ant. Then let us see if your immortal Lei can preserve your life, Yi Xian declared. His fist clenched as he propelled himself forward with tremendous force, intent on proving that a mortal could indeed vanquish an immortal. How audacious for a mortal to strike an immortal! Lei Wei exclaimed, anger flashing in his eyes. Today, I shall show you the vast chasm between mortals and immortals. With a flick of his finger, he commanded the 2 hovering swords to launch at Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, the swords were upon him. Yi Xian expertly sidestepped one and, with all his might, launched a punch at the second sword. Clang! The sound of metal meeting flesh resonated as Yi Xian, refusing to retreat, sent the sword flying. He quickly pivoted, crossing his arms to block the returning blade. Using the sword and amp, Oppos, as formidable force, he slid towards Lei Wei. Humph. Trying to outsmart me. Lei Wei scoffed, swiftly redirecting the sword that Yixian had just repelled, aiming it straight for Yixian and amp, Oppos' head. Little did he know, Yixian was waiting for this very moment. In an instant, Yixian unleashed his strength, shattering the attacking sword and leaping up to land on the side of the incoming blade. In this maneuver, he used the sword as a springboard, propelling himself directly towards Lei Wei. Surprised by Yixian and Oppos' effortless evasion of his attacks, Lei Wei and Oppos' eyes reflected a flicker of astonishment. Yixian was far stronger than he had anticipated. However, as a fourth-layer Qi cultivator, he could easily summon spiritual energy to form a protective barrier, rendering him unafraid of Immortal and Oppos' assault. Boom. Yixian and Oppos' fist crashed against Lei Wei and Oppos' energy barrier. The collision generated an invisible shockwave that rippled outward, toppling Gao Changming to the ground. Boy, I must admit your strength exceeds my expectations, but Immortal is still immortal. You cannot breach my spiritual barrier. Lei Wei regarded Yixian with disdain, his tone dripping with the arrogance of a cultivator. With that, he raised his hand, preparing to command the two swords for another assault. But at that moment, Yixian lifted his right fist, channeling all his power into it. Then allow me to demonstrate the strength of Immortal. Break. With a resounding crack, Yixian and Oppos' punch shattered Lei Wei and Oppos' protective barrier as if it were mere glass. In quick succession, he struck Lei Wei with a knee to the abdomen followed by a powerful punch. Boom. The force of the dual blows sent Lei Wei hurtling backward, crashing into a pillar several meters away, nearly shattering it. Although he had taken 2 solid hits from Yixian, Lei Wei was not mortally wounded, as his body was refined through spiritual energy, far surpassing that of an ordinary mortal. He slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Yixian in disbelief. How is this possible? How can a mere mortal possess such terrifying strength? Before the battle, Lei Wei had used his spiritual sense to probe Yixian, fully convinced that he possessed no spiritual energy, merely a robust and amp, Oppos, body refining and amp, Oppos, 10th-layer mortal. Yet, a 10th-layer mortal should not have been able to shatter his spiritual barrier and inflict harm upon him. Unbeknownst to Lei Wei, while Yixian still belonged to the realm of mortals, his combat prowess had far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. He was a being who had transcended the confines of the amp, Oppos, body refining and amp, Oppos, level, reaching the extraordinary and amp, Oppos, body refining and amp, Oppos, 99th layer. The reason Lei Wei failed to detect this was that most were unaware that and amp, Oppos, body refining and amp, Oppos, could indeed surpass the 10th layer and amp, Oppos' limitations. The methods of the immortal are but ordinary. Yixian offered no respite to Lei Wei, charging forward the instant the latter regained his footing. He launched himself like a cannonball, his fists generating a palpable force that seemed to solidify in the air. Chapter 7. How could an immortal stand against me? Having recognized that Yixian was no ordinary mortal, Lei Wei refrained from further arrogance, setting aside his pride as a cultivator. To engage in battle with someone like Yixian, who, despite being a mere mortal, possessed extraordinary combat prowess, necessitated Lei Wei to exert his utmost effort. Otherwise, he risked a humiliating defeat. In an instant, Lei Wei's expression sharpened, and the aura of his cultivation at the 4th level erupted forth. Gripping a flying sword in his right hand, he swiftly performed a spell with his left, summoning a yellow talisman from his storage bag, which promptly adhered to him and rapidly dissipated. This yellow talisman, known as the amp, Oppos, enhancement talisman and amp, Oppos, temporarily augmented attributes such as strength, speed, defense, and spiritual energy, a common tool among Qi refining stage cultivators. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. With his full power unleashed, Lei Wei charged towards the oncoming Yixian, intent on vanquishing him with the ferocity of thunder. In the next moment, the two clashed, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Clang, clang, boom. The sounds of gauntlets and swords colliding echoed as sparks flew and shockwaves rippled through the air. Their figures danced amidst the chaos, with Lei Wei wielding one flying sword against Yixian in a direct confrontation, while another sword attacked from various angles, creating a 2-to-1 advantage. Yet, Yixian remained undaunted, growing increasingly formidable with each strike, his fists accelerating in speed and power. The ferocious battle astounded Gao Changming and the few guards who stood at a distance, marveling at Lei Wei and amp, Oppos' capabilities as an immortal, while simultaneously astonished by Yixian's ability to contend with such might. For a fleeting moment, Gao Changming felt a strange sense of foreboding that Lei Wei might indeed be defeated by Yixian. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, firmly believing that no matter how strong Yixian was, he was still merely a mortal and could never triumph over a cultivator like Lei Wei. Yet, Lei Wei could not afford such complacency. Damn it, this cannot continue. He lamented internally. His hand, clutching the sword, throbbed painfully from the repeated clashes with Yixian. And more critically, his spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Should his energy run dry without subduing Yixian, he would find himself in grave peril. In a moment of distraction, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to deliver a punch. Reacting swiftly, Lei Wei raised his sword to defend, only to be utterly astonished as Yi Xian and Apos' fist shattered the flying sword with a resounding crash. How was this possible? Lei Wei's pupils contracted in disbelief. The sword he wielded was no ordinary weapon. It was a mid-grade magical artifact, yet it had been obliterated in mere moments by Yi Xian and Apos' punch. This was beyond mere brute strength. Involuntarily, Lei Wei and Apos' gaze shifted to the dark gauntlets adorning Yi Xian's hands, leading him to suspect that these seemingly unremarkable gauntlets were far from ordinary. At the very least, they were high-grade magical artifacts. In an instant, Lei Wei was convinced that he could no longer afford to prolong the battle. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly. His mind began to contemplate the notion of killing Yi Xian and seizing his treasure. At that moment, Yi Xian, having shattered Lei Wei's sword, did not grant him the chance to summon another. Without hesitation, he launched a side kick aimed at Lei Wei's head. Boom! Lei Wei raised his arm to block, only to feel a jolt of pain as he was sent sprawling to the side. Yi Xian pursued, prepared to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, Lei Wei changed his stance and hurled a talisman at Yi Xian. Unlike the previous and Apos' enhancement talisman and Apos', this talisman did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed mid-flight into a conflagration of roaring flames, crackling with a multitude of electric sparks. Let us see how you withstand this and Apos'. Thunderfire talisman and Apos'. A triumphant and fierce expression adorned Lei Wei and Apos' face. The Thunderfire talisman was known for its immense destructive power. Even a chi-refining stage cultivator like himself would be severely injured if caught in its blast. He was certain Yi Xian would not be able to evade it, especially given the close proximity at which he chose to strike. Boom! An explosion erupted as the fiery tempest, intermingled with electric arcs, engulfed Yi Xian. Ha ha, little brat. I wonder if you survived this. Gao Changming guffawed, witnessing the event unfold. As the Thunderfire talisman struck, Lei Wei was convinced Yi Xian would either perish or be gravely wounded, and he began to fantasize about celebrating his victory. It was well known that such premature celebrations often led to disappointment. Before Lei Wei could take a step forward to claim his prize, Yi Xian burst forth from the smoke of the explosion, racing towards him. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Lei Wei, delivering a punch that struck him squarely in the face. Blood sprayed forth as half of Lei Wei and Apos' face was disfigured from the blow. But the assault did not cease there. Yi Xian unleashed a torrential flurry of punches upon Lei Wei's abdomen and chest, culminating with a brutal kick that sent him crashing into a stone wall 10 meters away. Yi Xian, his body scorched and marred from the Thunderfire talisman explosion, regarded the fallen Lei Wei with a cold demeanor. He would not indulge in premature celebrations. Struggling to rise, Lei Wei slowly stood, blood gushing from his mouth, clearly sustaining severe injuries. The look in his eyes shifted from shock to fear. He could not fathom how a mere mortal could survive the explosion of the Thunderfire talisman. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xian had endured a decade of unyielding training in the celestial abyss, his body fortified to a level beyond ordinary comprehension. Humph, not dead yet? Truly. It is difficult to kill an immortal, Yi Xian murmured, equally astonished by Lei Wei's tenacity. As their gazes locked, the grievously wounded Lei Wei understood that he had truly entered treacherous waters. However, as a cultivator, he could not accept the prospect of dying at the hands of a mortal. If he were to perish today, he would take Yi Xian down with him. In that instant, a glimmer of determination flickered in Lei Wei and Apos' eyes, and he became frantic. Damn mortal, the dignity of an immortal is not to be trifled with. Die. As he spoke, he unleashed his ultimate trump card. A golden 10,000 swords talisman emanating powerful sword chi burst forth from his brow. The 10,000 swords talisman possessed a far greater destructive capacity than the Thunderfire talisman, but its activation required a substantial infusion of spiritual energy, which was why Lei Wei had refrained from using it until now, reluctant to expend it against a mere mortal. Yet now, in defense of his dignity as a cultivator, he would forcefully activate the 10,000 swords talisman, even in his injured state, to eliminate Yi Xian. The moment the 10,000 swords talisman appeared, Yi Xian felt the overwhelming power it contained and quickly discerned that its attack would not be instantaneous. Seizing the brief opening before Lei Wei could complete his incantation, Yi Xian sprang into action. Having just endured the Thunderfire talisman, he had sustained injuries, but he was unwilling to endure the greater might of the 10,000 swords talisman. In a heartbeat, as the talisman was on the verge of unleashing its fury, Yi Xian dashed forward, his bloodied fist striking Lei Wei, interrupting the casting of the talisman. No! Lei Wei cried out in frustration as the spell was disrupted. Yi Xian, his gaze as frigid as ice, addressed Lei Wei. What of your immortality? I have declared, those who stand in my way shall perish. As his words hung in the air, the last breath of the beleaguered Lei Wei watched helplessly as Yi Xian's lethal punch loomed larger, hurtling towards his head. Chapter 8, Vengeance Achieved. With a resounding crack, the skull caved in and blood splattered everywhere. The life of Lei Wei, a cultivator, was utterly extinguished beneath the fist of Yi Xian. On this day, Yi Xian vanquished an immortal. Witnessing the brutal demise of the once mighty Lei, the remaining 10 or so guards in the Lei residence were left utterly stupefied, their bodies trembling with fear. Hai Changming, who had been standing nearby, was the first to flee, scrambling towards the rear of the Lei estate in a desperate bid for escape. Alas, his efforts were in vain. Just seconds into his flight, he was met with a voice that sent chills down his spine. "Hai Changming, where do you think you are going?" To him, Yu Xian's voice rang like a death knell. Overwhelmed by terror, Hai Changming stumbled and fell to the ground, yet he clawed forward, unwilling to succumb to death. With a sickening crunch, the sound of a shattered leg echoed. Ah! Hai Changming howled in agony as Yu Xian and Apos' foot crushed his right leg, a heart-wrenching scream escaping his lips. The sound of his torment brought Yu Xian immense satisfaction as he gazed down with eyes filled with murderous intent. Memories of the night his sister was violated and his parents were murdered flashing through his mind. Finally, the moment of retribution had arrived. You cannot kill me," Hai Changming stammered, looking up at the blood-soaked, wrathful Yu Xian in terror. "My brother is a direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Qingyang Sword Sect. My family is under their protection." Another scream erupted as Yu Xian, unyielding and silent, stomped down on Hai Changming and Apos' other leg, ensuring that he would not die easily. In excruciating pain, Hai Changming threatened, "By killing me, you provoke the might of the Qingyang Sword Sect. The immortals will surely seek your life." Yu Xian paid no heed to his threats and lifted his foot once more, aiming to shatter Hai Changming and Apos' third leg this time. In the next moment, the sensation of a broken egg enveloped him, an unbearable pain sweeping through his entire being, nearly rendering him unconscious. As Hai Changming writhed and screamed beneath him, Yu Xian and Apos' gaze hardened, ready to obliterate this wretch stained with the blood of countless innocents. Sensing his impending doom, Hai Changming, gritting his teeth against the pain, begged for mercy. "Please, spare me. I know my wrongs. Just let me live, and I will do anything you ask." Yet, with each word of supplication, Yu Xian and Apos' fury flared, for he recalled how his sister had once pleaded for mercy from Hai Changming, only to be met with cruelty. With that thought, Yu Xian unleashed a barrage of punches upon Hai Changming. "This punch is for my mother. This punch is for my father. This punch is for my sister. This punch is for all the innocent women you have tormented to death and for all the common folk." With each declaration, blood and fragments of flesh erupted, transforming the scene into a veritable hell on earth. In truth, Hai Changming had perished with the first punch. Yet Yu Xian relentlessly pulverized him into a grotesque mass before relenting. Yu Xian stared down at the lifeless form of Hai Changming for a prolonged moment before swiftly advancing deeper into the Lei residence. Though the principal perpetrator, Hai Changming, had fallen, the mastermind behind his actions, the head of the Hai family, still lived. Yu Xian sought vengeance for his own family while also aiming to eradicate the scourge from Qingyuan City. As Yu Xian ventured into the depths of the Hai estate, Hai Changming's mangled corpse slowly relaxed, his clenched right hand opening to release a small jade token, which swiftly vanished. A brief recording of Yu Xian's brutal execution of Hai Changming was transmitted to a handsome young man in the Qingyang Sword Sect, who was in the midst of his training. Unbeknownst to Yu Xian, who was in search of the remaining members of the Hai family, this information was now in circulation. Soon, screams echoed from the depths of the Hai estate. Standing amidst the carnage, Yu Xian raised his gaze to the heavens and spoke softly. "Father, mother, sister, I have avenged you at last. Now, I shall venture into the world of cultivation to seek my own path." With vengeance fulfilled and the weight of a decade lifted, Yu Xian felt an unparalleled lightness envelop him. Before departing the Hai estate, he would not forget to claim his spoils. For how could one overlook the rewards of a novice and Apos' bounty? After collecting a vast treasure of gold and silver from the Hai residence, Yu Xian retrieved from Lei Wei and Apos' storage bag his life savings of 40 low-grade spirit stones, 3 mid-grade spirit stones, and various potions for replenishing energy and healing. Most importantly, he acquired the unfinished and Apos' 10,000 sword talisman and Apos', a treasure he could not yet wield, but one that was a boon nonetheless. After consuming several healing potions, Yu Xian set forth on a new journey, following the advice of Qinji Yangzi to the Apos, Tianyuan sect and Apos. In the aftermath of that fateful night, the news of the Hai family's annihilation, which had tyrannized Qingyuan City for decades, spread rapidly through the town. The majority of the city's millions rejoiced, clapping and celebrating, proclaiming that heaven had finally restored their long-lost peace. Simultaneously, reports of an audacious attack on the family of a direct disciple of the Qingyang Sword sect reached the ears of several external overseers within the sect. Such a blatant provocation, which tarnished the sect and Apos' dignity, incited their wrath, prompting them to issue a warrant for Yu Xian and Apos' capture within the sect's jurisdiction. However, the unsuspecting Yu Xian had already quietly slipped beyond the reach of the Qingyang Sword sect, entering the domain of the Apos, Tianyuan sect and Apos. 2 months later, Yu Xian arrived at a small town not far from the Tianyuan sect. Learning that there were still several days until the annual sect recruitment event, he decided to rest in this town after 2 months of relentless travel. Due to its proximity to the Tianyuan sect, this small town, although modest, boasted a size comparable to that of a small city. As Yu Xian strolled through the bustling streets, he sought a tavern to indulge in a hearty meal. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind him. "Get out of the way. Move aside. Don't block the path of my young master." Yuxian turned to see two burly men riding fearsome beasts, clearing the way for an opulent carriage. It and Amp, Oppos, as an armored rhinoceros, quickly, step aside. The townsfolk gasped and hurriedly retreated. The presence of guards mounted on beasts heralded the arrival of a scion from a prominent family, and none dared to provoke them. Yuxian, though disapproving of such brazen behavior from the noble families, chose to step aside, believing it wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. As the guards passed, they cast him a disdainful glance, and the lavish carriage rolled on. What he thought would be an ordinary encounter soon took a turn when a beautiful girl, appearing to be around 18 or 19, leaped from the carriage in terror. "Help! Please, someone save me." She tumbled heavily to the ground, crying out, "My father sells steamed buns at the town entrance. The people in the carriage heard him and are forcing me to accompany them tonight." Chapter 9. A single blow to repel the armored rhinoceros. The girl and Oppos' voice instantly captivated the attention of all present. The townsfolk immediately recognized her as the daughter of Old Wong, the bun vendor at the town and Amp, Oppos' entrance. Yet, despite this recognition, none dared to intervene. For they were mere commoners, fearful of offending the individuals in the carriage. "Run? Who dares to save you?" A young man, clad in a purple robe and wearing a lecherous grin, slowly emerged from the carriage, gazing at the girl. "Bring her to me." "Yes, young master." A burly man dismounted from the armored rhinoceros and strode menacingly towards the girl, intent on dragging her back to the carriage. As the giant approached, the girl, gripped by fear, suddenly noticed Yuxian standing nearby. Desperate for salvation, she rushed towards him, treating him as her last hope. Yuxian, wishing to avoid involvement, intended to say, "Don and Amp, Oppos, come near me," but the girl had already clutched his sleeve. "Young master, I Don and Amp, Oppos, want to accompany him. Please, save me." Seeing the girl cowering beside him, the burly man sneered, "You Don and Amp, Oppos, know how fortunate you are to catch my young master and Amp, Oppos, si. Serve him well tonight, and tomorrow you shall be freed, along with treasures beyond your wildest dreams." Yuxian glanced at the trembling girl, and then at the disdainful youth in the carriage. The scene before him evoked memories of Gao Changming, who had met a grim fate. It was clear that the young man in the carriage was of the same ilk. Consequently, Yuxian resolved to rescue the girl and teach the arrogant youth a lesson. As the giant stepped closer, reaching out to seize the girl, Yuxian swiftly grasped his wrist. The man glared at Yuxian, his tone dripping with disdain. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and get lost." "And if I refuse?" Yuxian replied, his expression unreadable. "If you Don and Amp, Oppos, then prepare to meet your end." The burly man, enraged by Yuxian and Amp, Oppos' defiance, attempted to withdraw his hand and strike him with a powerful blow. However, to his shock, his hand remained immobilized, no matter how forcefully he struggled. A sense of dread washed over him. He was a 10th-layer body cultivator, yet he could not break free. In astonishment, he swung his other fist at Yuxian. A blow capable of felling a bull, only to have it caught effortlessly in Yuxian and Amp, Oppos' palm, without allowing the man a moment to react. Yuxian delivered a swift kick, sending him hurtling away. Crash! The burly man collided with the luxurious carriage, shattering it into splinters. The moment he saw this, the purple-robed youth leapt aside, fixing his gaze on Yuxian with a challenging glare. "So, you fancy yourself a hero? Let us see if you possess the ability to back that up. Kill him." At his command, another guard charged at Yuxian atop the armored rhinoceros. "You wish for death? Allow me to demonstrate the might of this beast." The guard bellowed. Though the armored rhinoceros was categorized as a low-grade demon beast, its raw strength was formidable, capable of delivering devastating blows. The guard assumed Yuxian could not withstand such an assault, unless he managed to evade. As the armored rhinoceros bore down on him, Yuxian made no attempt to flee, for he was eager to gauge the creature and Amp, Oppos' strength. "Young man, get out of the way. You'll be killed if you're struck by the armored rhinoceros." The concerned townsfolk cried out in alarm, seeing Yuxian stand his ground. The purple-robed youth sneered, "Fool. He faces the charge of an armored rhinoceros and does not flee. Does he truly intend to confront it head-on?" Within moments, the demon beast was upon him, its formidable horn aimed directly at Yuxian. The girl hiding behind him shut her eyes tightly, too terrified to watch. Thud. Yuxian raised his fist and collided with the armored rhinoceros, resulting in a clash of immense power. To everyone's astonishment, rather than being knocked back, the massive beast was sent staggering away. "What? How is this possible?" The smirk on the purple-robed youth and Amp, Oppos' face vanished. The townsfolk, initially anxious for Yuxian and Amp, Oppos' fate, were now left dumbfounded. He repelled the armored rhinoceros with a single blow. What extraordinary strength! The armored rhinoceros, having regained its footing, shook its head in confusion. Its once menacing gaze now dulled, contemplating who truly was the beast. This display of power took Yuxian by surprise as well. In terms of raw strength, this low-grade demon beast was not significantly weaker than the previous cultivator, Lei Wei. It highlighted the vast disparity in strength between demon beasts and humans. "Who are you?" The purple-robed youth, now wary, inquired. "Do you truly wish to oppose me today?" At that moment, the burly man, who had been sent flying, wiped the blood from his mouth and stood beside the youth, while another guard readied himself atop the recovering armored rhinoceros. Although they recognized Yuxian and Amp, Apos, prowess, they were not overly intimidated. Yuxian regarded the trio with calm resolve. I am but a passerby. As long as I am here, you shall not take this girl. A flicker of murderous intent crossed the purple-robed youth and Amp, Apos, eyes. Not take her? Everything I desire has always been within my grasp. Today, you shall learn the meaning of unattainable. Yuxian responded with unwavering confidence. You shall find that your arrogance will be your downfall. Enraged by Yuxian and Amp, Apos, defiance, the purple-robed youth drew his sword and shouted. You seek death, so let me grant your wish. Altogether, let us finish him. With that, the youth charged at Yuxian, flanked by his two guards. Intent on overwhelming him in a 3-on-1 assault, Yuxian dismissed them with ease, preparing to impart a lesson to this naive youth who had never faced the harshness of reality. Just then, a melodious voice rang out from above, forcing a maiden. And using numbers to intimidate, Wang Hao, you truly are in need of a lesson. As the voice echoed, a strikingly handsome youth clad in a green robe, accompanied by two middle-aged men bearing long swords, descended from the sky, positioning themselves between Yuxian and the trio. Chapter 10, Jianxin. With a swift motion, the white-haired youth unsheathed his sword the moment he landed, swiftly striking at the purple-robed youth, Wang Hao. The clash of swords resonated as Wang Hao was pushed back several meters, his hand trembling from the force of the impact. Simultaneously, Wang Hao and Amp, Apos, two guards found themselves repelled by the two middle-aged men accompanying the white-haired youth. Regaining his stance, Wang Hao stared in surprise at the white-haired youth who had emerged so suddenly. Jianxin, is that you? Why are you stopping me? This matter seems to have nothing to do with you. Jianxin, the white-haired youth, raised his sword, pointing it at Wang Hao with a fierce glare. I wish to intervene. What of it? Do you dare to challenge me? If you're dissatisfied, draw your sword. Jianxin and Amp, Apos, words were even more audacious than those of Yuxian moments prior. However, Wang Hao did not respond with violence as he had with Yuxian earlier. He was well aware of Jianxin and Amp, Apos, background. Both hailed from the dominion of the Tianyuan sect in the grand city of Ping'an. Jianxin and Amp, Apos, family was renowned for their swordsmanship, their power rivaling that of Wang Hao and Amp, Apos, own clan. Jianxin was considered a prodigy of swordsmanship, exceptionally formidable, invincible beneath the celestial realm. What? Are you too afraid to draw your sword? Jianxin scoffed at Wang Hao, who appeared furious yet restrained. If you dare not engage, then be gone. Wang Hao gripped his sword tightly, suppressing the urge to strike. Concerned that Wang Hao might succumb to his temper, a guard quickly interjected, Young master, let it go. The Tianyuan sect and Amp, Apos, initiation ceremony is about to commence. If you sustain injuries today, it may jeopardize important matters. Upon hearing his guard and Amp, Apos, words, Wang Hao calmed himself. He realized that engaging would mean facing Jianxin and his companions alongside Yuxian. Striking back would be futile, and for the sake of the initiation, he had no choice but to endure. Sheathing his sword, he glared at Yuxian, who was smirking at his predicament. You're fortunate this time, kid. Wang Hao believed that had Jianxin not intervened, he would have undoubtedly subdued Yuxian, especially with a 3-to-1 advantage. Little did he know, Jianxin's interference had indirectly saved his life. Without Jianxin's intervention, he and his guards might have already faced dire consequences. Let us go. Wang Hao turned, leading his two guards away on their armored beasts. As Wang Hao departed, Yuxian calmly addressed the girl behind him. You may leave now. It's safe. Thank you for saving me, young master. The girl, still shaken, bowed repeatedly in gratitude, also offering a respectful nod to Jianxin before hastily departing. Your strength is remarkable. Having repelled the armored rhinoceros with a single blow, Jianxin approached Yuxian, greeting him politely. I am Jianxin. May I inquire your name? I am Yuxian. He replied courteously. Yuxian felt a genuine fondness for Jianxin, not only for his timely assistance but also because Jianxin was the first noble youth he encountered who exhibited commendable character, devoid of the arrogance typical of many from prestigious families. It is rather inconvenient to converse here. Shall we find an inn to dine and chat? Jianxin proposed, extending an invitation. Respecting Yuxian and Amp, Apos' willingness to confront Wang Hao for a stranger, Jianxin, as a swordsmanship prodigy, sensed Yuxian and Amp, Apos' extraordinary qualities. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate one another, and thus Jianxin wished to befriend Yuxian. Since Yuxian was already seeking to indulge in a hearty meal, he graciously accepted. I was indeed heading to an inn. Let us go together. With their agreement, the two set off toward the inn in the small town. Shortly after, Yuxian and Jianxin arrived at the finest inn in the town, selecting a table on the second floor by the window. They ordered an array of delectable dishes and a fine jug of wine, engaging in conversation while enjoying their meal. Initially unaccustomed to drinking, Yuxian soon adapted. If I'm not mistaken, you two are here to attend the Tianyuan sect and Amp, Apos' initiation ceremony, are you not? Jianxin inquired. Indeed, Yuxian replied, unfazed by Jianxin and Amp, Apos' accurate guess. He had encountered numerous young individuals on his journey, all similarly drawn to the ceremony. Understanding this, Jianxin smiled. In that case, why not accompany me? With my two uncles escorting us, it would certainly be safer. Yuxian glanced at the two middle-aged men at the adjacent table, who nodded slightly. Very well. Let it be so. While safety was not a concern for Yuxian, the company of Jianxin and his companions would make the journey more enjoyable. After agreeing to travel together, Jianxin raised his cup and toasted with Yuxian once more. After downing their wine, a hint of curiosity crossed Jianxin and Apos' face as he asked, "By the way, I have another question for you, Yuxian. From your fighting style, are you perhaps pursuing the path of physical cultivation?" Having sensed the formidable vitality within Yuxian when he repelled the armored rhinoceros, Jianxin had his suspicions. "Indeed, I am indeed following the path of physical cultivation," Yuxian replied candidly, seeing no reason to conceal such matters. Upon learning of Yuxian and Apos' commitment to physical cultivation, Jianxin's gaze held a newfound respect. He understood that the path of a physical cultivator was far more arduous than that of a conventional practitioner. Choosing the Tianyuan sect for your journey as a physical cultivator is indeed the wisest decision, Jianxin commented softly, raising his cup. Jianxin's words piqued Yuxian's interest. "Oh, why do you say that the Tianyuan sect is the best choice for physical cultivators?" At first taken aback, Jianxin then explained, "Do you not know? The path of physical cultivation is fraught with challenges and offers a dim prospect, leading most practitioners to favor the more luminous path of magical cultivation. Only those with exceedingly poor talent opt for physical cultivation in hopes of a breakthrough. Consequently, in our realm, and indeed across the 4 regions, very few sects will accept physical cultivators and invest substantial resources in their training. However, the Tianyuan sect stands as the sole sect in the Xiantian domain that welcomes physical cultivators and dedicates itself to their comprehensive training." Yuxian, previously unaware of this, now understood why Qin Jiangzi had recommended the Tianyuan sect to him. "Oh, I see," Yuxian murmured thoughtfully. Following this, Yuxian posed further questions regarding the Tianyuan sect and physical cultivation, to which Jianxin responded with all the knowledge he possessed. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, enjoying each other and Apos' company so much that they nearly pledged brotherhood in their revelry, only to be interrupted in time by Jianxin and Apos' guards. Chapter 11. The Ceremony of Worship. Ascending the Celestial Ladder. In the blink of an eye, the time passed swiftly, and the annual ceremony of worship at the Tianyuan sect finally commenced. Yuxian and Jianxin, along with their companions, journeyed smoothly to the starting point of the ceremony. As Yuxian surveyed his surroundings, he found himself standing on an expansive, flat ground, seemingly carved by a divine being and Apos' sword. Participants of the ceremony gradually arrived, with some worldly disciples making grand entrances atop various low-tiered demonic beasts, drawing envious glances from the crowd. A few disciples from families already acquainted with cultivation arrived on flying demonic beasts or using flying artifacts, prompting exclamations of awe from the spectators, who marveled at the stark disparities among individuals. The scene of the ceremony of worship was truly magnificent. Yuxian, witnessing such grandeur for the first time, couldn't and Apos' help but exclaim. He had never encountered such a spectacle before. A rough estimate indicated that around 20,000 people had already gathered, with more arriving continuously. Of course, Yuxian was aware that at least half of these individuals were accompanying family members or guards of the participants, yet even so, the number of actual participants must exceed 10,000. Surrounding the throngs of people stood numerous young cultivators, uniformly clad and with stern expressions, clearly disciples of the Tianyuan sect. "What should we do next? Are you aware of the process?" Yuxian inquired, turning his gaze to Jianxin. Although he was uncertain about the forthcoming events, he trusted that Jianxin, a scion from a prominent family in a grand city, would possess some knowledge. Jianxin raised his gaze to the clouds above and spoke with a measured tone. "I have heard from seniors who previously participated in the ceremony of worship that the first step is to ascend the celestial ladder. I believe the time has not yet come. Let us wait patiently." The celestial ladder? Yuxian looked up intently, yet he could not discern any semblance of a ladder, suspecting that it might differ from his preconceived notions. Half an hour later, a resounding bell tolled from the clouds, echoing in the ears of every individual present. Suddenly, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. It has begun. The annual ceremony of worship is officially underway. Finally, it has commenced. I will surely succeed in joining the Tianyuan sect and become an immortal who rides the sword through the skies. Father, mother, once I become an immortal, I will avenge you. Father, mother, I will strive to become an immortal so that you may enjoy a better life. Every youth present harbored their dreams and aspirations. As the bell and Apos' sound reverberated outward, several figures descended from the clouds, gliding down on their swords, proclaiming, "Welcome, outer sect attendants." In unison, the disciples of the Tianyuan sect echoed their greeting. Several figures landed steadily before the crowd, led by an elderly man, the outer sect attendant Yang, who was responsible for initiating the first assessment of the ceremony of worship, the celestial ladder. With flowing white hair and donned in a blue robe signifying his status, he exuded an aura of power at the golden core stage. "Now, I shall explain the rules for the first assessment of this ceremony of worship, so listen closely." Yang and Apos' resonant voice, amplified by spiritual energy, reached the ears of every attendee. Those participating in the assessment must ascend the celestial ladder, composed of 12,300 steps. without any external assistance and reach the entrance of our Tianyuan sect within 3 hours. Be advised, those who are unable to proceed, voluntarily give up, use external aid, or exceed the time limit will be deemed failures. Upon finishing, Yang waved his hand, and a luminous token sword from his storage pouch, revealing the celestial ladder. A magnificent structure stretching 100 feet wide, manifesting before everyone's eyes. It was entirely transparent, adorned with swirling 5-colored hues, clearly conjured from spiritual energy, and inclined steeply into the clouds above. As the celestial ladder materialized, murmurs spread through the crowd. Wow, so this is the celestial ladder? Truly spectacular. Are you joking? This lengthy ladder must be completed within 3 hours? The first assessment is this? I can reach the top in just 2 hours. It is evident that I alone shall be the first to ascend. Some were awestruck by the grandeur of the ladder, while others complained that 3 hours was far too short to accomplish the task. Meanwhile, some were filled with confidence, eager to compete for the title of the first to reach the summit. Amidst the crowd, Yuxian gazed at the magnificent celestial ladder and mused that it truly lived up to its name. Ascending to the skies offered a chance to tread the path of immortality. Beside him, Jianxin, accustomed to grand spectacles, remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. With the ladder and Appo's opening complete, Yang and the accompanying attendants soared into the air, addressing the eager crowd with a serious tone. Now, I declare the annual ceremony of worship of the Tianyuan sect officially commenced. Participants, ascend the ladder. At these words, akin to the firing of a starting gun in a race, over 10,000 youth surged forward towards the celestial ladder. Yuxian and Jianxin exchanged glances before swiftly moving, their figures darting through the crowd like hunting leopards, swiftly advancing from the middle of the throng to the forefront, becoming among the first to ascend the celestial ladder. Upon reaching the ladder, their pace showed no signs of slowing as they charged upward, the steep steps beneath their feet feeling as level as the ground. In no time, their astonishing ascent left the other climbers astounded, with whispers of disbelief echoing around them. What is happening? Their speed is simply terrifying. Indeed. They ascend the ladder as if walking on flat ground. Are they truly not mere mortals? Oh, their ladder seems different from mine. While some marveled at Yuxian and Jianxin and Appo's incredible speed, others dismissed them with scorn. Several well-trained disciples from affluent families and gifted cultivators closely followed their trail, their expressions revealing disdain. They scoffed. How foolish. They expend all their energy at the start. Let us see how long they can last. Just 2 clowns eager to show off, lacking even the most basic common sense. They waste their stamina at the outset and will surely fail to reach the top. The majority believed that Yuxian and Jianxin would inevitably falter. Among the crowd, Wang Hao was among the most dismissive. 2 fools. He scoffed at their retreating figures. He couldn't and Appo's predict Jianxin and Appo's success, but he was certain that Yuxian and Appo's reckless charge would lead to failure. However, an hour and a half later, Wang Hao and the others, who had secretly derided them, would be shocked to realize that this was the last moment they would glimpse Yuxian and Jianxin and Appo's figures for henceforth. They would be entirely out of sight. Chapter 12. Far ahead. Yuxian and Jianxin moved swiftly along the cloud ladder, a structure spanning 100 feet in width, with no one able to keep pace with them. Before long, they had surpassed the 1,000th step, leaving the crowd far behind. At the very moment they crossed this milestone, both Yuxian and Jianxin sensed an unusual resistance ahead, as if a subtle force was impeding their progress. They halted almost simultaneously. Yuxian glanced at the seemingly endless cloud ladder before turning to Jianxin, a smile gracing his lips. It seems the further we ascend, the greater the resistance. Climbing to the top swiftly is becoming quite a challenge. Jianxin mirrored his smile. The more difficult the endeavor, the greater the challenge. Wuden and Appo's. Do you agree? Indeed. Well said. Yuxian replied, casting a look back at the throng of people trailing behind. It appears these folks can't catch up with us. How about we have a race to see who reaches the summit first? At this suggestion, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Jianxin's eyes. That's exactly what I had in mind. Let us begin. Before his words had fully settled, Yuxian had already surged ahead. Hey, Yuxian, that is not fair. Jianxin exclaimed, caught off guard by Yuxian and Appo's sudden move, and quickly gave chase. Turning to face the pursuing Jianxin, Yuxian chuckled, in the realm of cultivators. How can this be deemed unfair? With their competitive spirits ignited, the two began a spirited contest on the cloud ladder. As time passed, they continued to ascend, surpassing the 2,000th, 3,000th, and 4,000th steps. Despite the increasing resistance, their pace did not significantly diminish. However, the relentless sprint took its toll. Even Yuxian, whose vitality was as fierce as a dragon, began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Jianxin, with a less solid foundation, struggled with his breath. Yet, undeterred, both maintained their relentless determination. An hour later, they reached the 6,000th step of the celestial ladder, nearing the clouds. Glancing back, they saw that even the nearest group of pursuers had fallen over 1,000 steps behind, placing them far ahead. How is this possible? What kind of monsters are those two? Their speed remains unyielding. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have trained under my family and Appo's foundational elders since childhood. establishing a robust physique. Why can't I catch up to them? Those from esteemed cultivation families, who had previously looked down on Yuxian and Jian now found their disdain replaced by astonishment as the gap between them widened. Wang Hao, who prided himself on his talent, gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. Jian and Appo's speed is remarkable, but why is that wretched fellow even faster than him? Surely, he must be cheating." Wang Hao could not accept that a rival could embarrass him so thoroughly and suspected Yuxian of employing some underhanded tactic. As the onlookers murmured about Yuxian and Jian figures vanishing into the clouds, the two continued their ascent, disappearing from view. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the Tianyuan sect, two venerable elders gazed at the projected image before them, showcasing Yuxian and Jian's rapid ascent. These two were the outer gate elders responsible for guiding those who completed the first trial into the Tianyuan sect, and they were indeed formidable Golden Core experts. Remarkable. This year has yielded two extraordinary individuals capable of outpacing over 10,000 aspirants. I dare say, even in my prime, I could hardly keep up with their speed. Indeed, based solely on their solid foundations and indomitable will, they are rare gems. Nevertheless, their cultivation talent remains to be seen. The elders conversed, fixated on the unfolding scene. Suddenly, one elder smiled. "Oldly, who do you think will reach the top first?" Considering they only just crossed half the ladder. "It's difficult to say," the elder known as Oldly replied thoughtfully. "Shall we wager on it?" "Wager? Old Gue, what are the terms?" "Let us bet on which of the two will reach the summit first. How about 3 medium-grade spirit stones?" Oldly pondered for a moment, then confidently declared, "I accept." "I'm not afraid of you, Old Gue." Seeing Oldly take the bait, Old Gue quickly responded, "All right, I'll back the one clad in simple attire. Like a young beast. Very well, I'll wager on the handsome youth with the white hair and sword on his back." The two elders watched the projected images of their chosen youths, each brimming with confidence in their selections. Unbeknownst to Yuxian and Jian, who were completely unaware of the bet placed upon them, their figures ascended through the clouds, ultimately breaking through to reveal the ethereal gates of the Tianyuan sect, where spiritual birds danced amidst the mist. "So, this is a cultivation sect?" Yuxian marveled at the seemingly floating entrance of the Tianyuan sect. "Keep in mind, this is merely the entrance. The true Tianyuan sect lies hidden within a grand protective formation, thousands of feet beyond." Jian, feeling the strain of the climb, remarked from behind Yuxian. Turning to Jian with a gentle smile, Yuxian asked, "You seem to be struggling a bit. Would you like to concede?" "In my mind, the word surrender does not exist. The outcome is yet to be determined. I shall advance," Jian declared, leaping forward and, taking advantage of Yuxian's momentary distraction, landed on his shoulder to overtake him. Having previously bent the rules, Jian now played his own trick, relishing the moment. Yuxian, unfazed by Jian's maneuver, recognized that Jian's stamina was waning, while he, being at the peak of his physical condition, remained robust. In no time, Yuxian caught up to Jian and swiftly surpassed him once more. Observing Yuxian glide past him with ease, Jian shook his head in resignation. Since his birth, he had been a prodigy, effortlessly surpassing his peers. Now, he found someone who truly commanded his admiration. However, he felt no anger, rather, he was filled with joy, for in that moment, he truly grasped the meaning of the saying, "There are always greater talents beyond." Chapter 13, the first in a millennium. Time swiftly elapses, and another hour has passed. After 2 hours of ascending the steps, a group consisting of disciples from various immortal cultivation families, along with those possessing a solid foundation in body refinement, have reached a position of over 9,000 steps. Without exception, every young man and woman has lost the initial excitement and exhilaration they felt at the beginning of their ascent. They now rely solely on their willpower to persevere upward. While some are driven by determination to continue, others have chosen to relinquish their efforts. Those lacking fortitude gradually abandon their quest. Escorted back to the starting point by the disciples of the Tianyuan sect, forfeiting their opportunity to join the sect. At the last 1,000 steps of the immortal ascension ladder, the far ahead Yuxian has begun to challenge the final stretch. Facing immense resistance, his speed has noticeably diminished compared to earlier. Even with a physique far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, his chest heaves heavily. In truth, Yuxian could easily opt for a leisurely ascent, taking one step at a time, as there remains ample time, over an hour. Yet, he recalls the teachings of Qinjiangzi before departing from Tianyuan. Once you choose the path of cultivation, you must forge ahead without hesitation, never allowing yourself to relax for a moment. To become a true powerhouse, one must continuously challenge oneself and push their limits, even in an assessment. One must strive to perform at their utmost. Behind Yuxian, Jianxin, nearly exhausted, has fallen behind by 100 steps. Nevertheless, he continues to exert himself, maintaining a steady pace to keep up with Yuxian. With his formidable physique, he too could take his time to complete the remaining steps and reach the end. However, like Yuxian, he harbors the heart of a warrior, unwilling to slacken in the final moments. He is determined to match Yuxian and Appo's pace and achieve the best possible result. Thus, the two youths, each possessing the spirit of a warrior and an unwavering determination, advance forward against the overwhelming resistance toward the end of the ladder. Excellent. These two lads, despite having sufficient time to complete the assessment, remain relentless, fully committed to their efforts. The elder, observing Yuxian and Jianqin and Amp, Apos, S performance, expresses his satisfaction. Elderly, standing by, strokes his beard in approval, remarking softly, "Indeed, quite impressive." The primary purpose of the immortal ascension ladder, established by our ancestor, is to test whether those aspiring to join the sect possess the tenacity to press onward. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril and challenges. If we, as cultivators, lack the resolve to give our all, our journey will be inevitably short-lived. After a while, Elder Xiang, betting on Yuxian to reach the top first, burst into laughter. Ah ha ha. Oldly, it seems I and Amp, Apos, VE won this wager. Prepare 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Acknowledging his defeat, Elderly is not displeased. Instead, he beams as he observes Jianqin and Amp, Apos, S efforts, 3 mid-grade spirit stones? Consider them yours. This white-haired lad may be slightly slower than your bet, but his remarkable perseverance and indomitable spirit are truly commendable. An exceptional talent, indeed, even if he possesses lower-grade aptitude. I shall take him as my disciple. Elder Xiong interjects, dousing Elderly and Amp, Apos, S enthusiasm, to take him as a disciple? Oldly, are you dreaming? This white-haired boy has yet to officially draw in chi, yet he already harbors a trace of spiritual energy. Surely you can see that? He is likely of upper-grade aptitude and destined for the inner sect. He might even attract the attention of the inner sect elders. What can you offer to compete with them? Elderly shakes his head in resignation. Indeed, as an outer sect elder, what could he possibly offer to contend with the powerful inner sect cultivators? For a moment, he secretly hopes that Jianqin and Amp, Apos, S aptitude will be only mid-grade, providing him a chance to take him as a disciple. Turning his gaze back to the approaching Yuxian, Elder Xiong continues, however, this boy, resembling a beastly offspring, though his physique is extraordinary, shows no signs of spiritual energy entering his body. His aptitude might well be low or mid-grade. If that is the case, our outer sect could potentially gain an exceptional talent this year. Elderly nods in agreement, expressing his approval. At that moment, Yuxian successfully completes the final step, leaping from the immortal ascension ladder with a thud as he lands on the white jade platform. Seeing this, Elder Xiong grins and addresses Elderly. 3 spirit stones, please. Take them, take them. Elderly waves his hand, sending 3 spirit stones soaring forth. Immediately, the 2 elders flash before Yuxian and exclaim, "Good lad. You have completed the immortal ascension ladder in under 2.5 hours without succumbing to exhaustion. You are the first in a millennium to achieve such a feat. We are the elders responsible for this first assessment. What is your name, young man?" Gasping for breath, Yuxian, realizing their identities, respectfully replies, "Greetings, elders. My name is Yuxian." The 2 elders are even more pleased to see that Yuxian does not exhibit a hint of arrogance despite his remarkable achievement. Elder Xiong, with a warm smile, pats Yuxian and Amp, Apos, S shoulder. Yuxian, humble and composed, very good. Now, go rest for a while. Yuxian nods, without a trace of pretense, moving aside to sit down on the white jade floor, beginning to adjust his breath. After a brief moment, Jianqin, having summoned his last reserves of strength, also completes the final step of the ladder. He steps onto the white jade platform, becoming the second fastest individual to ascend in a millennium, following Yuxian. The 2 elders express their satisfaction with Jianqin and Amp, Apos, S immense willpower and his never-give-up spirit. Exhausted, Jianqin sits beside Yuxian and whispers, "This time, I lost. Next time, I will definitely win." With that, he reclines beside Yuxian, gazing at the sky while taking deep breaths. Feeling somewhat recovered, Yuxian turns to Jianqin with a playful grin, "Don and Amp, Apos, T worry. Next time you won and Amp, Apos, T win either." Saying this, Yuxian lies down as well. The 2 youths, filled with anticipation for their cultivation journey, lie silently staring at the sky. Subsequently, a group of disciples from various cultivation families, along with Wang Hao and others, who lagged half an hour behind Yuxian and Jianqin, gradually complete the first assessment, stepping onto the white jade platform. In the last few minutes before the 3 hours conclude, a multitude of young men and women manage to finish the assessment, without exception collapsing onto the white jade platform, gasping at the sky. Ultimately, of the more than 10,000 individuals who ascended the immortal ascension ladder, only slightly over 3,000 qualified for the next talent test. Among these 3,000, half had not completed the ladder. They were granted qualification because, despite being utterly exhausted, they chose to persevere and continue their ascent rather than surrender like most. This spirit of striving against the odds is precisely what is essential on the path of cultivation. Observing the 3,000 youths sprawled on the platform, the 2 elders exchange smiles, saying, "Ha ha ha. This year, the number of those passing the first assessment exceeds last year's by a considerable margin. Indeed, it seems this year marks a flourishing time for our Tianyuan sect." They laugh heartily. Let us proceed and test the talents of these little ones. With that, the 2 elders formed hand seals and simultaneously channeled their magic, causing 2 streams of spiritual energy to surge into the jade platform. In the next moment, a colossal teleportation array materialized above the jade platform, and a radiant beam enveloped the entire area, causing the 3,000 individuals to vanish from the Jade platform. Chapter 14. The True Strong. Outside the Grand Hall of the Tianyuan sect, a vast square came into view as the luminous pillars of the enormous teleportation array dissipated. Over 3,000 youths, participating in the talent assessment, materialized in the square, which was several times larger than the white jade brick platform. Yuxian, standing among the crowd, swiftly surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the square beneath his feet was intricately carved with the image of an immense azure dragon. Encircling the square were elegantly adorned white jade pillars, each topped with lifelike statues. It was evident even to Yuxian that these statues commemorated individuals who had made significant contributions to the Tianyuan sect or were its revered founding ancestors. At the forefront of the square stood a magnificent palace, exquisitely crafted, with a striking plaque inscribed with the words Tianyuan sect. Apart from Yuxian, the other youths, experiencing the grandeur of the celestial sect for the first time, gazed around with expressions of wonder. Look, there are so many immortals flying on swords in the sky. Someone exclaimed from the crowd. Instantly, heads turned upward to behold the disciples of the Tianyuan sect soaring above on their swords. The sight of numerous immortals gliding through the heavens vividly materialized in the minds of the eager young aspirants. Many could not help but exclaim, "If I successfully join the sect today, it won't end amp, oppos, TB long before I can also soar through the skies on a sword." While the crowd gazed skyward, the disciples flying past also cast their eyes downward, noticing the envious gazes of the newcomers. The Tianyuan disciples, having already embarked on their own paths to immortality, were filled with memories of their former selves. Not long ago, they too stood in this very square, gazing up at their senior brothers and sisters who flew overhead with similar admiration. Yet, most of those whom they once envied had since perished in their cultivation journeys, leaving the current disciples to become the figures of admiration for the next generation. The cycle of new replacing old persists, both in the mundane world and the realm of cultivation. Young ones, a voice rang out, interrupting the collective gaze of the crowd. Form an orderly line and prepare yourselves. The talent assessment is about to commence. Upon hearing this, the throng of over 3,000 promptly organized into neat lines, with Yuxian and Jianqin standing one behind the other. Jianqin, do you know how this talent assessment works? Yuxian inquired softly, curiosity evident in his tone. Jianqin replied, I and amp, oppos, am not quite sure either. Indeed, it was not just Yuxian who bore this question. Many others shared the same uncertainty, as most had never encountered immortals before and were unfamiliar with the nature of talent assessments. Just as confusion lingered in the air, 5 figures suddenly materialized at the front of the square, gazing down upon the throng of over 3,000 youths. Yuxian recognized them as the esteemed elders of the Tianyuan sect, true masters of profound abilities. As he surmised, the 5 figures were indeed the representatives of the inner sect for this initiation ceremony. Each elder was a cultivator of the late Yuanying stage, or even the peak of Yuanying, holding significant status within the Tianyuan sect. Shortly after the inner sect elders arrived, 6 more elders representing the outer sect followed suit. Compared to their inner sect counterparts, the outer sect elders were of slightly lower cultivation, predominantly at the perfect Jindan stage or the initial to mid-Yuanying stage. The 2 groups of venerable elders exchanged glances before positioning themselves on either side. Simultaneously, a large contingent of disciples from both the inner and outer sects descended upon the square on their swords. Clearly, the Tianyuan sect places great importance on this initiation ceremony, Yuxian remarked, noting the impressive assembly of elders and disciples. Jianqin responded softly, such grandeur is to be expected. The longevity and growth of a sect rely not solely on its elite masters, it requires a continuous influx of fresh talent. I've heard that some sect leaders even personally preside over the initiation ceremonies. As if summoned by their very words, a middle-aged man dressed in resplendent golden robes, with an expression as cold as jade and striking features, appeared among the 11 elders. He was Tianyuan, the current sect leader of the Tianyuan sect, a cultivator at the mid-Huashan stage. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. The entire square resonated with respectful bows and gestures from the Tianyuan disciples, and the elders followed suit. The presence of the sect leader ignited excitement among the 3,000 youths, their gazes converging on Tianyuan as they began to scrutinize the man who commanded such a prominent sect in the realm. At that moment, Yuxian and amp, oppos, eyes fell upon Tianyuan, and in an instant, he felt the immense power radiating from him. What defines a true strong individual? This was the essence of true strength. Amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, Tianyuan surveyed all present and spoke. I am Tianyuan, the current leader of the Tianyuan sect. Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence the talent assessment. As his words echoed, an elder waved his hand, causing a dozen large assessment steel to materialize before the square. Before the testing began, the 2 outer sect elders responsible for guiding the process explained the rules of the talent assessment and the Tianyuan sect and amp, oppos, admission standards. To enter the inner sect and cultivate as an inner disciple, one must possess at least superior talent, while to join the outer sect, one requires at least moderate talent. Those with inferior talent could only aspire to become auxiliary disciples for the body cultivation lineage. As long as one had any cultivation talent, be it superior or inferior, they could choose to pursue it, provided they passed the separate assessment for that lineage. Understanding the rules. One by one, the youths approached the assessment stele, their hearts racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation as they began the test in an orderly fashion. Chapter 15. The talent test commences. No talent. Inferior talent. Average talent. One by one, the results of the tests appeared on the jade tablets, and in a short span, hundreds had completed the assessments. The results starkly illustrated the imp, oppos, cruelty and imp, oppos, of the path of immortality. Nearly half of the hundreds tested were found to possess no cultivation talent, fated to be estranged from the immortal realm for life. Among the remaining half, 2/3 were classified as having inferior talent, with only a scant few dozen qualifying with average talent to become outer disciples. In an instant, the once tranquil square erupted into a cacophony of voices. Ordinary individuals, filled with aspirations for the immortal path, found their eyes devoid of hope, murmuring despondently, "How can this be? Why do I lack cultivation talent?" Meanwhile, scions of noble families, unable to accept their inferior talent, voiced their indignation. "Impossible. I was raised in a prestigious family, excelling among my peers since childhood. How could I only possess inferior talent? There must be some mistake." Conversely, those who had endured hardship found joy in their newfound fortune, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, mother, father, I have succeeded. I possess average talent. I can become an immortal. No one will dare to bully you again." Yet disciples from esteemed cultivation families, burdened with high expectations from an early age, were disheartened by unsatisfactory results. "Damn it. Didn't my elders say I had the potential of a great emperor? Why am I only of average talent?" Observing the contrasting reactions of joy and despair, Yixian truly grasped the harsh realities of the path of immortality, reflecting, "This is the immortal path. Even inferior talent is something many cannot attain in a lifetime." As he pondered, Jian Xian suddenly spoke to Yixian. "Look, the first superior talent has appeared." At this, Yixian turned to the adjacent row of testing jade tablets, where a pristine white tablet glowed with golden light, signifying superior talent. Instantly, murmurs rippled through the crowd. "It has appeared. Superior talent has emerged. Heaven bless, may I also possess superior talent." Envious gazes were directed toward the youth before the jade tablet, as everyone recognized that this boy had already qualified to become an inner disciple of the Tianyuan sect. The youth stood before the tablet, overwhelmed with excitement. He understood that becoming an inner disciple would not only guarantee his own cultivation but would also bring immense benefits to his family, providing them with protection and abundant wealth, elevating their status in the mundane city. As the first instance of superior talent emerged from the hundreds who had tested, Tianyuan and the elders displayed faint smiles. As members of the sect and imp, oppos, administration, they naturally hoped for an abundance of promising talents. The more exceptional individuals there were, the more prosperous the Tianyuan sect would become. As the number of tested individuals increased, so did the emergence of those with superior talent. Remarkably, 3 outstanding talents were directly taken as personal disciples by discerning inner elders, causing a stir among the onlookers. It was known that inner elders seldom accepted disciples. Being chosen meant receiving personal mentorship from the sect and imp, oppos, as elite, along with a prestigious status only second to the elders themselves. The tests continued relentlessly, and soon Yixian and Jian Xian found themselves at the forefront of the queue, ready to commence their assessments. Just then, Yixian caught sight of a familiar figure among the first of the next row, Wang Hao, the man who had brazenly kidnapped a woman days prior. "This guy can ascend the cloud ladder too? What bad luck." Yixian muttered under his breath. He realized that if Wang Hao succeeded in joining the Tianyuan sect, his troublesome nature would inevitably lead to conflict within the same sect. Though Yixian was not intimidated by such scum, the thought of having to remain vigilant against him was bothersome. From the moment Wang Hao ascended the cloud ladder, he had been secretly observing Yixian. Now, seeing Yixian and imp, oppos, gaze upon him, he responded with a fierce glare, making a gesture across his throat as if to say, "Watch how I become a disciple of the Tianyuan sect and deal with you." It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to deal with this nuisance. Yixian thought to himself, retracting his gaze. Soon, Wang Hao's testing jade tablet erupted with golden light, indicating he possessed superior talent, instantly drawing envious glances from the crowd. Likewise, Yixian and Jian Xian were drawn to the spectacle. Wang Hao actually possesses superior talent. His family must be flourishing, Jian Xian remarked, teasingly eyeing Wang Hao. Yixian remained silent, but a flicker of murderous intent crossed his gaze. Wang Hao had been so arrogant. How much worse would it become now that he was to become an inner disciple of the Tianyuan sect? It soon became evident that Yixian and imp, oppos, concerns were justified. Just after Wang Hao completed his test, he swaggered over to Yixian, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. "Look at this. I have superior talent." He leaned closer, whispering provocatively, "You better pray you lack cultivation talent and can and imp, oppos, to become a disciple of the Tianyuan sect, or else." Before Yixian could respond, Jian Xian interjected fiercely, fixing a cold stare on Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, are you threatening brother Yixian? I suggest you refrain from any thoughts of harming him, or I will personally ensure your downfall." Jian Xian and imp, oppos, tone was icy, his disdain for Wang Hao evident. Having recognized Yixian as a true friend, he would not allow Wang Hao to cause trouble. Faced with Jian Xian and imp, oppos, intervention, Wang Hao found himself momentarily daunted. Though he had previously regarded Jian Xin with some caution, he now felt emboldened by his newfound status. Jian Xin, I Haven and Amp, Oppos, T held a grudge against you out of respect for our shared origins and familial connections. Do you truly think I fear you? As Wang Hao spoke defiantly, Jian Xin prepared to retort, but Yu Xian halted him. Yu Xian stepped forward, maintaining a calm facade as he approached Wang Hao. You would do well to abandon any thoughts of attacking me, or else you will meet your demise. His voice remained steady, devoid of anger, yet Wang Hao sensed an overwhelming aura of menace in his words. A chill crept into his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. With a fierce glare, he met Yu Xian and Oppos' gaze before snorting and turning away. As he departed, he muttered to himself, You little brat, enjoy your bravado while you can. Once I become an inner disciple, I and Oppos, find a way to eliminate you. Casting a glance at Wang Hao and Oppos' retreating figure, Yu Xian and Jian Xin resumed their anticipation for the testing. Before long, those in front of them completed their assessments, and it was finally their turn. Jian Xin, filled with excitement, whispered, Brother Yu Xian, it's my turn. What do you think my talent will be? At least superior. Yu Xian replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Yu Xian and Oppos' unwavering confidence, Jian Xin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, let us see if it is as you claim. Chapter 16, Jianqin, Exceptional Talent. Jianqin strode confidently towards the testing steel, his gaze unwavering as he approached. As it was Jianqin and Oppos' turn to be tested, both elderly and elder Xiang, who were deeply impressed by Jianqin and Yu Xian, exchanged knowing smiles filled with anticipation. They quickly communicated with the sect leader and the other elders about Jianqin and Oppos' remarkable achievements in a previous assessment, as well as the fact that he had already begun to absorb spiritual energy without even drawing Inki. In an instant, sect leader Tianyuan and the gathered elders turned their expectant eyes towards Jianqin. Under their watchful gazes, Jianqin unhesitatingly raised his right hand and placed it upon the steel. However, instead of the usual immediate results, the steel remained unresponsive for a few seconds. Then it transformed into a dazzling crimson hue. In that moment, the expressions of Tianyuan and the elders observing the steel shifted dramatically from shock to uncontainable joy. Red, the color that signifies exceptional talent. Those blessed with such talent surpass even those with superior gifts in every aspect of cultivation and comprehension. It is no exaggeration to assert that an individual with exceptional talent is destined to become a formidable figure, provided they cultivate normally and do not meet an untimely demise. It had been many years since the Tianyuan sect had seen an individual with exceptional talent, and the previous prodigy had long since faded into the annals of history. Exceptional talent. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their excitement palpable. Only Wang Hao, who had just moments ago tried to assert his dominance in front of Jianqin, stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the radiant red. He had thought that Jianqin and Oppos' talent could at most rival his own superior talent, but now, curse it, had he known, he would not have dared to boast in front of this prodigy. As he reflected on having offended a genius of exceptional talent, Wang Hao could not help but blame Yu Xian for the situation. He cast a venomous glare in Yu Xian and Oppos' direction, silently cursing, Damn you, this is all your fault. Unaware of Wang Hao's newfound resentment towards him, Yu Xian beamed at Jianqin, who was now surrounded by the elders and the sect leader. Yu Xian was not particularly surprised by Jianqin's exceptional talent. He had sensed Jianqin's extraordinary nature during their time together. As a friend, he felt genuine joy for Jianqin's achievement. Little one, what is your name? Tianyuan inquired, appearing beside Jianqin with a warm smile. Replying to the sect leader, My name is Jianqin. Hailing from the Jian family of Pingyang City, known for our swordsmanship, Jianqin replied politely with a bow. Jianqin, Tianyuan mused softly, to validate the path of the sword. The unity of heart and blade, what a splendid name. Before Tianyuan could continue his musings, the elders, unable to contain their eagerness, began vying for Jianqin and Oppos' allegiance. They presented various enticing conditions to take him as a disciple, and soon, a commotion erupted among the ancient elders. As chaos ensued, Tianyuan, feeling helpless, was about to intervene when a voice rang out amidst the clamor, Enough of your squabbling. This young man is mine. As the words fell, a distinguished elder clad in a blue robe materialized before them. He was Lei Tian, the grand elder of the Tianyuan sect, a mid-stage transformation cultivator, both senior and more powerful than Tianyuan. The arrival of Lei Tian took Tianyuan and the other elders by surprise, especially his declaration to take Jianqin as his disciple. Grand elder, do you truly wish to take Jianqin as your disciple? One elder asked for confirmation. As one elder spoke, the others turned their attention to Lei Tian, reluctant to let go of a prodigy such as Jianqin. With a piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly, Lei Tian spoke with conviction, This child possesses a natural sword physique. With proper guidance, he could become the foremost swordsman in the Xiantian domain. Who better to teach him the sword than myself? Though Lei Tian did not directly answer the elders and Oppos' inquiries, his authoritative words conveyed that Jianqin could only be taught by him. Hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, resignedly shaking their heads. Indeed, when it came to swordsmanship, Lei Jingtian was the most suitable mentor for Jianqing. Having dedicated his life solely to the sword and being renowned as a great swordsman in the northern part of the Xiantian domain. Seeing that the elders were persuaded, Shenqing turned to Jianqing. Jianqing, the Grand Elder is indeed the most suitable teacher for you in our sect, but the final decision lies in your hands. Jianqing's gaze traversed the other elders before settling on Lei Jingtian. In truth, he had made his choice the moment Lei Jingtian appeared, sensing the essence of the sword in him. Disciple Jianqing pays respects to master. Jianqing declared resolutely to Lei Jingtian. A smile graced Lei Jingtian's lips as he replied, "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my second and final disciple. Behold, this sword is a gift to commemorate your apprenticeship." With that, Lei Jingtian summoned Jianqing and Apos' sword from his back, unleashing a bolt of thunderous sword energy that cleaved through the distant mountain range. In an instant, the crowd was left in awe. Even those disciples of the sect who had already achieved foundation establishment or core formation were rendered speechless. After all, witnessing the might of a transformation stage great swordsman was a rare spectacle. A sword that cleaves mountains. This is the essence of a swordsman? Yuxian marveled at the sight of the severed mountains in the distance, contemplating that if he had not already committed to the path of body cultivation, becoming a swordsman would not have been out of reach for him. While everyone was captivated by the power of Lei Jingtian's sword, Jianqing experienced profound enlightenment. For the first time grasping the legendary sword intent, this singular strike would leave an indelible mark on Jianqing's journey. "Ah, it seems you have begun to comprehend." Lei Jingtian observed Jianqing's newfound understanding and gently said, "Then let us return. You need not go through the tedious formalities." Yet, Jianqing chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he looked towards Yixian, who was about to undergo his own test, and said to Lei Jingtian, "Master, I wish to witness his testing before we leave." Upon hearing this, Lei Jingtian directed his gaze towards Yixian, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he sensed the unusual vitality coursing through Yixian's body. Finally, it was Yixian's turn to test his talent. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached the testing steel beside Jianqing and Lei Jingtian. Chapter 17. I shall embark on the path of body cultivation. Observing the young Yixian, who had shattered the record of the Ascension Cloud Ladder, the elders Li and Xiang wore radiant smiles as they introduced him to Tianyuan and the other elders. Upon learning that Yixian had achieved the unprecedented first rank on the Ascension Cloud Ladder and had outperformed even those with exceptional talents, such as Sword Heart, Tianyuan and the elders immediately focused their attention on Yixian. Although they understood that the speed of ascending the ladder did not solely determine one's innate talent for cultivation, they recognized that Yixian, who had broken a millennium-old record of the Tianyuan sect, had certainly attained an extraordinary physical prowess, indicating that his cultivation talent would be equally remarkable. Yixian approached the testing jade tablet, and with a smile, Tianyuan addressed him. "You are Yixian, correct? The two elders have already informed me of your performance on the Ascension Cloud Ladder. Just for having broken our sect and Apos' record, even if your talent were but mediocre, we would grant you entry into the inner sect to cultivate." Upon hearing this, the crowd in the square was filled with envy. But soon they recalled Yixian's overwhelming lead on the ladder, and their envy diminished. They accepted his exceptional treatment with admiration. However, Wang Hao in the crowd clenched his teeth, unwilling to see Yixian become an inner sect disciple. Faced with Tianyuan and Apos' offer, Yixian felt a warmth in his heart and politely replied, "Thank you, sect master. I shall commence the talent assessment now." With that, Yixian exchanged a glance with Sword Heart, signaling him to watch, and without hesitation, placed his hand upon the jade tablet. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Yixian and the testing jade tablet, whether they had completed their assessments or not. The onlookers were eager to discover the extent of Yixian's talent. The next moment, the tablet did not immediately reveal its results, mirroring Sword Heart and Apos' testing experience. A collective thought echoed in the hearts of those present. Could it be? Amidst the disbelief of the crowd, the same scenario unfolded once more. The jade tablet was engulfed in a brilliant crimson hue. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Heavens! Another exceptional talent. The audience was in a frenzy, astonished at the occurrence of two extraordinary talents in succession. It appears that the heavens favor our Tianyuan sect. We have been blessed with two exceptional disciples this year. The participants in the talent assessment, as well as the disciples of Tianyuan sect gathered in the square, were left in awe. Wang Hao, witnessing Yixian's exceptional talent, felt his head spinning, nearly losing his balance. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possess such talent? He raged inwardly, wishing that he could close his eyes and dismiss this as an illusion. Sword Heart, standing beside the jade tablet, smiled upon seeing Yixian's exceptional talent. Whispering to himself, "It seems we are even in terms of talent." As astonishment rippled through the crowd, a new round of competition for recruits began. After a brief moment of elation, the elders surrounded Yixian, eager to claim him, determined not to let another exceptional talent slip away after missing Sword Heart. Even Tianyuan, the sect master, was no longer composed, expressing his desire to take Yixian as a disciple. However, what transpired next took both the elders and Tianyuan by surprise. In the face of the elders' fervent competition, Yi Xian resolutely declared to Tianyuan, sect master, "I have long decided to pursue the path of body cultivation." His declaration struck Tianyuan and the elders with a force akin to the revelation of two exceptional talents emerging within the sect. "You wish to pursue body cultivation?" Tianyuan gazed at Yi Xian in astonishment. "You possess exceptional talent. Choosing the path of body cultivation would be tantamount to self-sabotage. You must think this through." The elders, initially stunned by Yi Xian's words, quickly urged him, "Young man, do not be foolish. With your aptitude, your path should be bright. Do not choose the arduous road of body cultivation. Indeed, heed our advice. The path of body cultivation is fraught with difficulty and uncertainty. Proceed with caution." The elders looked at Yi Xian earnestly, hoping he would reconsider. While the Tianyuan sect had retained the path of body cultivation due to the legacy of its founding ancestors, those who chose this path each year were often the ones dissatisfied with becoming menial disciples. Yi Xian understood that Tianyuan and the elders were concerned for his future. But his path had been determined the moment he encountered Qinjiangzi. "Sect master, esteemed elders, the reason I came to the Tianyuan sect was to become a body cultivator." Yi Xian expressed his conviction with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Tianyuan and the elders exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with regret. Tianyuan patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said softly, "Since you are steadfast in your choice, we shall not press further. However, your journey on the path of body cultivation will depend on whether you can pass our sect's body cultivation assessment." "I understand, sect master." Yi Xian nodded. The moment an individual with exceptional talent expressed intent to tread the arduous and seemingly forsaken path of body cultivation, the square erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Did I hear incorrectly? An exceptional talent choosing to become a body cultivator? How foolish. What a joke. An exceptional talent opting for the path of body cultivation. Surely he must be out of his mind. A collective lament echoed through the crowd, mourning the fall of a potential future powerhouse. Participants and disciples alike struggled to comprehend Yi Xian's decision, deeming it the gravest of errors. Wang Hao, unable to contain his mirth, chuckled to himself. Initially stunned by Yi Xian's exceptional talent, he now reveled in the irony of Yi Xian's choice to pursue the path of body cultivation, which was essentially a renunciation of his promising future. "Fool. A complete and utter fool," Wang Hao whispered as he gazed at Yi Xian. Realizing that if Yi Xian had chosen a conventional cultivation path, he would need to reconsider any future confrontations with him. However, with Yi Xian's current decision, that was no longer a concern, for it was a widely acknowledged truth in the cultivation world that no matter how great one has talent, the path of body cultivation offered little promise. Chapter 18, The Terrifying Power of Vitality in Blood, Awakening the Ancestors' Restriction. Following the remarkable revelations of exceptional talent by Yi Xian and Jian Xian, the subsequent assessments returned to a state of normalcy. Apart from the occasional individual who displayed superior aptitude, the majority of participants were classified as average, inferior, or entirely talentless. Soon, the talent evaluation concluded. And out of over 3,000 individuals, fewer than 1,000 qualified to become disciples of the Tianyuan sect. Among them, fewer than 100 possessed superior talent. While over 300 were of average talent, the rest fell into the inferior category. As the talent assessment wrapped up, the final segment of the sect induction ceremony commenced, the evaluation for the body refinement lineage of the Tianyuan sect. Traditionally, this segment was merely a formality, often overlooked. But this year, due to Yi Xian and Appo's exceptional talent and his audacious decision to renounce his path to immortality in favor of body refinement, what was once an inconspicuous event suddenly piqued considerable interest. Thus began the annual body refinement assessment of the Tianyuan sect. With his voice amplified by spiritual energy, Tianyuan announced to the crowd, "Those who pass this assessment shall become disciples of the body refinement lineage of the Tianyuan sect, which will nurture your growth." As his words resonated, Tianyuan waved his hand, summoning a formation that revealed a blood-red cauldron adorned with various beastly engravings. This blood cauldron was a relic of Linshan, one of the founding ancestors of the Tianyuan sect. Renowned in the Xiantian domain millennia ago for his prowess in body refinement, Tianyuan addressed the assemblage, stating, "The body refinement assessment is straightforward. Anyone who can lift this blood cauldron by 1 foot using their vitality and blood shall pass." He then invited those who aspired to embark on the path of body refinement to step forward. A brief silence engulfed the crowd before approximately 100 individuals, unwilling to resign themselves to being mere labor disciples, stepped forth to attempt the challenge. The majority of those with inferior talent remained motionless, preferring to toil as laborers in hopes of eventually ascending to outer disciples rather than pursuing a body refinement path deemed futile by the current standards of the cultivation world. As the crowd hesitated, the body refinement assessment officially commenced. Yi Xian, standing aside, chose not to take the lead, as protagonists typically make their grand entrance at the climax. Observing the scene, a robust youth with inferior talent boldly approached the towering blood cauldron, the first to attempt lifting it. He grasped the cauldron with both hands, exerted himself, and bellowed, "Lift." In the next moment, the colossal cauldron trembled slightly as the boy managed to raise it from the ground. However, the immense weight soon caused his legs to quiver. Fortunately, before exhaustion set in, he successfully elevated the cauldron to the required height, passing the assessment. With a resounding crash, the cauldron hit the ground. Assessment passed. Elderly, who was overseeing the evaluations, declared. The exhausted youth collapsed beside the cauldron, gasping for breath. A smile of triumph illuminating his face, witnessing such a physically formidable young man falter after a mere lift. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. If he struggled so with just that lift, the cauldron must weigh at least 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. I believe it exceeds that. Given its history as a training tool for body refinement masters, it must weigh at least 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. As discussions ensued, another wave of participants stepped forward to attempt lifting the cauldron, yet after a series of efforts, nearly a dozen individuals failed to raise it to the required height, succumbing to fatigue instead. Observing this, the crowd realized that not everyone could aspire to be a body refiner. Ultimately, out of nearly 100 participants, only around 20 managed to barely pass the assessment. With the evaluations concluded, all eyes turned to the finale, Yixian. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, he approached the blood cauldron, while Tianyuan and the elders felt a twinge of regret at Yixian's choice to pursue body refinement. They were nonetheless intrigued to see how high this prodigy, who had shattered records on the ascent to immortality, could lift the cauldron. Would he also break the record for this body refinement assessment? Yixian exchanged glances with Jian and Lei Jingding, then surveyed Tianyuan and the elders, finally fixing his gaze upon the blood cauldron before him. Raising the cauldron by 1 foot posed no challenge for him. Thus, he resolved to push his limits and hoist it even higher. In a moment of astonishment, Yixian clasped the cauldron and hurled it skyward, shouting, "Fly!" To the shock of all present, the enormous cauldron soared several meters into the air, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief, particularly those who had just struggled with its weight. Is this a jest? He tossed it into the air with such ease? This is utterly absurd. Is he truly human? Or is he a descendant of an ancient divine beast? The crowd gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Shinqingyan turned to the elder beside him, whispering, could this young man possibly intend to catch the cauldron? The elders remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the descending cauldron, anticipating the next moment with bated breath. As the massive cauldron plummeted, Yixian's gaze sharpened. He lifted his hands, positioning them to brace against the sides of the cauldron. With a thunderous impact, the cauldron descended like a small mountain, and upon catching it, Yixian's body sank, causing the ground beneath him to fracture. Remarkable! He truly caught it. What an astonishing display of vitality and blood power. The spectacle left even the most seasoned elders in sheer amazement. Yet, the marvel did not end there. As Yixian stood upright, a crimson light erupted from the cauldron, soaring into the heavens. The restriction. This is the legendary ancestor's restriction, Shinqingyan exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the crimson glow ascending from the cauldron. Hearing about the ancestor's restriction, the elders simultaneously wore expressions of incredulity. Behind Jian, Lei Zhengting murmured, I never imagined the ancestor's restriction truly existed. Master, what is this ancestor's restriction? Jian inquired, gazing at the radiant crimson light with curiosity. Lei Jingting explained, our Tianyuan sect's legacy records that this ancestor's restriction was set by our ancestor Lin Qin using his own lifeblood within the blood cauldron. It can only be activated by someone whose vitality and blood surpass that of the ancestor at the same level, a unique means for the ancestor to identify successors for body refinement. However, since its inception, it has never been activated by any descendant, leading many to believe it might not exist at all. Upon hearing this, Jian gazed at the soaring crimson light and remarked, I understand now. This means Yixian's vitality and blood power surpass that of the ancestor at the same level. Indeed, Lin Qin has long ascended to the celestial realm, and this young man is stronger than the ancestor at the same tier. Perhaps, he could indeed break the current deadlock of the body refinement path. Chapter 19, Apprenticeship. The brilliant crimson light in the sky swiftly dissipated, returning everything to normalcy. With a resounding thud, Yixian placed the blood cauldron back onto the ground. Just as he was about to inquire about the source of the magnificent blood light that had just erupted, he witnessed a complete transformation in the demeanor of the elders, who had previously lamented his decision to become a body cultivator. They erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha, young Yixian, your choice to become a body cultivator is indeed most astute. Who would have thought that our Tianyuan sect would see the emergence of a talent surpassing even the esteemed Lin Qin after thousands of years? Ha ha. With both the sword genius Jianqin and the body cultivation prodigy Yixian among us, our sect is destined to regain its former glory. Listening to the elders' exuberance, Yixian couldn't help but feel a twitch in his mouth, pondering whether these elders had mastered the art of facial transformation. Amidst their merriment, a far more boisterous laughter suddenly resonated from the sky. Ha ha ha. After so many years, we have finally welcomed a disciple of exceptional talent in our lineage of body cultivators. As the voice echoed, a rift suddenly tore through the void before Yixian, and an imposing figure stepped forth from the abyss. Witnessing this spectacle, Yixian was taken aback. He found this grand entrance, characterized by the tearing of space, far more appealing than the instantaneous arrivals of Tianyuan and the other elders. The rift closed, revealing a man of bronze skin, towering and robust, reminiscent of a humanoid beast with a rugged visage. I knew the ancestor's seal would be broken. Your impulsiveness would surely bring you here without delay, Shen Qingyun remarked, unperturbed by the arrival of the man. The middle-aged man, ignoring Shen Qingyun, focused intently on Yi Xian. Such terrifying vitality within a mere tempered body realm. No wonder the ancestor's seal has been lifted. He then addressed Yu Xian. Boy, what is your name? You shall henceforth be my disciple. I haven and Appos, to even agreed yet. Yu Xian was momentarily stunned by the man and Appos' unilateral action to take him as a disciple. Sensing the overwhelming vitality emanating from the man, he recognized him as a formidable body cultivator. However, being forced into discipleship without knowing his identity felt far too hasty. Noticing Yi Xian's bewilderment, Shen Qingyun quickly approached the man, exasperated. Zhan Tian, you need to temper your impulsiveness. One cannot simply take a disciple without inquiring if they are willing. In response, the man named Zhan Tian replied calmly, Brother, who else in the Tian gang sect possesses the qualifications to take him as a disciple? Shen Qingyun found himself at a loss for words. And the other elders exchanged glances, acknowledging the truth in Zhan Tian's statement. After all, with Yu Xian pursuing the path of body cultivation, there was no one more qualified than Zhan Tian, the current leader of the body cultivators in the Tian gang sect, to accept him as a disciple. Unable to refute, Shen Qingyun turned to Yi Xian and introduced, Yi Xian, this is my junior brother, Zhan Tian, who oversees all matters related to the body cultivation lineage of our sect. He is not only the strongest body cultivator in our sect, but also the only one in the Tian domain to have reached the pinnacle of the golden body realm. The mention of the golden body realm left Yi Xian astounded. He had suspected Zhan Tian to be a powerful body cultivator, but had not anticipated such greatness. He recalled hearing from Qin Yangzi that cultivators are classified into realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, tribulation crossing, and ascension. Meanwhile, the realms of body cultivation comprise tempering, blood refinement, blood sea, golden body, soul transformation, nirvana, and ascension. In this era, where body cultivation is exponentially more challenging than traditional cultivation, Zhan Tian's achievement of the golden body realm's pinnacle is nothing short of miraculous. While the golden body realm is considered equivalent to the nascent soul realm in terms of hierarchy, the combat prowess of a golden body cultivator far surpasses that of a nascent soul cultivator. A golden body cultivator unleashing their full power is a force that even a god transformation cultivator would regard with trepidation. Reflecting on this, Yi Xian gazed at Zhan Tian with genuine respect, a sentiment untainted by the latter's status in the sect, but rooted purely in admiration for a senior body cultivator. Young Yi Xian pays his respects to senior Zhan Tian. Yi Xian bowed respectfully. Observing Yi Xian's sincere reverence, Zhan Tian nodded solemnly. Now that you understand my standing, will you join my ranks as a disciple? Shen Qingyun added with a smile. Yi Xian, my junior brother has only taken one disciple in the past few hundred years since he began his cultivation journey. Yi Xian understood the implication in Shen Qingyun's words. By becoming Zhan Tian's disciple, he would receive unparalleled one-on-one guidance. After all, Zhan Tian's previous disciple had long outgrown the need for his mentorship. Now aware of Zhan Tian's stature, Yi Xian was indeed eager to join his tutelage. After all, becoming a disciple of the strongest body cultivator in the Tian gang sect and the sole pinnacle of the golden body realm in the Tian domain was a dream for any aspiring body cultivator. Yi Xian greets his master. He declared, very well, since you have pledged your allegiance, come with me. A hint of satisfaction graced Zhan Tian's austere countenance as he welcomed his new disciple. Seeing that both Yi Xian and Jin Xin, two extraordinary talents, had chosen the most fitting mentors, Shen Qingyun and the other elders of the Tian gang sect could not help but smile. With the exceptional gifts of Yi Xian and Jin Xin, as long as fortune favored them, they were destined to become formidable powers in the future. At that time, the Tian gang sect's standing in the Tian domain would certainly rise, restoring its status among the elite sections. With all assessments concluded, Shen Qingyun promptly declared the annual apprenticeship ceremony of the Tian gang sect a resounding success. Subsequently, following the customary procedures, the 2,000 individuals who had not passed the assessments were escorted out of the sect by its disciples. Meanwhile, the successful candidates were taken by the inner and outer sect disciples, as well as those from the body cultivation lineage, to handle their entry formalities. As for Yi Xian, Jin Xin, and several other prodigies accepted as direct disciples by the inner sect elders, they were personally escorted away by their esteemed mentors. Among the gathered inner sect disciples, Wang Hao's heart sank as he watched Yi Xian being taken away by Zhan Tian as his direct disciple. Initially, he had scorned Yi Xian's choice to pursue body cultivation, branding him a fool. But now, he realized that Yi Xian possessed potential that exceeded even that of the Tian gang sect's ancestors. The realization that he had simultaneously offended the rare sword genius Jin Xin and the prodigious body cultivator Yi Xian left Wang Hao's spirit dampened. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he felt as though his future path had become increasingly perilous. Yet, he understood that it was too late for regrets. The enmity had been forged. Thus, he resolved to avoid the two at all costs within the sect, especially Yi Xian. His plan was to bide his time and wait for the right moment. Humph, you little wretch, there will come a day when you fall into my grasp. Chapter 20. Sister Lu Tong. The Tianyuan sect, established thousands of years ago, was once a paramount super-sect within the vast Xiantian domain. At its zenith, it boasted over 100,000 cultivators, resulting in an expansive territory. Consequently, the area is governed by the body cultivation lineage, as well as the outer and inner sects. The artifact refinement hall, the alchemy hall, and the scripture repository were situated at considerable distances from one another. Under the guidance of Zhan Tian, Yi Xian traversed the ethereal expanse, soaring over mist-shrouded peaks adorned with fluttering spiritual birds and grand architectural complexes, ultimately arriving at the heart of the Tianyuan sect, specifically the domain overseen by the body cultivation lineage. This area is the territory of our body cultivation lineage, Zhan Tian remarked, gazing down at the clusters of buildings. Go on, familiarize yourself with the surroundings before selecting a residence. With that, Zhan Tian descended, leading Yi Xian downwards. As they landed before the bustling body cultivation hall, the disciples present were taken aback upon seeing Zhan Tian, bowing respectfully. Although Zhan Tian was the authoritative figure of the body cultivation lineage, he rarely made appearances, delegating most matters to his subordinates. Thus, the sudden arrival of Zhan Tian with a young boy surprised everyone. Zhan Tian acknowledged the bowing disciples with a nod and gestured for them to continue their tasks, then proceeded to lead Yi Xian towards the grand hall. Although these individuals are merely ordinary disciples of our body cultivation lineage, they are, in terms of sect hierarchy, your senior brothers and sisters, Zhan Tian whispered to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, aware of this hierarchy, smiled and nodded at the curious gazes directed towards him from his senior brothers and sisters, who, in turn, responded with smiles. They were not naive. Anyone accompanying their influential figure was certainly not an ordinary individual. Upon entering the hall, a striking woman in her 20s, exuding a wild charm typical of body cultivators, approached them. Lu Tong, greetings, Master Uncle. The woman named Lu Tong said, bowing respectfully. Seeing that the steward of the hall was Zhan Tian's direct disciple, he remarked, impressive. In just a few months, you have reached the late stage of blood refinement. Lu Tong beamed with pride, thanks to my master's generosity in providing me with a blood spirit herb. I was able to break through to the late stage of blood refinement. Who would have thought that the usually stingy old man would be so generous with you? It appears he holds you in high regard. After a brief exchange, Zhan Tian turned to more pressing matters. This is my newly accepted disciple, Yi Xian. He will be your junior brother from now on. With that, Zhan Tian continued to Yi Xian, this is your senior sister. Her master is my fellow senior brother. Should you have any matters in the Tianyuan sect, you may approach her for assistance. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong's face lit up with joy as she turned to Yi Xian. She had already noticed Yi Xian while following Zhan Tian and had surmised his identity. But hearing Zhan Tian's words still surprised her. After all, as far as she knew, her master had extremely stringent requirements for accepting disciples. Having only taken one in several hundred years. How wonderful! I finally have a junior brother! Lu Tong exclaimed, grasping Yi Xian's hand with genuine delight. Since joining the Tianyuan sect, Lu Tong had been the youngest among her master's many disciples and had longed for a junior brother or sister. At the age of blossoming vitality, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback when the voluptuous woman grasped his hand. However, with a steadfast heart focused solely on becoming stronger, he quickly withdrew his hand, politely saying, greetings, senior sister Lu Tong. Seeing her junior brother's unwavering composure, unaffected by her charms, Lu Tong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After their introductions, Zhan Tian said, Lu Tong, please take care of the matters concerning his entry into the sect and the selection of his residence and help him acclimate to the surroundings. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I will handle my junior brother's affairs. After finalizing the necessary details, Zhan Tian turned to Yi Xian, saying, rest for the night. Come find me tomorrow. I have something for you. Without waiting for Yi Xian's response, Zhan Tian's figure vanished into a rift in the void. Having witnessed the rift in the void once more, Yi Xian curiously inquired of Lu Tong, senior sister Lu, what kind of technique was that employed by my master? May I learn it? Taken aback by Yi Xian's sudden question, Lu Tong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, junior brother. You are indeed an adorable newcomer to the realm of cultivation. What Master Uncle just demonstrated is not a technique. It is a form of spatial mobility known only to body cultivators who have reached the golden body realm. Akin to the teleportation technique of those who have attained the nascent soul realm. It allows one to traverse the void instantaneously. The only distinction is that body cultivators cross the void with their physical forms, creating the visual effect of tearing through space. In the realm of cultivation, such instantaneous mobility is regarded as a hallmark of strength and a means for lower-tier cultivators to identify higher-tier practitioners. Ah, I see. Enlightened by Lu Tong's detailed explanation, Yi Xian felt a wave of joy akin to that of a novice in the cultivation world gaining newfound knowledge. realizing that he needed to familiarize himself with the foundational aspects of the cultivation realm while pursuing his training. Having resolved Yuxian's queries, Lu Tong continued, "Junior brother, let us proceed. I will first take you to obtain your identity jade tablet, sect attire, and other essential items before showing you your residence and familiarizing you with the area governed by our body cultivation lineage." "Thank you, senior sister Lu." Yuxian nodded in gratitude. In the ensuing hours, with Lu Tong's assistance, Yuxian smoothly completed all the requisite procedures for a new disciple, successfully acquiring his identity jade tablet and sect attire. Subsequently, Lu Tong transformed into a tour guide, leading Yuxian through the territory governed by the body cultivation lineage. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. "Junior brother, this will be your residence from now on," Lu Tong said softly. Yuxian gazed at the independent courtyard with surprise. It featured a pond stocked with numerous spiritual fish, a towering unknown tree by the side, and a chessboard set beneath its shade. On the opposite side of the courtyard was a designated training area, complete with practice dummies and sparring partners, rendering the courtyard remarkably well-equipped. "Senior sister, do all new disciples of the Tianyuan sect enjoy such accommodations?" Yuxian inquired, intrigued. He had envisioned that cultivators would reside in caverns or share communal living spaces. Yet this was far from his expectations. Ordinary new disciples do not receive such treatment. Lu Tong replied with a hint of pride. Typically, regardless of whether they are outer or inner sect disciples or body cultivation disciples, no one is granted independent quarters before achieving the foundation establishment or blood refinement stages. Only direct disciples like you enjoy such privileges. Upon hearing this, Yuxian understood, contemplating that it was only natural for direct disciples to have special privileges, as they were exceptional talents whom the sect prioritized for cultivation. "Junior brother, it is getting late. I must take my leave," Lu Tong said with a cheerful smile. "Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will look out for you." "Understood. I will remember to reach out to senior sister if I need assistance." Yuxian felt a warmth within as he smiled and nodded. In Lu Tong, he sensed a long-lost sentiment, the feeling of being cared for by an elder sister, a sensation that enveloped him in profound comfort. Raising his gaze to the luminous full moon above, he realized that today marked his official entrance into the perilous realm of immortality. Chapter 21. A Generous Apprenticeship Gift. Ascending to the third layer of body refinement. The following morning, on the first official day of becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Gang sect, Yuxian maintained his usual routine of practicing martial arts in the courtyard, having risen early to engage in his daily training. The path of cultivating body refinement is one that demands relentless dedication. After concluding his practice, under the guidance of Lu Tong, Yuxian made his way to a secluded courtyard deep within the sect, a place typically inaccessible to ordinary disciples, where he met the long-awaiting Zhang Tian. "Master." Yuxian bowed respectfully. Zhang Tian replied with a curt nod, diving straight to the point. "From today onwards, you shall officially be my second direct disciple. This storage bag contains 100 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 chi blood pills that will greatly aid your body refinement cultivation. Consider it my first gift as your master." As he spoke, a storage bag flew into Yuxian and Appos' hands. Following this, two manuals floated before him. The first, titled Chi Blood Technique, serves as the fundamental method for body cultivators to draw energy into their bodies and step into the realm of body refinement, akin to the chi drawing technique utilized by spiritual cultivators. The second manual, Heavenly Gang Four Symbols Fist, is one of the three major foundational techniques of our sect, created by our forefather Lin Chen. Mastering this technique to its fullest potential grants one the power to obliterate a city with a single punch, as well as the ability to manifest the might of the ancient four symbols divine beasts. For millennia, it has been revered by countless body cultivators in the Xiantian domain as an unparalleled divine skill. You may begin your practice once you successfully enter the body refinement realm. Listening to Zhang Tian and Appos' words, Yuxian was astounded, reflecting on the significance of having an excellent master. Not only had he received 100 medium-grade spirit stones and 10 chi blood pills, but he was also being taught the sect and Appos' foundational technique so readily. It is well known that the foundational techniques of a sect are not easily accessible to all disciples. Most would likely never have the opportunity to practice them in their lifetime. Furthermore, for a newcomer like Yuxian, 100 medium-grade spirit stones was an immense fortune, as most cultivators in the foundation establishment or blood refinement realms might not possess such wealth, let alone the 10 precious chi blood pills, which serve as a powerful aid for lower-tier body cultivators. Momentarily taken aback, Yuxian quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Without hesitation, he opened the chi blood technique, eager to draw energy into his body and become a genuine body cultivator. Seeing Yuxian immediately studying the chi blood technique, Zhang Tian chuckled. "Drawing energy into the body cannot be rushed. It is a gradual process. You must first sense the spiritual energy flowing in the world before slowly drawing it into your body, merging it with your chi and blood, eventually stepping into the body refinement realm. This process may take months for those of average talent, and even for the exceptionally gifted, it could take several days. Even I, back in the day, required 5 full days." However, before Zhang Tian could finish, he noticed the surrounding spiritual energy beginning to boil and rapidly converge towards Yuxian. who had merely glanced at the Qi blood technique. This scene left even Zhang Tian, renowned as the foremost body cultivator in the Xiantian domain, utterly astonished. Indeed, Yi Xian had completed in mere seconds what would typically take others days or even months, advancing directly into the final stage of drawing in spiritual energy. Lu Tong, accompanying Yi Xian, stood in shock, having never heard of anyone grasping the Qi blood technique and successfully drawing energy into their body in an instant. Junior brother, what terrifying talent you possess, she exclaimed in disbelief. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Tian felt a surge of joy. He realized that Yi Xian and Appo's innate talent might far exceed his expectations. He felt it would not be an exaggeration to declare Yi Xian as the most gifted body cultivator in history. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The surrounding spiritual energy was insufficient for Yi Xian and Appo's absorption, causing a phenomenon where the energy within a radius of thousands of miles around the heavenly gang sect converged towards him in an instant. Zhang Tian gazed at the previously invisible spiritual energy gathering from all directions, momentarily in disbelief. He had never witnessed such an event, where the spiritual energy of thousands of miles was entirely siphoned away by someone merely breaking into the body refinement realm. Typically, such occurrences are only seen when high-level cultivators break through. The vast influx of spiritual energy was absorbed by Yi Xian, who seemed like an insatiable abyss, and began refining every inch of his flesh, meridians, and bones. Yi Xian felt each of his cells undergoing a fundamental transformation, and he distinctly sensed the power of qi and blood swelling within him. In the next moment, impurities began to dissipate from his body as a mist of blood vapor emerged from every pore. As the blood mist cleared, Yi Xian surged directly from the mortal body forging realm to the third layer of body refinement. Directly advancing to the third layer? Zhang Tian and Lu Tong exclaimed simultaneously, their voices laced with disbelief. Once again, they bore witness to an unprecedented event. Even Zhang Tian, who had lived for over 1,000 years, had never heard of a body cultivator achieving such a leap. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. Zhang Tian marveled inwardly. Having once been hailed as a body cultivation genius himself, he now felt a sense of helplessness in the face of Yi Xian and Appo's continual astonishments. It is indeed true, comparison breeds envy. Master, does this mean I have officially embarked on the path of cultivation? Yi Xian, exhilarated by the qualitative changes within his body, inquired. Zhang Tian and Appo's lips twitched slightly. Naturally, you are now a third-layer body cultivator. Initially, he wanted to say that such an instantaneous leap through 3 realms was unprecedented, but he refrained, understanding that as a master, he must not appear inexperienced. However, Lu Tong, unburdened by such reservations, interjected, Junior brother, if this doesn't end Appo's count as officially entering the path of cultivation, then what does? The notion of advancing to the third layer in a single leap was something she had never heard of. Observing Lu Tong and Appo's incredulous expression, Yi Xian instinctively responded, Sister, it and Appo's merely a leap to the third layer. Is it really that extraordinary? Lu Tong was at a loss for words, nearly rolling her eyes. She couldn't Appo's determine whether her junior brother was boasting or genuinely unaware of his own prodigious talent. In contrast to Zhang Tian and Lu Tong and Appo's shock, Yi Xian was not surprised by his rapid advancement to the third layer. He understood that he had ascended from the 99th layer of body forging to the body refinement realm, making his leap to the third layer perfectly normal. Zhang Tian, feeling somewhat overshadowed by his exceptional disciple, prepared to continue his unfinished meditation. He turned to Yi Xian and advised, I shall enter seclusion for a period. Unless there are significant matters, do not seek me. The path of cultivation, especially for body cultivators, requires that I guide and provide some external assistance. Yet your true journey must be traversed by you alone. Do you understand? I understand, Master. Yi Xian wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Tian and Appo's guidance. Every cultivator and Appo's journey is unique. Following another and Appo's path entirely would hinder one from becoming a true powerhouse. Indeed, according to tradition, there will be a grand lecture today for the newly admitted disciples of the Tianyuan sect. I advise you to attend, as it would be beneficial for you. After reminding Yi Xian, Zhang Tian swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 22. Attending the introductory lecture, Senior Sister gifts the windsoaring vessel. Upon exiting the courtyard of Zhang Tian, Yi Xian immediately turned to his companion Lu Tong and inquired, Senior Sister Lu, what precisely is the introductory lecture that my master just mentioned? With a smile adorning her face, Lu Tong began to elucidate as they walked. The introductory lecture is an annual event organized by our Tianyuan sect specifically for newly initiated disciples. It primarily involves an elder imparting fundamental knowledge regarding our sect and the realm of cultivation, aimed at providing new disciples with a basic understanding of both the sect and the world they inhabit. Upon grasping the essence of the introductory lecture, Yi Xian and Appo's sparkled with enthusiasm, thinking to himself, I must attend. Although this fundamental knowledge may not directly enhance my cultivation level, it holds immense significance for a novice like me. The more I learn about the basics, the more beneficial it will be for my journey. Without hesitation, Yixian asked, Senior sister, when does this introductory lecture typically commence, and where is it held? It usually takes place in the outer sect and amp, Oppos, S lecture hall. And it should be starting in about half an hour. Ah, it starts in half an hour? Yixian halted. A hint of concern flashing in his eyes as he looked at Lu Tong. Senior sister, will I make it if I rush over now? The outer sect is situated at the farthest reaches of Tianyuan sect, a considerable distance from the inner sect and amp, Oppos, S core area. Currently, Yixian lacked the ability to fly, leaving him uncertain if he could arrive on time. Feeling anxious, Yixian was met with Lu Tong and amp, Oppos, S calm demeanor as she assured him. Running on foot will definitely not suffice. What? Senior sister, then what should we do? Do not fret, little junior brother. While we may not make it on foot, as cultivators, we can certainly fly. With that, a miniature flying vessel emerged from Lu Tong and amp, Oppos, S storage pouch and hovered gracefully before them. This device, known as the wind-soaring vessel, is one of the most common flying artifacts. Lu Tong explained to her novice junior brother. This flying artifact possesses a speed comparable to that of a foundation stage sword cultivator and amp, Oppos, S flight, and it requires no consumption of spiritual energy, merely a low-grade spirit stone for extended flight. It is the preferred mode of travel for us body cultivators and most other cultivators, aside from sword cultivators, until we attain the ability to fly upon entering the Golden Core or Blood Sea realms. Let us go. I will personally escort you to the introductory lecture. Yixian, showing no hesitation, leaped onto the wind-soaring vessel, which promptly ascended swiftly, carrying the two towards the outer sect. In midair, Yixian gazed at the indispensable wind-soaring vessel beneath him, feeling an overwhelming fondness. He murmured to himself, I must acquire one of these wind-soaring vessels. Relying solely on my legs for travel will not suffice in the future. As they journeyed, the wind-soaring vessel soared over towering peaks and extensive structures, encountering numerous senior brothers and sisters who either flew on swords or rode similar flying artifacts. Yixian noticed that nearly every one of them greeted him, and Lu Tong with nods or glances, igniting his curiosity. Upon querying Lu Tong, he learned that this was a privilege reserved for direct disciples. Within the Tianyuan sect, any ordinary disciple, regardless of their rank or cultivation level, must show respect when encountering direct disciples like Yixian and Lu Tong, who were adorned in white robes with golden embroidery. Soon, the wind-soaring vessel gracefully descended in an open area outside the outer sect and amp, Oppos, S lecture hall. As Yixian disembarked, he felt a multitude of gazes directed toward him. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed that the other new disciples attending the introductory lecture regarded him with a mix of envy and respect. As his gaze swept past, the crowd responded with smiles and proceeded toward the hall. Returning his attention, Yixian turned to Lu Tong and expressed, Thank you, senior sister. You may head back now. Instead of departing immediately, Lu Tong jumped down from the wind-soaring vessel and approached Yixian. Little junior brother, this wind-soaring vessel is a gift for you. As a direct disciple of the body cultivation lineage, it is essential for you to have an appropriate flying artifact for your travels. Yixian and amp, Oppos, S heart leaped with joy as he beheld the vessel, radiant like emerald. He had just contemplated acquiring one after the lecture. Yet Lu Tong was offering him this one outright. Thank you very much, senior sister. Yixian expressed his gratitude without hesitation. He was never one to be overly modest when receiving something he needed, yet he quietly appreciated Lu Tong and amp, Oppos, S kindness. He believed in repaying genuine kindness, while dealing ruthlessly with those who posed a threat to him. This was Yixian and amp, Oppos, S principle. Lu Tong, pleased by Yixian and amp, Oppos, S straightforwardness, felt that a cultivator should act with such generosity, readily accepting resources that would be beneficial to them. After she erased her spiritual mark from the wind-soaring vessel, Yixian promptly stored it in the pouch gifted to him by Zhan Tian, reserving the Wanling bag given by Qing Yangzi for more ordinary items. Senior sister, you and amp, Oppos, V, given me the wind-soaring vessel. What will you use? Yixian inquired earnestly, though he had accepted the vessel without reservation. He felt a twinge of concern if Lu Tong were to be left without a flying artifact. Do not worry about me, I am fine, Lu Tong replied, nonchalantly as she retrieved a more impressive, leaf-shaped flying artifact from her storage pouch. How casual indeed, Yixian thought, his mouth twitching as he accepted the wind-soaring vessel, feeling more justified without any guilt. With a graceful leap, Lu Tong landed on the leaf-shaped artifact and spoke softly, Little junior brother, do pay close attention during the introductory lecture. I must lead my team in external training today, striving for a breakthrough to the perfected blood refinement stage in preparation for the Tianjiao battle in the Tianyuan domain in 2.5 years. Farewell. With that, Lu Tong expertly maneuvered the leaf-shaped artifact into the air and swiftly departed. What is the Tianjiao battle in the Tianyuan domain? Yixian murmured to himself, watching her retreating figure. Never mind, I shall focus on the lecture, realizing that some knowledge would come to him in due time. Yixian redirected his attention and walked resolutely toward the lecture hall. Chapter 23, The Instructor Elder, Ning Qingwei. Within the Grand Lecture Hall, Thousands of neatly arranged cushions were filled with eager disciples of the newly initiated Tianyuan sect. As Yixian entered the hall, he intended to casually select a cushion to sit upon, but upon scanning the area, he discerned that the disciples had all seated themselves according to a preordained arrangement. The least populated area was occupied by the newly admitted disciples of the physical cultivation lineage, while the outer sect disciples, the most numerous, gathered in the rear. The inner sect disciples claimed the forefront, and the row nearest to the lecturing elder was reserved for the direct disciples. This seating arrangement alone reflected the hierarchical structure of the cultivation world. Yixian mused inwardly, it appears that, much like the mortal realm, the cultivation world is also governed by a hierarchy where strength reigns supreme. Striding to the front row, Yixian instantly spotted Jianxin, who was seated cross-legged on a cushion, engaged in discussion with several inner sect disciples. Jianxin, what are you discussing? Yixian inquired as he approached. Upon noticing Yixian and Apos' arrival, the disciples surrounding Jianxin eagerly explained. Brother Yi, we are seeking guidance from Brother Jianxin on how he comprehended the Qi induction technique and ascended to the first level of Qi refinement in under half an hour. Though all were new disciples who had joined the Tianyuan sect on the same day. Due to Yixian and Jianxin and Apos' esteemed positions as direct disciples and their remarkable talents, they had naturally become the acknowledged senior brothers in the eyes of the majority. Of course, a few, particularly the proud offspring of certain cultivation families and Wang Hao, who lurked among the inner sect disciples, held differing sentiments. Upon learning that Jianxin had grasped the Apos' Qi induction technique and Apos' and officially became a cultivator in such a short time, Yixian remained unfazed and calmly seated himself on his designated cushion beside Jianxin. Well, I managed to break through to the first level of Qi refinement in less than half an hour. If we were to compare who ascended to the ranks of cultivators the fastest, I would certainly be the victor, Jianxin thought, his confidence radiating as he glanced at Yixian. One must admit, achieving comprehension of the Apos' Qi induction technique and Apos' and entering the first level of Qi refinement in under half an hour is a rare feat. Even over the course of the past 10,000 years in the Xiantian domain, Jianxin was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies, but alas, he encountered an even more extraordinary Yixian. Yixian looked at Jianxin and stated matter-of-factly, if we were to truly compare, you would still be the one to lose. Upon hearing this, Jianxin and Apos' eyes filled with disbelief. He knew that Yixian was not one to speak falsely. Immediately, he probed with his divine sense. You have directly broken through to the third level of body refinement, Jianxin exclaimed involuntarily. At this revelation, the surrounding inner sect disciples were left in a state of shock. The impact of Jianxin and Apos' rapid advancement to the first level of Qi refinement had already been considerable. Yet now they learned that Yixian had directly ascended to the third level of body refinement. How could those still seeking advice on how to swiftly comprehend the Apos' Qi induction technique and Apos' not be astonished? Brother Yi, you truly are comparable to an ancestor. Your talent is simply astounding. Brother Yi, could you enlighten us on how you achieved such a swift comprehension of the Qi induction technique? The disciples clamored for Yixian and Apos' guidance. Faced with their eager anticipation, Yixian found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had merely glanced at the Apos' blood Qi technique and Apos' and comprehended the induction without any knowledge of specific techniques. Reluctantly, he replied, I just glanced at it and understood. I do not know of any specific techniques. You should rather consult Jianxin on that matter. You just glanced at it and understood? You Don and Apos, do you know what the technique is? Is this truly a human statement? The disciples and Apos' expressions twitched, unsure of how to respond to such a prodigy. Jianxin was equally taken aback. This is truly a blow to the heart. However, Yiwuden and Apos, lie. If there were any secret, Yixian would surely divulge it. With a resigned sigh, Jianxin murmured. You are indeed a prodigy. This time, he had lost again, but rather than dishearten him, it fueled his determination to grow stronger until he could surpass Yixian. Mutual recognition, are you not also a prodigy? Yixian remarked, his words devoid of consolation, genuinely acknowledging Jianxin. At that moment, a woman of ethereal beauty and demeanor, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, materialized before Yixian and the others at the lectern. This woman was none other than the lecturing elder, Ning Qingwei, one of the few female elders in the inner sect and a consummate master of the nascent soul stage. She was also a junior sister to the sect leader, Tianyuan, as well as to Yixian and Lu Tong and Apos' master, making her a figure of considerable authority within the Tianyuan sect. Ning Qingwei and Apos' gaze, imbued with a hint of coldness, swept across the hall, causing the temperature within to plummet significantly. In an instant, over 1,000 new disciples fell into a profound silence, their attention wholly captivated by her presence. As her gaze returned to Yixian and Jianxin, she momentarily registered that one had attained the first level of Qi refinement while the other had astonishingly reached the third level of body refinement. A flicker of surprise crossed her features, swiftly replaced by a nod of satisfaction. Time is of the essence. The introductory lecture begins now. Ning Qingwei's voice, laced with a chilling authority, resonated clearly throughout the hall, enhanced by the surrounding spiritual energy. I am the inner sect elder responsible for this lecture, Ning Qingwei. All present sat upright, their expressions serious, eager to absorb every morsel of knowledge. I understand that your successful initiation into the Tianyuan sect has filled you with excitement, and you envision yourselves as future cultivators, freely traversing the heavens and wielding various spells at will. However, I must inform you that the cultivation world is far more ruthless than you can imagine. The vast majority of you will ultimately serve as stepping stones on another's path to immortality. The law of the jungle, strength is paramount, is the stark reality of the cultivation realm. Thus, if you do not wish to become other stepping stones, you must possess sufficient strength. To attain that strength, you must strive diligently in your cultivation and seize more opportunities than others. Ning Qingwei's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervor in the hearts of the disciples and making them acutely aware of the world they inhabited. In an instant, they began to reevaluate their understanding of the cultivation world, with many quietly mapping out their futures. Yi Xian too fell into contemplation. Ning Qingwei's words deepened his impression of the cultivation world's harshness and reminded him of Qin Yangzi's admonition before his departure from Tianyuan. The cultivation world is fraught with peril. One misstep can lead to death and destruction. It is a lesson I must always remember. After allowing the disciples a moment to reflect, Ning Qingwei's cold voice resonated once more. Having grasped the cruelty of the cultivation world, let us now discuss the specifics of this realm. Are you aware of the world in which you find yourselves and the precise location of your existence? Chapter 24, The True Path of Body Cultivation. The world we inhabit is known as the human realm, also referred to as the lower realm. Following Ning Qingwei's statement, a confident disciple from an inner sect of a cultivation family promptly responded, "Currently, we find ourselves in the northern section of the Tianyuan domain." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Most disciples hailed from ordinary families, only aware that they resided in the northern part of the Tianyuan domain, oblivious to the concept of the human realm. After all, without becoming a cultivator, the vast majority of ordinary individuals in the northern Tianyuan domain would never venture beyond its expanse and thus remain unaware of the world beyond. Indeed, you are correct. But your understanding is incomplete. Ning Qingwei glanced at the responding inner disciple and continued to elaborate. The realm we occupy is referred to by the immortals as the lower realm, while we call it the human realm. The human realm is far more expansive than you can fathom. It comprises 7 major regions, the Sanwang, where the demon race, namely the beasts, predominantly resides, and the 4 domains where our human race primarily inhabits. Our Tianyuan sect is located in the northern part of the Tianyuan domain. Ning Qingwei's words completely transformed the crowd's perception of their world, their faces reflecting incredulity as they marveled at the vastness of their realm. "It seems we are but frogs at the bottom of a well." The sword-hearted Jianqin could not help but exclaim, overwhelmed by this newfound awareness of the world's expanse. Similarly, Yu Xian nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging Jianqin's sentiment. Indeed, compared to the vastness of the human realm, we are truly like frogs confined to a well. The world is so immense, we must certainly explore it in the future. Yu Xian mused quietly to himself. As the crowd expressed their astonishment at the grandeur of the human realm, Ning Qingwei continued, "Our Tianyuan sect, while considered a significant sect in the northern Tianyuan domain, can only be regarded as a second-tier sect when viewed in the context of the entire Tianyuan domain and even the human realm. This is something you must understand." At this juncture, a hint of barely perceptible helplessness flickered in Ning Qingwei's gaze. It is worth noting that the Tianyuan sect once boasted 1 million cultivators, with an abundance of talent, including 3 ancestors in the Ascension realm and a multitude of formidable beings, marking its unparalleled strength. However, as the spiritual essence of heaven and earth grew increasingly scarce, the 3 ancestors ascended to the immortal realm, and the powerful beings gradually perished in the long river of time. Coupled with the decline of talent in subsequent generations and the inability to inherit the numerous techniques left by the ancestors, the sect has faced clandestine suppression from other sects, leading to its current decline. Upon learning that such a formidable sect as the Tianyuan could only be classified as a second-tier sect in the entire Tianyuan domain, one curious disciple ventured to ask, "Elder, if our Tianyuan sect is merely a second-tier sect, how formidable must the top sects of the Tianyuan domain be?" This question piqued the curiosity of Yu Xian and the other disciples, who turned their eager eyes toward Ning Qingwei, yearning to uncover which sects dominated the pinnacle of the Tianyuan domain and their immense strength. Sensing the inquisitive gazes upon her, Ning Qingwei began to elucidate the current status of sects within the Tianyuan domain. The vast expanse of the Tianyuan domain is home to hundreds of sects, both large and small. Among them, 5 major sects stand at the forefront: 2 sects, 1 palace, 1 path, and 1 temple. These 5 sects possess profound legacies, having endured for tens of thousands of years, with each sect housing several powerful beings in the tribulation transcending stage. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly astounded. It is essential to understand that in this era, where giants of the Ascension realm scarcely engage with the world, those in the tribulation transcending stage are the true epitome of power. The presence of such formidable figures within these 5 major sects is nothing short of terrifying. Tribulation transcending beings. Yu Xian murmured thoughtfully. Although Ning Qingwei did not explicitly state whether the Tianyuan sect had any such figures, Yu Xian surmised that there must be some, otherwise the sect would have likely perished long ago. Now that we have clarified the basic circumstances of the human realm and the Xiantian domain, let us discuss cultivators. Ning Qingwei continued with her explanation. What defines a cultivator? It is the act of seizing the natural phenomena of heaven and earth for one's own use, ascending to immortality with a mortal body, and embodying the path of the celestial. This is the essence of a cultivator in the human realm. Throughout history, cultivators have been classified into 2 categories. The first is the mainstream path of law cultivation, which is currently acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. Law cultivators absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, focusing on various techniques to unleash diverse spells. Over countless epochs, law cultivation has branched into numerous subdisciplines, such as sword cultivation, alchemical cultivation, corpse cultivation, ghost cultivation, and more. Upon learning that law cultivation encompasses such a multitude of classifications, nearly all the disciples began to thoughtfully contemplate which path they might pursue in the future. Only Yu Xian and a handful of body cultivators marveled at the fact that law cultivation truly is the mainstream path, offering a plethora of options for cultivation direction. Having concluded her discussion on mainstream law cultivation, Ning Qingwei turned her gaze to Yu Xian and introduced the concept of body cultivation, in addition to law cultivators. The other type of cultivator you all know is body cultivators. Body cultivation fundamentally differs from law cultivation. Body cultivators absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth solely to refine their physical forms, pursuing the path of achieving sanctity through the body and breaking through all laws with sheer strength. Although body cultivators are currently not recognized by the heavenly Tao, making their cultivation significantly more challenging than that of law cultivators. For a long period in ancient times, body cultivation was indeed the most primitive path of cultivation, with many more cultivators following this path than those of law cultivation. Upon hearing Ning Qingwei proclaim that body cultivation is the original path of cultivation, the crowd was taken aback. They had assumed that the mainstream law cultivation was the earliest form of cultivation. They were astonished to discover that body cultivation is, in fact, the most authentic and legitimate path. However, they were left pondering why it is no longer recognized by the heavenly Tao, resulting in a severance of the path to immortality for body cultivators. Indeed, why has the heavenly Tao suddenly ceased to acknowledge the path of body cultivation? It seems exceedingly peculiar. The disciples softly debated, finding the situation surrounding the cessation of the body cultivation path to be quite enigmatic. Listening to the discussions behind him, Yu Xian furrowed his brow, sensing that the circumstances surrounding the body cultivation path's interruption were undoubtedly complex. As a body cultivator, he silently resolved to thoroughly investigate this matter in the future. After allowing the disciples a moment to converse, Ning Qingwei continued her lecture on the essential functions of the sect's jade slips, which served not only as proof of one's affiliation with the Tianyuan sect but also record contributions to the sect, facilitate communication among disciples, automatically alert the sect in the event of a disciple's disappearance, and provide a multitude of other practical features. Upon learning that such a simple jade slip possesses so many functions, the disciples were filled with wonder, each eagerly retrieving their own slips to examine them closely. Subsequently, Ning Qingwei elaborated on the various weapons and treasures utilized by cultivators in the human realm, categorizing them into magical artifacts, spiritual instruments, along with talismans and elixirs. She also discussed the sect's artifact refinement hall, alchemy hall, scripture repository, and the trial tower, as well as the vast array of demon beasts nurtured in the back mountains of the Tianyuan sect. An abundance of information flooded their ears, and the disciples listened with rapt attention. Chapter 25, Master Ning, the Celestial Rank Talisman. Thus concludes the grand lecture for new disciples. After the lesson, Ning Qingwei cast a sweeping glance over the assembly below. Return to your cultivation. Completing your qi induction and becoming true cultivators is your most pressing concern at this moment. Thank you, Elder Xie. The crowd chorused before departing in an orderly fashion. Yu Xian exchanged glances with Jianxin, preparing to leave as well. However, Ning Qingwei called out to them. You too, wait a moment. Elder, is there something else? Yu Xian inquired, perplexed. Jianxin too looked curiously at Ning Qingwei, who had beckoned them. Gazing at Yu Xian, the stern expression on Ning Qingwei's face softened into a smile, a hint of warmth flickering in her icy, beautiful eyes. Yu Xian, you should actually address me as Master Ning. Huh? Master? Yu Xian was momentarily taken aback, confused. Ning Qingwei continued to elucidate. Your master, Zhan Tian, is my third senior brother. So, should you not call me master? Upon hearing this, Yu Xian suddenly understood that this ethereal beauty before him was indeed the junior sister of his master. A thought struck him. This meant that the sect leader, Tianyuan, and senior sister Lu Tong's master were also Ning Qingwei's senior brothers, which made her the most cherished junior sister in legend. With this revelation, Yu Xian expressed his heartfelt joy. I am Yu Xian, honored to meet you, Master Ning. It was no joke. Within the Tianyuan sect, Ning Qingwei was truly a significant figure. Seeing Yu Xian bow, Ning Qingwei's smile deepened, and she proceeded to speak earnestly. The reason I've called you both here is that I have some important words to share privately. The Tianyuan sect has languished for over 10,000 years due to a depletion of talented disciples, but we have finally welcomed two exceptionally gifted youngsters. One of you is a prodigy of the sword with innate sword bones, and the other surpasses even the venerable Linshin in physical cultivation. I see in both of you the future of the Tianyuan sect. I hope that one day, you will achieve what we old folks could not and lead the Tianyuan sect back to its pinnacle. From Ning Qingwei's words, both Yuxian and Jianxin could distinctly sense her deep affection for the sect, as well as a hint of helplessness in her heart. Rest assured, Master Ning. As a direct disciple of the Tianyuan sect, I, Jianxin, will naturally shoulder the responsibility of reviving our sect. Jianxin spoke first with a serious demeanor. He was not one to enjoy resources without contributing to the sect. Even without Ning Qingwei and Appo's urging, he would strive to restore the Tianyuan sect. Yuxian shared Jianxin's sentiments. After losing his family, he had spent a decade training in the void of despair, devoid of a sense of belonging. Now, having joined the Tianyuan sect, he found a master, a caring junior sister in Lu Tong, and numerous true disciples who regarded him as their senior brother. He once again felt the warmth of belonging and had resolved to treat the Tianyuan sect as his family. Master, I will ensure that the Tianyuan sect regains its status as the foremost sect in the human realm, Yuxian declared with a serious expression and unwavering conviction. As for the paths of others, Yuxian was uncertain. However, he was confident that his journey would not be confined to this realm. This was the absolute confidence of one who possessed the heart of a true warrior. Thus, aiding the Tianyuan sect and reclaiming its glory would not be an insurmountable task for him. Witnessing Yuxian and Jianxin both accept the weighty responsibility without hesitation, Ning Qingwei smiled with delight. Excellent. This is the confidence that the talented disciples of the Tianyuan sect should possess. Here are 2 talismans for you. Consider them life-saving charms from me. As she spoke, 2 talismans radiating a brilliant blue light floated before Yuxian and Jianxin. Yuxian recognized that these talismans were extraordinary but could not discern their nature. He immediately inquired, Master, what is this talisman? This talisman is a low-grade celestial rank sealing talisman. Crafted by my master in collaboration with 2 other tribulation stage experts using secret arts for 49 days over 1,000 years ago, Ning Qingwei explained. A hint of joy flashing in her eyes. This talisman contains the full force strike of a perfected nascent soul cultivator. It may save your lives in times of unforeseen crisis. Celestial rank talisman. Upon hearing this, Yuxian and Jianxin were both taken aback, quickly gazing at the inconspicuous talismans glowing before them. They had just learned in Ning Qingwei's lecture that talismans were categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, and now they were witnessing the legendary celestial rank talisman. Though it was merely a low-grade celestial rank talisman, such items were exceedingly rare in the entire human realm, as crafting them was no easy feat. If these talismans were to enter the market, they would undoubtedly be the centerpiece of a grand auction, stirring considerable commotion. Thank you, Master Ning. Thank you, Elder Ning. Yuxian and Jianxin exclaimed, unable to conceal their excitement. They did not hesitate to stow the talismans into their storage bags. For possessing a means of survival was of utmost importance at this stage. Only those geniuses who survived to cultivate could truly be considered prodigies in this talisman. Sealing the full force strike of a perfected nascent soul cultivator could indeed save their lives at a crucial moment. Now, go forth and cultivate, Ning Qingwei advised one last time before vanishing from their sight. Observing this, Yuxian and Jianxin exited the lecture hall together. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yuxian, filled with inspiration, settled down beneath the shade by the pond brimming with spirit fish. With a thought, a white jade scroll flew from his storage bag. It was one of the foundational techniques of the Tianyuan sect, the Tianyuan 4 phases fist, taught by Zhang Tian. The scroll unfurled on its own, hovering before Yuxian, revealing lines of profound incantations along with illustrations demonstrating the technique. Soon, golden figures began to appear in his mind, demonstrating how each line of the incantation should be executed. Truly the foundational technique of the sect. It even has transmission images. Yuxian marveled internally and then focused his mind, swiftly entering a state of deep meditation for cultivation. In the ensuing hours, Yuxian diligently practiced alongside the golden figures and the transmission images. Although his comprehension and innate talent were exceptional, the Tianyuan 4 phases fist was renowned as a pinnacle technique in physical cultivation, making it nearly impossible to grasp in a short span. Over the course of thousands of years, most qualified disciples who practiced the Tianyuan 4 phases fist could only achieve minor success in their lifetimes, underscoring its immense difficulty. As time passed, Yuxian's cultivation began to bear fruit. An abundance of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was drawn into his body as he executed the technique, enhancing his vitality and strength increasingly. Chapter 26, The Twin Heroes of Tianyuan. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 3 months have passed since Yuxian began his training in the Tianyuan 4 forms fist. During these 3 months, aside from his daily practice of martial arts and body conditioning, Yuxian devoted nearly all his time to meditating in the shade by the pond, diligently refining the Tianyuan 4 forms fist. Through tireless training day after day, he successfully grasped its mysteries, reaching the entry level of the technique and gaining an initial comprehension of the power of the 4 symbols. Concurrently, With a breakthrough in his cultivation method and the aid of 2 blood chi pills, Yixian's realm ascended from the 3rd layer of body refinement to the 6th layer, achieving the entry level of the Tianyuan 4 forms fist and advancing to the 6th layer of body refinement within just 3 months of entering the sect. Either of these feats would render one an extraordinary presence within Tianyuan's sect. Once news of Yixian's accomplishments spread throughout the sect, it ignited a fervor, and he was hailed as the most exceptional body cultivator in the history of Tianyuan's sect. However, aside from Yixian and Apos, remarkable achievements causing a stir within Tianyuan's sect, another prodigy, Jianqin, also attracted significant attention. In the span of 3 months, Jianqin broke through 6 realms to reach the 6th layer of chi refinement and successfully cultivated one of the sect and Apos' foundational techniques. The and Apos, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword technique, and Apos, to its entry level. He became the fastest ever to break through the mirror and the quickest to master the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword technique in the sect and Apos' history. In no time, Yixian and Jianqin became rivals, establishing a dual supremacy within the sect, both being honored by Tianyuan and the higher-ups as the twin heroes of Tianyuan. The renown of the twin heroes would soon resonate throughout the entire Tianyuan domain. Senior sister. To be cautious with this punch. In the small courtyard, Yixian and Apos' figure flashed as he raised his fist and struck directly at Lu Tong. Bang! Lu Tong met Yixian's punch with her own. The collision of their formidable fist energies reverberated outward, and in the next moment, both retreated several steps before stabilizing themselves. Junior brother, you truly are astonishing. Lu Tong raised her hand, signaling the end of their sparring, and said, It and Apos. It's only been 3 months since I left the sect. And you and Apos, V grown to such an extent. How can I, as your senior sister, bear this? Just moments prior, Lu Tong had returned from her own training and was shocked to learn that Yixian had mastered the Tianyuan 4 forms fist to the entry level and advanced to the 6th layer of body refinement in a mere 3 months. Thus, she hurried to Yixian and Apos' courtyard to personally assess the strength of her remarkable junior brother. After a brief exchange, she realized that after only 3 months of cultivation, Yixian could contend evenly with her, who was at the late stage of blood refinement, prompting her to marvel once more at his prodigious talent. Senior sister is jesting. You were merely holding back, Yixian responded with a smile. If you were to unleash your full power with the Tianyuan 4 forms fist, I fear I wouldn't even be able to withstand 3 of your punches. Yixian was not being modest. He had a clear understanding of the disparity in their strengths. Although he had progressed rapidly, he knew he was no match for Lu Tong if she were to fight with all her might. After all, Lu Tong was a late-stage blood refinement cultivator, possessing combat prowess far superior to that of an average late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. You should comfort your senior sister. Lu Tong sighed helplessly. She was acutely aware that at the rate of Yixian and Apos' current cultivation speed, it would not be long before he surpassed her. Well, I must head to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to complete my tasks and exchange for contribution points. Lu Tong said with a smile, now that you have reached the entry level of the Tianyuan 4 forms fist, it will be difficult to make further progress in a short span. I suggest you venture to the back mountain to hunt demon beasts for trial. For cultivators, especially body cultivators like us, merely comprehending techniques is insufficient. We must undergo continuous battles to refine our physiques and hone our practical skills. With that, Lu Tong took flight on her flying artifact and ascended into the sky. Indeed, senior sister and Apos' advice is wise. The trial of hunting demon beasts is precisely suitable for my current stage. Yixian wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Tong and Apos' words. As a body cultivator aiming for ultimate physical perfection, he knew that he could not remain a sheltered flower in a greenhouse. He must undergo relentless battles to temper his body, ultimately achieving a state impervious to all forms of attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Yixian boarded his wind-soaring vessel and soared toward the back mountain of Tianyuan sect. Jianqin, are you coming to the back mountain to hunt demon beasts? Shall we compete? En route, Yixian sent a message to Jianqin through the sect's jade slip. Given that they were now at the same realm, he was eager to see who among them could excel in hunting demon beasts. I'll await you at the back mountain. Jianqin's voice echoed back almost instantly through the jade slip. It was inevitable. As soon as Yixian proposed a competition, Jianqin would adopt a fervent demeanor. He was eager to win against Yixian at least once. A moment later, an endless expanse of mountains unfolded before Yixian's eyes. The back mountain of Tianyuan sect was comprised of a vast range of mountains, home to countless first-tier demon beasts equivalent to the chi refinement stage and a few second-tier demon beasts of the foundation establishment stage. These beasts were specially raised by Tianyuan sect to cultivate the practical abilities of their chi refinement and body refinement disciples, to prevent the demon beasts from escaping or to safeguard against disciples inadvertently wandering in. The ancestors of Tianyuan sect invested considerable resources to establish a colossal formation that enveloped the entire back mountain. Only through the entrance of the barrier could disciples enter for trials. Yixian landed steadily at the entrance of the barrier leading to the back mountain. Upon his arrival, he observed that the entrance was bustling with disciples of the chi refinement and body refinement stages, all there to partake in the demon beast hunting trials. Some were newcomers like Yixian who had just entered the sect, while others were seasoned disciples who had joined years prior. Senior brother Yi. I didn't expect you to come for the trial as well. A female disciple, blushing slightly, greeted him upon noticing his arrival. In response, Yi Xian courteously acknowledged her with a soft hum. Despite presenting an aloof demeanor, his acknowledgement brought delight to the younger disciple, who had initially thought that a genius like Yi Xian would hardly deign to acknowledge an outer sect disciple like herself. In an instant, the admiration the female disciple had for Yi Xian deepened further. Whoosh! Just then, a slight sound of rushing air came from behind. Yi Xian turned to see Jianxin, with his flowing white hair, gracefully descending beside him on his sword. Jianxin, you are also here for the trial. Before Yi Xian could speak, the same female disciple, who had just admired Yi Xian, immediately turned her attention to Jianxin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It was no wonder the female disciple was captivated. Jianxin's striking appearance and his status as a talented sword cultivator made him an undeniable contender for charm. In terms of captivating the hearts of women, Jianxin certainly held an edge over Yi Xian. However, Jianxin, focused solely on competing with Yi Xian, disregarded the enthusiastic greetings from the female disciple and eagerly said, "Let us get started." Seeing Jianxin and Appo's eagerness, Yi Xian smiled and replied, "Are you that impatient to lose to me again? This time, we are competing in hunting demon beasts. Victory is not guaranteed." Jianxin spoke with supreme confidence. Now that his realm matched Yi Xian and Appo's, and considering that sword cultivators generally had an advantage over demon beasts, he was convinced he could secure a win in this contest. All right, how about we see who can slay 100 first-tier demon beasts? Upon witnessing Jianxin's unwavering confidence, Yi Xian ceased to hesitate and promptly elucidated the rules of the upcoming contest. Jianxin nodded in agreement, and without delay, the two of them surged through the crowd and entered the boundary. Soon, the news of Yi Xian and Jianxin, both celebrated as the twin talents of Tianyuan, engaging in a competition spread among the multitude gathered in the back mountain for their trials. Opinions began to flourish regarding who would emerge victorious in this lengthy contest. Hey, who do you think will triumph? Senior brother Yi Xian or senior brother Jianxin? I firmly believe that senior brother Yi Xian will prevail, after all. It is a well-known fact that within the same realm, those with superior physical cultivation possess greater combat prowess in the world of cultivation. No, I beg to differ. I believe that as a sword cultivator, senior brother Jianxin holds a better chance of victory, especially since sword cultivators can swiftly eliminate monstrous beasts from a distance, which gives them a considerable advantage. Indeed, that is a valid point. Chapter 27, The Trial of Hunting Beasts. Upon entering the undulating mountain range, Yi Xian and Jianxin exchanged no words and swiftly darted in different directions, each in pursuit of their target beasts. Shortly after traversing the outer forest and stepping into the mountains, Yi Xian encountered 3 first-tier armored rhinoceroses foraging. Unlike the juvenile armored rhinoceros that he had seen when he first met Wang Hao, these 3 were evidently adults, possessing strength comparable to practitioners at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement. With a resounding roar, the 3 armored rhinoceroses, upon spotting Yi Xian, charged at him without hesitation. This instinctive aggression stemmed from the inherent enmity between beasts and humans. Beasts kill for flesh and blood, while humans hunt beasts for their hides, bones, and vital essence to forge weapons, talismans, and elixirs. To face 3 adult armored rhinoceroses at once? How exhilarating! Yi Xian murmured to himself. As his inaugural combat as a practitioner, he found these 3 adversaries to be quite suitable. In an instant, a surge of terrifying vitality erupted from within him, and he propelled himself directly towards the charging rhinoceroses. Boom! As he closed in, Yi Xian unleashed a powerful punch, colliding directly with the rhinoceros's horn. The sheer force of the impact sent the beast crashing to the ground, its horn shattering under the might of his blow. The other 2 rhinoceroses, momentarily stunned by the display, were quickly overtaken by rage and charged at Yi Xian with renewed ferocity. However, to Yi Xian, their speed seemed almost sluggish. With a deft movement, he easily evaded their onslaught. Simultaneously, he executed a fluid punch that struck one of the armored rhinoceroses squarely on the head, causing it to reel back, dazed. Following this, he delivered a powerful axe kick that cleaved down upon the back of another rhinoceros. Boom! Yi Xian's strike shattered the creature's defenses, sending it crashing violently to the ground. In mere moments, all 3 armored rhinoceroses were left reeling, their eyes spinning from the blows, suffering substantial injuries. Without granting the rhinoceroses a moment to recover, Yi Xian, intent on a swift resolution, appeared before one that had just risen, raising his fist to strike. Bang! 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 His lightning-fast punches landed squarely on the heads and bodies of the beasts. Despite the armored rhinoceroses' formidable defenses, they could not withstand the onslaught of Yi Xian's fists, which were imbued with a fierce wind. The massive creature collapsed, lifeless, in mere seconds. He had dispatched an armored rhinoceros with a cultivation level equivalent to that of 5th or 6th tier practitioners, a feat that would surely astonish any witnesses. Yet, Yi Xian's prowess did not end there. After effortlessly eliminating 1 rhinoceros, he immediately turned his attention to the remaining 2. With fists imbued with formidable energy, he continued his assault. Unsurprisingly, the other 2 armored rhinoceroses were unable to withstand Yi Xian's relentless strikes and were swiftly brought down, their hot blood pooling on the ground. 3 beast cores obtained. Yi Xian was elated. for these cores were invaluable to practitioners, aiding them in their cultivation. For body cultivators, directly absorbing the core's turbulent energy would refine their own essence, making these cores the finest nourishment on the path of cultivation. Placing the cores into his storage bag, Yixian did not linger but pressed deeper into the mountains, continuing his nascent hunt. Meanwhile, just a few hundred yards away, Jian Xian also concluded his first battle. Utilizing his razor-sharp swordsmanship in conjunction with his lightning-fast flying sword, he effortlessly dispatched 4 first-tier stone apes that attempted to ambush him, securing their cores before continuing his search for other beasts. In the depths of the mountain and Apos' forest, after an hour of relentless combat, Yixian arrived at a brook where spirit fish leaped playfully. Within this hour, he had slain around 70 to 80 various beasts, all at the 4th to 5th level of chi refinement, leaving behind a gruesome trail of corpses along the meandering battlefield, the air thick with the scent of blood. Something feels amiss. Just moments after stepping to the brook and Apos' edge, Yixian detected an unsettling aura and immediately halted, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The next instant, several sharp energy blades shot forth from the dense foliage on either side, hurtling towards him. Caught off guard, Yixian's gaze sharpened, and he moved with ghostly speed to evade the assault. Whoosh, whoosh. The blades sliced narrowly past him, cleaving through nearby trees and leaving the ground riddled with deep gashes. What formidable blades! If I were caught unawares, I could lose a chunk of flesh. Yixian thought to himself, alarmed by the destructive force of the wind blades. As the ambush failed, 4 or 5 massive, silver-furred wolf-like beasts lunged from the shadows, surrounding him. Silver wind wolves. Yixian immediately recognized the beast encircling him. Roar. The wolves emitted low growls, their eyes fixated on Yixian, poised to attack at any moment. Observing the encroaching silver wind wolves, Yixian's expression turned serious. He understood that the silver wind wolves were among the most challenging beasts in the region, known for their incredible speed, powerful wind blades, and coordinated attacks. Moreover, judging by their auras, the weakest among them matched the 6th level of chi refinement, while the strongest reached the 8th level. Clearly, Yixian was about to face a formidable challenge. Dare to ambush me? Let me see if the reputation of being the most formidable beast in this mountain is well-deserved. Yixian and Apos' vitality surged, and with a powerful step, he lunged at the strongest silver wind wolf, whose strength rivaled that of an 8th level practitioner. As the adage goes, to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. In combat against a superior force, it is undoubtedly wisest to eliminate the strongest foe first. Roar. Seeing Yixian charge towards it, the strongest silver wind wolf growled fiercely, unleashing an even more formidable wind blade than before, aimed directly at him. In its eyes, the audacity of a human, lesser in cultivation, charging at it was tantamount to seeking death. Yet, the next second, it was left dumbfounded. Yixian, undeterred by the terrifying wind blade, gathered his vital energy and unleashed a punch. Boom. The thunderous explosion resonated as the wolf's powerful wind blade was obliterated by Yixian's strike. In the blink of an eye, Yixian closed the distance, his fist enlarging rapidly in the wolf's crimson eyes. Years of practice had honed Yixian's striking speed to a terrifying degree, rendering even the swift silver wind wolf unable to evade. Bang, bang. In an instant, his fists, imbued with energy, rained down upon the silver wind wolf, leaving behind a series of concave indentations on its body. The massive creature, blood erupting from its maw, was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through several trees before coming to a halt. The strongest silver wind wolf had perished. Whoosh. Just as Yixian dispatched the strongest of the silver wind wolves, several more wind blades from the remaining wolves surged toward him. Chapter 28. The contest reaches a fever pitch. As the blades of wind sliced towards him from various directions, Yixian found himself unable to evade them. He had no choice but to brace himself for the onslaught. In an instant, his vital energy coalesced into a crimson shield, enveloping him, while his fists erupted with a terrifying force, countering the incoming wind blades. Boom. Boom. The cataclysmic clash between the wind blades and his fist resulted in a violent explosion. Those wind blades that could not be intercepted by his fist struck directly against the blood-red barrier. Despite the immense power of each blade, Yixian absorbed the full brunt of their attacks, even managing to withstand a couple of strikes without his protective aura being entirely shattered. However, there was no time for pride, for the remaining 4 wind-cracking silver wolves had followed closely behind the wind blades, launching their assault from various angles. Their sharp claws and fawn-filled maws approached with alarming speed. Faced with this unavoidable predicament, Yixian's gaze sharpened, and he decisively opted for a strategy that involved taking damage to inflict greater harm. Since he could not simultaneously defend against the attacks of all 4 wolves, he resolved to focus on one, launching a full-force punch to eliminate it first. The assaults from the other 3 wolves would be left to his protective aura and his body, which had been tempered to be more resilient than that of the average beast. He was confident that the brief attacks from the 3 wolves would not inflict any life-threatening injuries upon him, while his concentrated assault on one wolf could seriously injure or even slay it in a short span. With his decision made, Yixian sprang forward, his fists raised to meet the closest wind-cracking silver wolf. His right fist, imbued with powerful energy, collided with the wolf and Apos' formidable claws. Clang! In that fleeting moment of resistance, Yuxian's left hand shot upward like lightning, delivering a swift uppercut to the wolf's gaping maw. Bang! The punch struck true, sending the wolf's massive body hurtling into the air. But he was far from finished. A flurry of punches rained down upon the temporarily incapacitated creature, each blow augmented by his energy, capable of shattering the defenses of even a first-tier iron-shelled rhino. The already vulnerable wind-cracking silver wolf stood no chance. Blood erupting from its body as it was sent flying, its fate uncertain. Simultaneously, the other three wolves unleashed their claws and jaws upon Yixian. One wolf and Apos' razor-sharp claw shattered his protective aura, while another aimed its strike at his chest, and the last lunged for his left shoulder. Yet, the anticipated outcome, a scene wherein the claws would rend Yixian in two, or the jaws would tear off part of his shoulder, failed to materialize. The claws, formidable enough to cleave most untempered practitioners in half, merely left a non-fatal scratch on his chest, while the wolf's bite only penetrated an inch into his shoulder. Realizing that its sharp fangs could scarcely pierce Yuxian's shoulder, the wolf instinctively prepared to unleash its ancestral tearing technique. But Yuxian would not grant it such an opportunity. Blood trickled down his left shoulder, and in retaliation, he delivered a powerful punch to the wolf's abdomen. Howl! The wolf yelped in agony, releasing its grip. Yet, that was not the end. Yuxian seized the opportunity, grabbing the wolf and executing a shoulder throw that slammed it into the ground. Boom! The wolf's massive form crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a crater. Yuxian intended to finish it off swiftly, but his instincts warned him of the other two wolves launching another series of wind blades toward him. His protective aura had been compromised, and he had no desire to be shredded. Thus, he swiftly evaded. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind blades continued to slice toward him, but he deftly dodged them with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them widened, returning to a stalemate, albeit with only 3 wolves remaining. Yixian gazed down at the blood flowing from his chest and shoulder, a smile of exhilaration gracing his face. As a body cultivator, he relished the thrill of such bloody combat. Only through these relentless battles could his strength surge and his physique be tempered to grow ever stronger. Bring it on! He roared, his spirit ignited as he fixed his gaze on the remaining 3 wind-cracking silver wolves, dashing forward with remarkable speed. Roar! The 3 wolves howled in fury, unleashing another barrage of wind blades towards the advancing Yixian. In response, he weaved through the blades like a phantom, countering each one with his fists. As the wind blades failed to find their mark, the 3 wolves lunged at him once more, igniting a fierce melee. Yixian moved fluidly among them, his fists colliding with claws and fangs. Even though he faced 3 opponents, he held his ground, and the wolves began to buckle under the relentless assault of his fists. Moments later, the sounds of battle ceased abruptly. Yixian stood amidst a pool of blood, several claw marks and wounds adorning his body, while 5 faintly glowing blue beast cores floated in his hand. Beneath his right foot lay the mangled corpse of a wind-cracking silver wolf. What a thrill! The remnants of wolf blood dripped from his fists as he voiced his exhilaration. This battle was the most invigorating he had experienced since becoming a cultivator. And despite sustaining numerous wounds, he was entirely unconcerned. With these 5, he had now hunted nearly 90 beasts. I wonder how Jianxin is faring? Yixian mused softly as he stored the beast cores in his bag. Reflecting on this, he summoned his spirit and took out the Sex Jade slip to send a message to Jianxin. I am merely 10 beasts away from achieving 100 first-tier beasts hunted. It seems you will lose once again. A few seconds later, Jianxin's voice, tinged with joy and mingled with the howls of slain beasts, came through the slip. I have slain 93 first-tier beasts. This time, victory is assured. Surprised by this revelation, Yixian murmured. It appears that sword cultivators indeed have an advantage against beasts. However, until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain. With that, Yixian disappeared from his spot, shooting off to seek the next batch of unsuspecting beasts. In the ensuing moments, both Yixian and Jianxin accelerated their hunting speed to its peak, striking once with a punch when possible, and wielding a single sword strike to slay. Soon after, Jianxin's count reached 99, just one short of achieving the milestone of 100 first-tier beasts slain, following the powerful defeat of a ghost-faced spider on par with a 7th-tier chi practitioner. Chapter 29, Second-Order Demon Beast, the Mountain-Moving Ape. Thud! A massive serpent's head fell to the ground, sent rolling several meters away by a casual kick from Yixian. Beside it lay a serpent's body, 2 zhang long, exuding an icy aura. This marked Yuxian's 99th hunt, a frost spirit serpent, adept in using icy breath to combat its foes. Boasting a cultivation level of the 6th layer of chi training, the ground surrounding the corpse of the frost spirit serpent bore the chilling marks of their fierce battle, indicating the intensity of the confrontation. Only one more beast remained. It seemed that Jianxin's fight had yet to conclude. Yixian clenched his fists, brushing off the lingering frost. Murmuring to himself, he surmised that Jianxin must also be approaching a critical juncture. After stowing away the demon core of the frost spirit serpent, he swiftly took flight, resuming his search for the final demon beast within the mountains. His figure darted rapidly through the endless forest, and soon, his spiritual sense detected the presence of a beast racing towards him. Unexpectedly, the last beast seemed to be approaching of its own accord. A smile crept upon Yixian and Apos' lips. However, in the next moment, That smile vanished as he halted abruptly. Something was amiss. There were more beasts 3, 6, 10. Realizing that over 10 demon beasts were charging in his direction, Yi Xian and Apos' first instinct was to consider a demon beast tide. Yet he quickly discerned that something was off. Despite their frantic approach, these beasts seemed entirely oblivious to his presence, desperately fleeing towards the mountain's edge. This abnormal behavior immediately heightened Yi Xian and Apos' vigilance. Clearly, something formidable was drawing near. Yi Xian and Apos' gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the beasts were fleeing. Abandoning thoughts of competing with Jianqing, he was solely focused on uncovering the entity that had sent these first-order demon beasts into a frenzied retreat. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a series of heavy impacts resonated from ahead. As the sounds drew nearer, Yi Xian felt the ground beneath and tremble slightly. In the next instant, a bloody demon beast carcass hurtled towards him at high speed, prompting Yi Xian to swiftly evade. Boom! The massive corpse crashed into the ground, creating a crater and splattering flesh and blood everywhere. Before Yi Xian could fully comprehend that a peak first-order demon beast, comparable to the 10th layer of Qi training, had perished before him, he sensed a terrifying aura approaching, one far stronger than any beast he had previously encountered. What a powerful presence! What kind of demon beast could it be? With a soft sigh, Yi Xian clenched his fists, his blood surging as he readied himself for combat. Here it comes. Yi Xian and Apos' eyes narrowed. In the next moment, an enormous ape-like demon beast leaped into the air, barreling towards him. Boom! The ground shook as the colossal figure, nearly 2 zhang tall, with a red face and white fur, landed heavily before Yi Xian. A second-order demon beast, the mountain-moving ape. Upon seeing the beast and Apos' full form, Yi Xian instantly recognized the gigantic ape that had appeared. He was aware that there were only a handful of second-order demon beasts residing in the back mountains of the Tianyuan sect. Typically, these creatures dwelled deep within the mountains, rarely encountered by those who ventured for training. Yi Xian had not anticipated encountering a second-order beast on his first foray into the back mountains, especially one as notoriously irritable and physically formidable as the mountain-moving ape. Roar! The mountain-moving ape briefly glanced at the demon beast it had just crushed, then fixed its gaze on Yi Xian, letting out a furious roar. Being confined to this area by the Tianyuan sect had intensified its inherent hostility towards humans, particularly fueling its hatred for the sect. Originally, it had intended to pursue the fleeing beasts to acquire their demon cores for healing, but now it had changed its mind, deciding to eliminate Yi Xian, this disciple of the Tianyuan sect, first. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent in the ape and Apos' eyes, Yi Xian and Apos' blood surged violently. He understood that a fierce battle was now inevitable. Although the second-order mountain-moving ape possessed strength akin to that of a foundational cultivator in the early stages, far surpassing his own, Yi Xian felt no fear, rather, a thrill coursed through him. To confront a second-order demon beast like the mountain-moving ape was an exceptional opportunity for honing his combat skills and refining his physique. He harbored no concerns about potentially losing his life in the process. Firstly, he held absolute confidence in his abilities. Even if he could not match the mountain-moving ape in strength, he was certain he could escape the back mountains alive. Secondly, this area was designated for the Tianyuan sect disciples to undergo trials and develop practical combat skills, with little likelihood of disciples perishing. He surmised that elders or higher-level disciples were discreetly monitoring the situation, ready to intervene to protect those in peril. In the arena, the human and the ape locked eyes, neither showing any signs of intimidation. In the next moment, the mountain-moving ape took the initiative, its massive form lunging forward, swinging a fist the size of a small mountain directly at Yi Xian, intent on pulverizing him. Faced with such a colossal fist, one would instinctively seek to evade. However, Yi Xian did not flinch. Instead, he surged upward, raising his own fist to meet the attack head-on. Witnessing this, the semi-sentient mountain-moving ape and Apos' eyes reflected a hint of disdain. It believed Yi Xian was courting death. After all, even a second-order beast of comparable strength would find it challenging to withstand such a blow, let alone a mere human at the 6th layer of body refinement. Bang! The fists of man and ape collided, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that swept outward in waves. The mountain-moving ape was taken aback. The scene it had envisioned, Yi Xian reduced to a mist of blood, did not materialize. Yi Xian was only knocked back several zhang. The mountain-moving ape could not fathom why this seemingly insignificant human had managed to withstand its strike. Little did it know that Yi Xian was no ordinary 6th-layer body refinement cultivator. He was a practitioner who had endured 10 years of physical training in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, achieving the 99th layer of body refinement. Hence, in terms of both physique and combat prowess, Yi Xian far surpassed a typical cultivator at the 6th layer. What incredible strength! No wonder it is a second-order mountain-moving ape. Yi Xian marveled, feeling his fists tremble slightly from the impact. Yet, the more daunting the foe, the more exhilarated he became. for he understood that engaging in a blood battle with such a formidable opponent would yield far greater rewards than any of his previous encounters with first-order demon beasts. This second-order mountain-moving ape would serve as his finest sharpening stone. "Come on, big monkey." Yu Xian raised his right fist, challenging the mountain-moving ape with a fierce shout. Feeling provoked by Yu Xian and Appo's gesture, the already irritable mountain-moving ape could no longer contain itself. With a furious roar, it swung its fist once more, determined to turn Yu Xian into pulp. Chapter 30. Fierce Battle with the Mountain-Moving Ape. Bang! Yu Xian once again raised his fist to engage in a fierce exchange with the mountain-moving ape. This time, having realized that a single punch would not suffice to subdue Yu Xian, the ape initiated a relentless barrage of punches, each akin to a small mountain, generating fierce gales with every swing. In the face of the ape and Appo's continuous onslaught, Yu Xian exhibited no fear, responding with equal fervor, throwing punches back. Even after being sent flying several meters and crashing into numerous trees, he would immediately charge back toward the mountain-moving ape. Bang, bang, bang. The intensity of the battle escalated between the man and the ape, their figures intertwining and separating repeatedly, while trees of all sizes were demolished in the fray, transforming the surrounding area into a coliseum for their clash. One by one, lower-tier beasts fled in panic from the chaos. Isin and Appo's, it unnecessary to intervene? Are you not concerned that your prized disciple might be killed by this mountain-moving ape? Murmured Tianyuan, the sect leader of Tianyuan sect, within a secluded courtyard. Beside him sat Zhan Tian, who had just exited his seclusion, and before them floated a mirror displaying the fierce struggle between Yu Xian and the mountain-moving ape. Engaging in battle with this second-tier ape would greatly benefit Yu Xian at this stage. Zhan Tian calmly observed the combat reflected in the mirror and spoke softly. Moreover, this mountain-moving ape has likely just emerged from a battle with another second-tier beast and is considerably injured. This lad should be able to handle it. As a mentor, Zhan Tian's tone conveyed no hint of concern for Yu Xian, not from indifference, but from profound confidence in his disciple's strength. He did not believe that an injured second-tier ape could pose a lethal threat to Yu Xian. Seeing Zhan Tian and Appo's unwavering confidence in Yu Xian, Shen Qingyan refrained from further comment, yet he remained prepared to alert the personnel concealed in the rear mountains should the need arise. While he held great confidence in Yu Xian, he also recognized that the injured second-tier beast still held a significant advantage in tier over Yu Xian. As the leader of Tianyuan sect, Shen Qingyan would never allow such a prodigious talent to perish at the hands of a mere second-tier beast. Their gazes returned to the mirror, where Yu Xian and the mountain-moving ape once again exchanged powerful blows. This time, it was not merely Yu Xian being repelled. The ape was also forced back by a punch from Yu Xian, staggering 3 steps before regaining its footing. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Yu Xian exclaimed, laughter ringing in the air. What do you think, big monkey? How does my punch feel? Roaring in disbelief at being pushed back by Yu Xian, who had reached the 6th layer of body refinement. The mountain-moving ape now regarded Yu Xian with a newfound awareness. No longer reckless, it fixed its gaze on Yu Xian, assessing him carefully. Noticing the ape and Appo's shift from aggression, Yu Xian raised his fist once more in provocation. What's wrong, big monkey? Are you scared? Initially, Yu Xian intended to use this battle with the mountain-moving ape as a sharpening stone, planning to engage for hundreds of rounds before finding an opportunity to retreat. However, after their brief exchange, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the second-tier ape was already significantly injured. Thus, he promptly altered his strategy, now aiming to attempt the kill. If he could slay a second-tier beast while still at the 6th layer of body refinement, it would be nothing short of remarkable. Boom, boom. Provoked once again, the mountain-moving ape began pounding the ground with its fists, before lifting a massive chunk of earth resembling a small mountain to hurl at Yu Xian. This was the ape and Appo's instinctual tactic. True to its name, some of the more advanced mountain-moving apes could reach heights of over 100 feet, effortlessly lifting entire mountains to crush their enemies. Is this how you play? Yu Xian exclaimed, surprised by the incoming earthen projectile. With evasion no longer an option, he leapt into the air, channeling his strength to smash down onto the small mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Each of his heavy strikes reverberated through the earthen mass, causing it to splinter and crack. Break for me, he commanded, and with a series of powerful blows, the massive chunk of earth exploded into countless fragments. However, in that very instant, the mountain-moving ape's colossal fist followed suit. This was its habitual strategy. Boom. Yu Xian was struck squarely by the ape and Appo's punch, sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground 100 meters away. Roar. The mountain-moving ape let out a triumphant roar, believing that with this hit, Yu Xian would surely be defeated, especially as it had landed a solid blow. Hey, big monkey, Don and Appo's, get too excited. I and Appo's, am not dead yet. Yu Xian and Appo's voice rang out as he emerged slowly from the billowing dust. Seeing that Yu Xian had survived, the mountain-moving ape was filled with shock and fury, astonished that a mere 6th layer cultivator could withstand its might. and infuriated that it could not slay its challenger despite being provoked repeatedly. Determined to strike again, the ape prepared for another assault. Yet, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through its body, twisting its features into a grimace. The injuries it had sustained, compounded by the fierce battles with Yixian, were worsening. In that moment, the instinct for survival flickered within the ape, and it contemplated retreat. As a second-tier beast, it did not wish to succumb to its injuries at the hands of such a lowly cultivator. Reluctantly glancing back at Yixian, the mountain-moving ape turned to flee, seeking to recuperate by preying on lesser beasts. However, sensing the ape's intent to escape, Yixian would not allow it to slip away. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Now that it sought to flee, it was too late. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yixian surged forward with astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, closing the distance to the mountain-moving ape in mere breaths. With a powerful leap, he summoned forth an electrifying energy that crackled around his fists, accompanied by the faint sound of a tiger's roar. This was a force Yixian had never wielded before, the white tiger power, one of the 4 elemental strengths within the Tianyuan 4 symbols fist. This initial mastery of the white tiger power enabled him to summon a lightning-infused attack, significantly enhancing the penetrative force of his blows. The reason he had not utilized the white tiger power until now was that the spiritual energy within him could not sustain it for prolonged periods. Thus, he had awaited the perfect moment, and now that moment had arrived. He intended to seize the mountain-moving ape and Appo's life while it was vulnerable. Boom. Yixian and Appo's fist descended upon the ape, which hurriedly raised its own fists in defense. As their fists collided, a violent surge of electricity coursed from Yixian and Appo's strike, enveloping the mountain-moving ape. At the same time, a powerful force penetrated the ape and Appo's entire arm. Roar. Under the onslaught of Yixian and Appo's devastating blow, the mountain-moving ape let out a tormented howl, its massive form momentarily incapacitated by the electric assault, toppling backward. Chapter 31. Wang Dachui. A single blow strikes true immediately following. Yixian unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the fallen mountain ape. With his fists empowered by lightning, he rained blow after blow upon the colossal creature. Instantly, arcs of electricity surged forth, relentlessly assaulting the mountain ape, with each punch penetrating deeply. The already deteriorating injuries of the mountain ape worsened further. Realizing escape was impossible, the mountain ape resorted to desperate resistance, determined to take Yixian down with it, as a second-tier beast. The battle resumed with ferocity. A true bloodbath ensued. The mountain ape and Appo's fists, as large as hills, met Yixian and Appo's strikes in a fierce exchange. Thunder roared, and the shockwaves from their conflict spread outward. The magnitude of the battle was far beyond what one would expect from a 6th-layer body refining cultivator facing a second-tier beast. It resembled a clash between 2 peak second-tier beasts. Such commotion quickly captured the attention of the numerous beasts in the vicinity, as well as the disciples of the Tianyuan sect who were undergoing trials in the back mountains. The beasts fled in panic, while the disciples, filled with curiosity, began to investigate. Upon learning that it was Yixian engaged in fierce combat with a second-tier mountain ape, and that he was gaining the upper hand, the disciples were collectively astonished. Heavens! I thought it was 2 second-tier beasts fighting amongst themselves. Little did I know it was senior brother Yixian hunting a second-tier beast. How terrifying. That a second-tier beast, and yet senior brother Yixian, at merely the 6th layer of body refining, dares to hunt one. How outrageous. Indeed. Even if I reached the 10th layer of chi refining, I wouldn't and Appo's dare to challenge a second-tier beast. Look, senior brother Yixian is using our sect and Appo's foundational technique. The Tianyuan 4 phases fist. Exactly. I can't believe senior brother Yixian has already begun to grasp the power of the white tiger. This is the gap between us and such a prodigious talent like senior brother Yixian. One by one, the disciples of the Tianyuan sect were once again awed by Yixian, their admiration for him deepening. At the same time, Jian soared on his sword to a vantage point not far from the battlefield. Upon witnessing Yixian engage in a deadly struggle with the mountain ape, he understood why he had not received a response after notifying Yixian of his hunt of 100 beasts. Hunting a second-tier mountain ape? Jian murmured, observing Yixian and Appo's fierce battle from a distance. You truly are reckless. As he spoke, Jian glanced at his own sword, pondering inwardly. Now that he and Yixian were of the same realm, and Yixian dared to strike at a second-tier beast, did he have the courage to face one with his sword? After a moment of serious contemplation, Jian found his answer. If one cannot muster the courage to draw their sword against a formidable foe, they are destined to remain an unworthy warrior, never able to become a true swordsman. For a swordsman must possess the audacity to confront any adversary. With his resolve fortified, Jian steadied his heart. His gaze returned to the fierce struggle between Yixian and the mountain ape, and he had no intention of intervening. He understood that this battle was a trial meant for Yixian alone. Boom, boom. As the battle escalated, the injuries of the mountain ape intensified with each passing moment. Its combat prowess began to plummet, and it found itself at a disadvantage against Yi Xian. In stark contrast, Yi Xian and Apos' fist showed no sign of waning. Each strike became increasingly forceful. Before long, under the relentless barrage of Yi Xian's attacks, the mountain ape could no longer withstand the onslaught. A powerful blow, encased in fist energy and lightning, struck its vital point. Thud. The mountain ape's massive form collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Big monkey. Your life is now forfeit to me, Yi Xian. As the moment of execution approached, Yi Xian showed no mercy. He leaped into the air, his fists crackling with electricity, and came crashing down towards the mountain ape and Apos' head. Puff. The mountain ape and Apos' enormous skull cracked open, blood gushing forth as its vitality rapidly waned. The second-tier mountain ape was utterly slain by Yi Xian. Sensing the complete extinguishment of the mountain ape and Apos' life force, Yi Xian, standing atop the creature and Apos' colossal body, felt his own surging vitality quickly recede, while the surrounding lightning dissipated. Even slaying an injured second-tier beast proved to be such a challenge. It seems I must train harder, Yi Xian murmured softly. Though he had vanquished the second-tier mountain ape, he had also pushed himself to the brink. Truly, the demon core of a second-tier beast is worth the essence of 100 first-tier cores. Yi Xian regarded the blood-red demon core floating in his hand, radiating pure energy. With great satisfaction, this second-tier demon core represented the culmination of his fierce struggle with the mountain ape, serving as his most significant gain beyond the accumulation of combat experience and enhanced skills. After securing the demon core into his storage pouch, Yi Xian prepared to leave the back mountains and recuperate for a few days, intending to refine the demon cores obtained during this trial. Just then, he noticed a movement in a nearby tree and called out sharply, "Who is there?" As his words fell, a figure leapt from the treetops and landed before Yi Xian, who stood atop the corpse of the mountain ape. "Senior brother Yi Xian, please don't misunderstand. I am Wang Dachui, an outer sect disciple. I mean no harm." The young man named Wang Dachui quickly explained, fearing that a moment and Apos' delay might result in him being struck down by Yi Xian's fist. After all, Yi Xian had just emerged from a brutal battle and was undoubtedly on high alert. "When did you arrive here? Why was I unaware of your presence?" Yi Xian scrutinized the robust figure of Wang Dachui, dressed in the outer sect disciple and Apos' garb, perplexed. Logically, he should have sensed another cultivator approaching so closely. Yet he had no idea how Wang Dachui had come near him, inciting his curiosity regarding the latter and Apos' skills. In response to Yi Xian and Apos' inquiry, Wang Dachui beamed and replied, "Senior brother, I have been here since you began battling the second-tier mountain ape. I was merely hiding to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The reason you didn't notice my presence is that I utilized a technique called the concealment technique, coupled with the fact that you were fully engrossed in your fierce battle with the mountain ape." Upon hearing Wang Dachui and Apos' words, Yi Xian understood, and he became intrigued by the technique he mentioned. He promptly asked, "How did you come to learn this concealment technique?" Seeing Yi Xian and Apos' interest, Wang Dachui responded earnestly, "Senior brother, this concealment technique is not particularly rare. Anyone can exchange for it in the sect's scripture repository. Typically, only outer sect disciples like myself, with lesser talent and weaker strength, would practice it. Hee. After all, we aren't as formidable as you, senior brother. So we must learn more survival techniques." As he spoke, Wang Dachui smiled somewhat sheepishly, realizing that the concealment technique was accessible in the scripture repository. Yi Xian murmured to himself, "It seems I must pay a visit to the scripture repository soon." Chapter 32. Victory, yet it feels like defeat. "Hey, brother Yi Xian. Do you still want the corpse of this second-tier demon beast?" After explaining the situation regarding the concealment technique, Wang Dachui pointed to the massive corpse of the mountain-moving ape beneath their feet. "If you have no use for it, may I take it instead?" Wang Dachui was aware that disciples like Yi Xian, who were direct disciples, often found little value in the remains of second-tier demon beasts, as processing such corpses required a significant investment of time. However, for someone like Wang Dachui, a third-layer outer disciple with limited access to cultivation resources, the corpse of a second-tier demon beast was a rare treasure. He could harvest useful materials such as fur and bones from the mountain-moving ape to sell at the sect and Apos' trading hall or marketplace, or even keep them to forge low-tier magical tools, if he were willing to go through the trouble. He could also sell the meat of the mountain-moving ape to other disciples in the chi refining and body refining stages in exchange for spirit stones and various items. After all, consuming the flesh of a second-tier demon beast could provide some supplementary benefits for low-tier cultivators who lacked medicinal assistance. "Do you desire this mountain-moving ape and Apos' corpse?" Yi Xian confirmed, glancing at the enormous body at his feet. "Indeed, while it may hold little value for you, brother Yi Xian, it represents a fortuitous opportunity for someone like me." Wang Dachui earnestly conveyed his thoughts. Yi Xian understood that, after processing, the corpse could yield a considerable number of spirit stones. However, as a direct disciple with a good master, he did not lack fundamental cultivation resources. Thus, he had no intention of wasting time on the corpse. Since Wang Dachui sincerely expressed his desire for it, Yixian saw no reason not to grant it to him. Since you wish for the corpse, take it, Yixian said softly. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, brother Yixian. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Wang Dachui and Apos' words were sincere. Though he understood that someone as extraordinary as Yixian likely would not need help from an average outer disciple like himself, Yixian regarded Wang Dachui for a moment, then said nothing further, leaping onto his wind-sailing vessel and soaring towards the barrier exit on the back mountain. After flying for a short while, Yixian noticed Jinshin approaching on his sword from the side, soon alighting beside him. Ha ha ha, Jinshin, you have finally bested me once. This time, Jinshin indeed triumphed. Having completed the hunt for 100 demon beasts first, while Yixian was still engaged with the mountain-moving ape. However, despite his victory, Jinshin showed no sign of elation. Although the rules dictated he won, Yixian had slain a second-tier mountain-moving ape right before his eyes, leaving Jinshin with a feeling of having won, yet not truly won. If you hadn't an Apos' encountered that second-tier mountain-moving ape, how do you think the outcome would have been? After a brief pause, Jinshin inquired earnestly. Yixian pondered for a moment and smiled. In that case, the result would be uncertain. However, I believe I would still emerge victorious. I understand now. Next time, I shall win fairly. Jinshin and Apos' tone was resolute. Rest assured, you shall not win against me next time. Yixian replied confidently. With that, the two departed from the back mountain together. Soon, the news of Yixian at the 6th layer of body refinement, slaying a second-tier mountain-moving ape spread throughout the Tianyuan sect, astonishing all who heard of it, and further elevating Yixian and Apos' reputation within the sect. Yet, Yixian remained indifferent to this newfound notoriety, focusing instead on refining the demon core he had acquired, using it to enhance his cultivation. This process consumed half a month. During this time, Zhantian occasionally appeared to guide Yixian whenever he encountered difficulties in his training. He also used the battle between Yixian and the mountain-moving ape as a teaching moment to explain various combat considerations, greatly enriching Yixian and Apos' understanding and improving his methods of cultivation and combat. Finally, after thoroughly absorbing the second-tier mountain-moving ape and Apos' demon core, Yixian stood up, stretching his limbs. It had taken him a full 7 days to refine and absorb the demon core, which proved significantly more challenging than that of a first-tier demon beast. Having spent half a month consuming the demon core, Yixian and Apos' cultivation had successfully advanced from the 6th layer to the 7th layer of body refinement. Although it was merely a single-layer increase, achieving such progress in just half a month was remarkable, especially for a body cultivator, who faced immense challenges in their training. After moving about to loosen his muscles, Yixian decided to visit the scripture pavilion to study the concealment technique. Although he did not require it for any clandestine activities like Wang Dachui, the ability to significantly conceal one and Apos' aura could prove invaluable in critical situations. Additionally, Yixian was curious to see what the scripture pavilion of the Tianyuan sect was like, having been in the sect for nearly 4 months without visiting it. Riding the wind-sailing vessel, he soon arrived at a towering pavilion built from ancient cedarwood wood, standing over 10 feet high. Unlike other halls adorned with grand plaques, this pavilion bore only the unevenly carved character scripture pavilion on its beam, creating a somewhat discordant appearance. Upon gazing at the inscription, Yixian sensed an eerie remnant of sword energy lingering within the characters, leading him to speculate that they had been etched by a legendary swordsman. This would also explain the absence of a plaque. Entering the first floor of the scripture pavilion, Yixian was immediately greeted by rows of massive shelves filled with numerous cultivation techniques. Fellow disciples busily perused the shelves, selecting methods suitable for themselves. A casual glance revealed at least 100 disciples on this floor, making it quite lively. At that moment, a disciple on duty approached Yixian. Noticing his attire as a direct disciple, "Junior brother, what kind of technique are you looking for? Would you like me to recommend something?" Chapter 33, The Scripture Repository. As Yixian observed the enthusiastic approach of his senior brother, he politely spoke. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother." Although his primary intention for visiting the scripture repository was to seek the chi-gathering technique, it was indeed a stroke of fortune to have someone readily offer to introduce him to the repository and Apos' offerings. In response to his words, the attending senior brother began to explain with fervor, "It appears that this is your first visit to the scripture repository, junior brother." Indeed, our Tianyuan sect and Apos' repository is divided into 4 levels, each housing different grades of martial arts techniques. The first level contains a vast array of low-grade and mid-grade yellow techniques, abundant in quantity and variety. Every disciple of the Tianyuan sect can exchange their sect points here for the techniques they desire. Although these techniques may not seem particularly precious to disciples of major sects, for external cultivators, finding a suitable low-grade technique is no easy feat. Yixian slightly nodded in acknowledgement of his senior brother and Apos' words. Indeed, While these low-grade yellow techniques might not be regarded as treasures among the disciples of major sects, once they leave their sects, these techniques become genuine rarities. This is one of the reasons why cultivators strive to join various sects, after all. Even becoming an outer disciple or a registered disciple allows one to easily find suitable techniques for their cultivation. After the introduction to the first level, the attending senior brother continued. The second level houses techniques from high-grade yellow to upper-grade mysterious classes. These techniques are considered relatively rare, and thus only disciples with sufficient sect points can access this level to exchange for techniques. Ascending further, we encounter the third and fourth levels, which are essentially one level, containing our Tianyuan sect and Appos' foundational techniques, as well as numerous earth-grade techniques. These techniques form the bedrock of our sect and Appos' existence, and the conditions for cultivating them are considerably more stringent. Of course, as a direct disciple, you are qualified to cultivate one of our sect and Appos' foundational techniques directly. Upon hearing this, the attending senior brother gazed at Yi Xian with an expression of envy. After the senior brother and Appos' comprehensive explanation, Yi Xian slightly cupped his hands in gratitude and remarked, "Thank you for your warm explanation, senior brother. I am here to search for a technique called the Qi gathering technique. Might you guide me on how to exchange for it?" Upon learning that Yi Xian, as a direct disciple, sought the Qi gathering technique, the attending senior brother was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, the Qi gathering technique was typically chosen by only a handful of outer disciples. After all, this technique solely aids in concealing one's aura and serves no other purpose. And generally, direct disciples are exceptionally gifted individuals who do not require such a technique. Though puzzled by Yi Xian's choice, the attending senior brother enthusiastically replied, "The Qi gathering technique is merely a low-grade yellow technique. You need not exchange for it, but may take it directly for cultivation." "Oh, I can take it directly without exchange?" Yi Xian inquired, somewhat bewildered. At this moment, the attending senior brother suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled, I forgot to mention, as a direct disciple, you are permitted to select any technique you desire from the first floor without needing to use points like ordinary disciples. Furthermore, you have the opportunity to ascend to the third and fourth floors to select any earth-grade technique of your choice." Realizing the extraordinary privileges afforded to him as a direct disciple, Yi Xian felt a sense of disbelief. He couldn't help but silently marvel at the advantages of being a direct disciple. Without further ado, he eagerly began to browse the plethora of low-grade techniques on the first floor, keen to explore options beyond the Qi gathering technique. Fireball technique, ice breath technique, mountain splitting fist, tortoise breath technique. The array of low-grade techniques left Yi Xian somewhat dazzled, yet most of these techniques were hardly suitable for his physical cultivation. After extensive searching on the first floor, he finally stumbled upon a mid-grade yellow technique known as the blood Qi technique. This technique not only enhances the cultivator's blood vitality, but also bolsters their protective aura and fist energy. For a physical cultivator, although this technique is classified as mid-grade yellow, its practical efficacy far surpasses its tier. Finding a single suitable technique from such a vast selection underscored the challenges faced by physical cultivators, affirming the notion that the path of physical cultivation is fraught with obstacles. Holding the blood Qi technique in his hands, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. While he had previously heard tales of the extreme difficulties faced by contemporary physical cultivators, he had never truly experienced it until now. In this moment, he felt the helplessness that accompanies being a physical cultivator firsthand. Even within a sect as esteemed as the Tianyuan sect, techniques suitable for physical cultivation are exceedingly scarce. It is not hard to imagine the challenges of finding such techniques in other sects or the outside world, given the severed lineage of such techniques and the oppressive nature of the heavenly law. It is no exaggeration to say that physical cultivators are indeed seen as having their paths to immortality cut off. After securing the blood Qi technique, Yi Xian resolved not to dwell further on it. He promptly sought out the Qi gathering technique before ascending to the third and fourth levels of the scripture repository. Since he had the privilege to select any earth-grade technique, he was determined to take full advantage of this opportunity. Upon entering the third and fourth levels, Yi Xian immediately noted the stark contrast between these levels and the first two. Unlike the shelves filled with techniques on the lower levels, this area featured orbs of light suspended in midair, with 3 dazzling golden orbs hovering above them. Furthermore, within the expansive space of the third and fourth levels, Yi Xian found himself alone, aside from the floating orbs overhead. Yet, he felt no surprise at the solitude. After all, not everyone could ascend to these levels. It seemed that the orbs of light contained the earth-grade techniques passed down by the Tianyuan sect. Yi Xian murmured to himself while gazing at the floating orbs. Indeed, worthy of high-grade techniques, even their storage method is exceptional. But how am I to select a technique from these? Just as Yi Xian found himself at a loss in front of the suspended orbs, an ancient and resonant voice suddenly echoed from behind him. With a body tempered to the 7th layer, one possesses a terrifying blood vitality comparable to that of ordinary physical cultivators at the blood period. A feat that perhaps even ancient divine beasts of the same tier could scarcely achieve. Startled by the voice, Yixian quickly turned around to see an elderly man clad in a tattered gray robe, with white hair and beard, resembling an old beggar. Scrutinizing him with utmost seriousness, Yixian sensed no trace of a cultivator's aura emanating from the old man, despite his proximity. Chapter 34. The Guardian of the Scripture Pavilion, Mu Xiaoyao. Standing before him was an elderly figure, yet his presence remained undetectable, which typically suggested two possibilities. Either the old man was an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation, or his realm had reached such an exalted level that lower-tier practitioners could not sense his aura. If this were in the mortal realm, Yixian would undoubtedly perceive the elderly man as nothing more than an ordinary beggar, for his appearance and initial impression conveyed that notion. However, this was in the Tianyuan sect, specifically within the third and fourth floors of the Scripture Pavilion. The old man's ability to appear here freely clearly indicated he was not a mere beggar. With this thought, Yixian promptly bowed and said, "I am Yixian, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, senior." At this moment, Yixian was unaware of the elderly man's true identity and thus referred to him as a senior. "What senior? I am merely an old fellow tasked with guarding this Scripture Pavilion." The old man wore a benevolent expression as he regarded Yixian. "I am Mu Xiaoyao. You may call me Mu Lao." He chuckled softly, adding, "Though my name suggests carefreeness, I find myself anything but." Upon learning that the old man was the guardian of the Scripture Pavilion, Yixian once again respectfully bowed. "I am Yixian, a newly admitted disciple of the Tianyuan sect. It is an honor to meet you, Mu Lao." Although Yixian was unaware of the guardian and Appos' standing within the sect, he surmised that, as the protector of the Scripture Pavilion, an essential foundation of the sect, Mu Lao must hold a position of considerable importance. Mu Lao smiled and nodded, evidently pleased with Yixian. "I have heard that the Tianyuan sect has produced a rare talent in physical cultivation this year. It seems that you are that young man." Such praise is merely hearsay. Mu Lao need not take it to heart. In the presence of such an unfathomable figure as Mu Lao, Yixian dared not consider himself an unparalleled genius. "Indeed, you are not one to become complacent. However, it is not unfounded to refer to you as a genius in physical cultivation." Mu Lao adjusted his long white beard with a smile. "Yixian, I assume you seek a suitable earth-tier cultivation method?" "Indeed, Mu Lao. As a practitioner of physical cultivation, Yixian had undoubtedly acquired the inheritance of the Tianyuan four forms fist. If that is the case, might I suggest a method that is most fitting for you among the earth-tier techniques?" Yixian eagerly welcomed Mu Lao and Appos' recommendation, for as the guardian of the pavilion, Mu Lao was surely well versed in these methods, and his suggestion would undoubtedly be the most beneficial for him. With a smile, Yixian exclaimed, "If Mu Lao is willing to recommend a technique, it would be most splendid." "Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. Choose this one." As he spoke, Mu Lao gently raised his hand, causing several glowing orbs suspended in the air to swirl about as if alive. Soon, a soft golden orb flew directly into Mu Lao and Appos' seemingly frail hand. This technique is called the 9 Nether Chilan Steps, a once-renowned earth-tier movement technique among the human realm. Regrettably, the complete inheritance has long been severed, leaving only the upper half, thus categorizing it as a superior earth-tier method. As the orb dissipated, a scroll containing the technique appeared before Yixian, who promptly reached out to receive it. Mu Lao continued, "The complete inheritance of the 9 Nether Chilan Steps consists of 9 steps. Each step allows the practitioner to momentarily traverse the void, significantly enhancing their speed. Moreover, when engaging an opponent, each step can exert pressure on the enemy, inflicting damage while restraining their movements. It is said that upon perfecting this technique, one could strike with the force of an ancient Chilan, capable of subduing foes with a single step. Although this upper portion of the technique only allows training up to the 5th step, it is more than sufficient for you at present." Hearing Mu Lao's description of the 9 Nether Chilan Steps, Yixian was filled with elation. He had long sought a movement technique to practice, as speed was crucial for a physical cultivator. This method not only promised to enhance his speed, but also granted him the ability to traverse the void momentarily, making it invaluable for both offense and defense, an ideal fit for a cultivator of his low tier. "Thank you, Mu Lao. I will choose the 9 Nether Chilan Steps." Without a trace of hesitation, Yixian stored the scroll in his storage bag. "Now that you have chosen a technique, it is time to focus on your cultivation. Given the timeline, the Kunlun Secret Realm will soon open. Mastering the first step of the 9 Nether Chilan Steps beforehand will greatly benefit your journey into the Kunlun Secret Realm." "The Kunlun Secret Realm?" Yixian inquired, perplexed. "What is this Kunlun Secret Realm? Has your brutish master not yet informed you about the Kunlun Secret Realm?" Mu Lao regarded Yixian with mild surprise. Yixian and Appos' expression turned slightly awkward, realizing that Zhang Tian had indeed not mentioned anything about the Kunlun Secret Realm. "Very well then, let me enlighten you," Mu Lao began. "The Kunlun Secret Realm is a celestial paradise that has existed in the northern part of the Xiantian domain for over 10,000 years. It is a realm unto itself, containing numerous techniques, treasures, and a wealth of rare spiritual herbs, fruits, and ancient bloodline beasts. Every 3 years, the entrance to the secret realm opens for a month, but only low-tier practitioners in the chi refinement and body tempering stages may enter. Should a higher-tier cultivator attempt to breach the entrance, it will immediately close, unleashing chaotic spatial currents that obliterate any intruders. Even those of the transformation stage would be swiftly vanquished. Thus, the various sects in the northern Tianyuan domain have jointly established a regulation to send a varying number of qi refinement and body-tempering disciples into the realm every 3 years according to their sect and Appos' strength. This allows disciples to gather spiritual herbs and seek out techniques, while also providing an opportunity for the new generation of disciples to engage in competition and gain experience. Through Mu Lao and Appos' detailed explanation, Yixian formed a preliminary understanding of the Kunlun secret realm, a place brimming with opportunities yet fraught with peril. Once inside, one would face not only the myriad beasts and unknown dangers, but also the inevitable clashes with disciples from other sections. Nevertheless, Yixian was acutely aware that the laws of the cultivation world dictated that where opportunities abound, so too do conflicts and struggles for supremacy. Mu Lao, I understand. I will undoubtedly master the 9 Netherchilan steps before the Kunlun secret realm opens, Yixian declared with unwavering confidence. After bidding farewell to Mu Lao and leaving the scripture pavilion, Yixian returned to his modest courtyard, ready to commence his training in the techniques he had acquired, the breath concealment technique, blood rage technique, and the 9 Netherchilan steps. At that moment, Tianyuan and Appos' voice echoed from within the house. You and Appos, back? Come in. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 35, Preparing for the Kunlun Secret Realm. Upon entering the room, Yixian gazed at Tianyuan, who was sipping spiritual wine, and gently inquired, "What matter has prompted you to await my return so earnestly, Master? Did you find any suitable cultivation methods in the scripture pavilion?" Rather than answering directly, Tianyuan posed a question. Yixian was not surprised that Tianyuan was aware of his visit to the scripture pavilion. After all, someone of Tianyuan and Appos' caliber could effortlessly discern the aura of a low-ranking cultivator within the Tian gang sect. I selected 2 techniques, the yellow-tier concealment technique and the blood barrier technique, along with a superior earth-tier method, the 9 Netherchilan steps, Yixian replied candidly. Tianyuan showed little interest in the less notable techniques, but his eyes brightened upon hearing about the 9 Netherchilan steps. The 9 Netherchilan steps? Indeed. It is a commendable technique, albeit a fragmented one. Nevertheless, it is exceptionally suited for you, as it enables a body cultivator at your level to momentarily traverse the air, a skill well worth mastering. Your choice of techniques is quite discerning, Master. The 9 Netherchilan steps were actually recommended to me by Elder Mu from the scripture pavilion, Yixian said, his tone tinged with respect for Elder Mu as he revealed the truth behind his selection. Elder Mu? Tianyuan looked at Yixian with mild surprise. Are you referring to that old fellow who guards the scripture pavilion? Yes, indeed, Yixian confirmed. Humph. That old man usually remains secluded in the scripture pavilion, seldom making an appearance. Who would have thought he would break with tradition today and recommend a technique to you? Master, what is Elder Mu and Appos' true identity? Yixian asked curiously, noting Tianyuan's casual references to him as an old fellow. Tianyuan casually remarked, he is but an old turtle who has lived for several millennia. Although Tianyuan did not explicitly clarify Elder Mu and Appos' identity, Yixian could surmise a great deal. After all, a person who had lived for millennia and had not yet transcended must surely hold a status akin to that of an ancestral figure within the sect. Now, to the matter at hand. I wish to discuss the Kunlun secret realm with you. Returning to the main topic, Tianyuan spoke earnestly. The Kunlun secret realm is set to open in just over a month. The elders of the Tian gang sect have decided that you and Xin will represent our sect and lead the other 98 disciples at the qi refinement and body refinement stages into the realm. Thus, it is essential for you to understand the nature of the Kunlun secret realm beforehand. Upon learning that Tianyuan and Appos' visit was regarding the Kunlun secret realm, Yixian smiled and replied, I have already acquired information about the Kunlun secret realm from Elder Mu. I was preparing for my journey there. Tianyuan and Appos' expression shifted to one of surprise. How curious. When did that old coot become so enthusiastic? Is it merely because my disciple is a genius? Yet, I recall being hailed as a prodigy in body cultivation myself, and he did not show me such fervor. Tianyuan could not help but mutter a few words about Elder Mu to himself before continuing. Since you already know about the Kunlun secret realm, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Entering the Kunlun secret realm is not only beneficial for the sect and Appos' interests, but also presents an exceptional opportunity for your personal growth. Within the realm, you will confront the elites and oddities of the various sects from the northern regions of the Tianyuan domain for the first time, which will greatly aid your cultivation journey. I understand, Master. Yixian nodded. After discussing the Kunlun secret realm, Tianyuan imparted a few final words of advice to Yixian. I will soon embark on a journey away from the Tian gang sect to prepare for my breakthrough into the soul transformation realm. I may be gone for several months, or even years. During my absence, should you encounter any issues within the sect, do not hesitate to seek assistance from your senior uncle Tianyuan and the other elders. As my disciple, they will be more than willing to assist you. With those words, Tianyuan and Appos' figure vanished before Yixian and Appos' eyes. Having a good master feels truly wonderful. Zhang Tian and Apos, as parting counsel warmed Yuxian and Apos, as heart. Simultaneously, he was astonished that his master was preparing for a breakthrough into the soul transformation realm. It is well known that once a body cultivator breaks through to this realm, their greatest vulnerability, their soul, undergoes a metamorphosis. At that point, body cultivators would possess no discernible weaknesses, leading to an extraordinary enhancement of their power. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Zhang Tian successfully breaks through to the soul transformation realm, he would become one of the strongest body cultivators in the mortal realm. Once Zhang Tian departed, Yixian immediately commenced his training. With the Kunlun secret realm opening in just over a month, he needed to master the first step of the 9 Netherchilan steps before the realm and Apos, as commencement. Concurrently, he planned to break through to the 8th layer of body refinement during this period. Once he reached the 8th layer, even if he encountered top-tier geniuses at the 10th layer of Qi refinement from other sects within the Kunlun secret realm, he would remain unperturbed. In the ensuing training sessions, Yixian sought to expedite his progress by consuming 2 precious blood Qi pills and utilizing 30 mid-grade spirit stones to create a cultivation environment rich in spiritual energy. The act of employing 30 mid-grade spirit stones and 2 blood Qi pills simultaneously to aid his training could be described as extravagantly lavish for a mere low-ranking cultivator at the 7th layer of body refinement. If other cultivators lacking resources were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly drool with envy. Alas, such is the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Geniuses not only possess extraordinary talent, but also enjoy abundant resources. 1 month later, within Yuxian's courtyard, an overwhelming aura surged forth, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy into his room. Moments later, tranquility returned. Rising from his seated position, Yuxian felt the elevation of his cultivation and murmured softly, "At last, I have broken through to the 8th layer of body refinement just before the Kunlun secret realm opens." A few days prior, Lu Tong had visited Yuxian to inform him of the specific opening time of the Kunlun secret realm, urging him to prepare for the journey. With only 3 days remaining until the realm and Apos' opening, Yuxian was relieved to have successfully achieved his breakthrough. He had fully mastered the concealment technique and blood barrier technique, and he had also completed the first step of the 9 Netherchilan steps. He was thoroughly prepared for this expedition into the Kunlun secret realm. Let me test how the 9 Netherchilan steps perform. Stepping outside into the courtyard, Yuxian prepared to assess the effectiveness of his newfound skill. In the next moment, as his thoughts focused, Qilin-like runes materialized beneath his feet. Following this, Yuxian leaped into the air, moving with such speed that he left behind only fleeting shadows. Within a few breaths, his figure appeared 30 to 40 feet away in midair. Chapter 36. The Opening of the Kunlun Secret Realm. How swift. Feeling the acceleration conferred by the 9 Netherchilan step, Yixian Kuden and Apos help but exclaim in awe. It is essential to note that this is merely the first step of the 9 Netherchilan step. Yuxian could hardly fathom the terrifying speed he would achieve once he mastered all 5 steps of the upper portion. If, one day, he could locate and learn the complete Qilin 9 steps by acquiring the lower portion of this technique, what unimaginable speed and destructive power would he possess? At that moment, Yuxian found it hard to envision, but surely it would rival the instantaneous teleportation techniques of formidable cultivators. After his moment of astonishment, Yuxian continued to race across the territory of the body refinement lineage with the Qilin step, eager to test how long he could maintain the acceleration at his current cultivation level of the 8th layer of body refinement. What just flew past overhead? Who is that senior? Their flying artifact is astonishingly fast. No. Wait, that's not a flying artifact. It and Apos' Yixian dashing through the air. What? Isn't Yixian merely at the body refinement stage? How can he traverse the air like a high-level cultivator? It appears that Yixian must have mastered some powerful technique, allowing him to walk on air like the great cultivators. Alas, such a genius like Yixian has access to abundant cultivation resources. Why am I not as talented as he is? Yixian was merely experimenting with the 9 Netherchilan step, yet he inadvertently sparked a wave of discussion among his senior and junior disciples. He had grown accustomed to such attention. Upon returning to his secluded courtyard, Yixian had clarified through his experiments that, at his current level, the acceleration from the 9 Netherchilan step could be sustained for nearly 2 minutes. This ability to traverse the air at high speed for 2 minutes effectively compensates for the weaknesses of lower-level body refiners, who often struggle to close the distance to their foes during combat. In those 2 minutes, whether in battle or during a tactical retreat, Yixian would outpace even those of a higher realm. With a newfound understanding of his speed under the influence of the 9 Netherchilan step, Yixian initially intended to test its pressure effects against an opponent by seeking out senior sister Lu Tong. However, upon learning that Lu Tong was currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the pinnacle of blood refinement in preparation for the upcoming genius battle in a year's time, he refrained from disturbing her. Forget it. I shall wait until we enter the Kunlun secret realm and test it against disciples from other sects. Murmuring to himself, Yixian prepared to experiment with the effects of the concealment technique and blood barrier technique. These 2 auxiliary techniques of yellow rank had been fully mastered by Yixian in just a few days. but he had not yet had the opportunity to employ them due to his busy training schedule. With a thought, he initiated the concealment technique, and instantly, he felt his once surging aura begin to retract. In a heartbeat, his presence became nearly imperceptible. In that moment, Yi Xian resembled Wang Dachui from the back mountain, physically present yet devoid of any detectable aura. The aura had nearly vanished. The concealment technique truly proved to be the best method for stealth. Feeling his aura diminish, Yi Xian marveled at how the effects of the concealment technique exceeded his expectations. Following this, he activated the blood barrier technique. Similar to the concealment technique, this yellow rank technique also yielded results beyond his anticipation. Once operational, Yi Xian could distinctly sense an increase in his vitality and strength, and his protective aura was significantly enhanced. Given the current strength of his protective aura, it would be challenging for an ordinary cultivator of the same realm to breach it. 3 days later, at the plaza of the Tianyuan sect and Appos, main hall, 100 disciples, led by Yu Xian and Jian Xin, had gathered in anticipation of entering the Kunlun secret realm. A glance around revealed that those qualified to represent the Tianyuan sect were undoubtedly the elite disciples from both the inner and outer sects, as well as the body refinement lineage. Most were from the previous cohort, with their cultivation levels generally at the 9th or 10th layers of qi training or body refinement, thus possessing slightly higher realms than Yu Xian and Jian Xin. However, despite being seniors, they held no objections to Yi Xian and Jian Xin leading the expedition into the secret realm. After all, they were well aware of how astonishing it was for Yi Xian and Jian Xin to reach the 8th layer of qi training and body refinement respectively in just over 6 months since joining the sect. In a true confrontation, these seniors would likely not stand a chance against Yi Xian and Jian Xin. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures materialized before the 100 disciples. The arrivals were none other than the ethereal ice mountain fairy, Ning Qingwei, along with 2 middle-aged elders whom Yi Xian had never encountered before. Clearly, Ning Qingwei and the 2 elders were leading the group to the Kunlun secret realm. Today marks the commencement of the Kunlun secret realm. Ning Qingwei surveyed the crowd and spoke, "I will be leading the expedition. Next, the 2 elders and I will work together to activate the teleportation array to the Kunlun secret realm. Prepare to enter the teleportation array." As her voice faded, Ning Qingwei and the 2 elders began casting spells simultaneously, and soon a colossal array adorned with countless intricate runes emerged in the plaza. This array was capable of transporting cultivators through the void to designated locations, typically only established and utilized by sects with profound foundations. After all, setting up such an array requires a substantial amount of materials, and each teleportation consumes a significant amount of spirit stones, making it an exorbitant expense for smaller sections. The teleportation array has been fully activated. All disciples, enter now. Ning Qingwei and Appos' voice carried a hint of chill. Yes. The disciples responded in unison. With that, Ning Qingwei and the 2 elders were the first to soar into the teleportation array, following closely behind. Yu Xian and the 100 disciples of the Tianyuan sect sequentially entered the array, at almost the same moment, over 10,000 miles away. Within an area surrounded by a barrier established by the major sects of the northern region of the Tianyuan domain, a golden teleportation passage descended from the heavens at the Tianyuan sect's teleportation station. In the next instant, Ning Qingwei and the 2 late-stage nascent soul elders emerged from the passage, hovering in midair. Subsequently, Yi Xian, Jian Xin, and the 100 disciples appeared at the center of the vast teleportation platform. Is this the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm? It seems to be situated deep within a mountain range. Do you feel that? The concentration of spiritual energy here is even denser than within our sect. Indeed, it is indeed more abundant than that within the sect. No wonder this is the entrance to the Kunlun secret realm. The disciples began to curiously survey their unfamiliar surroundings, whispering to one another. Meanwhile, Yi Xian noticed that numerous gazes had already locked onto them the moment they appeared. Chapter 37, The Gathering of Talents from Various Sects. As Yi Xian carefully surveyed his surroundings, he discovered numerous encampments scattered about, each occupied by varying numbers of cultivators who were gazing in their direction. The practitioners donned uniforms emblematic of their respective sects, indicating that these were indeed representatives sent by other sects in the northern region of the Tianyuan domain to enter the Kunlun secret realm. Ning Qingwei, suspended in midair, also sensed the prying gazes and restless spiritual senses from the surroundings. A flicker of displeasure crossed her otherwise impassive face, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura emanating from her fully realized nascent soul surged forth, enveloping the vicinity. Almost simultaneously, 2 other elders released their own formidable nascent soul auras. This display was a warning from Ning Qingwei and the 2 elders, a means to establish the authority of the Tianyuan sect, which stood as one of the 5 most powerful sects in the northern Tianyuan domain. The sects casting their glances were predominantly those of lesser strength within the region. It was imperative for them to understand the hierarchical relationship between themselves and the Tianyuan sect. As the overwhelming auras of Ning Qingwei and the elders spread out, the disciples from various sects recoiled in fear, promptly averting their gazes. Meanwhile, the other elders also discreetly withdrew their probing spiritual senses. Though the other sect's cultivators no longer stared at the Tianyuan sect as if observing a spectacle, they began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, the Tianyuan sect is one of the strongest among the 5 in the northern Tianyuan domain, led by a fully realized nascent soul and 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Yes, the aura exuded by those 3 nascent soul cultivators was utterly terrifying. The might of a nascent soul truly commands respect. The major sects are indeed formidable. It's said that activating such a large-scale teleportation array consumes a substantial amount of spirit stones. They initiate it with such ease, it's quite extravagant. Unlike us smaller sects, who must travel for days on cloud boats to arrive here. Indeed, this highlights the disparity between our smaller sects and the 5 major sects. Who do you think will be the second sect to arrive among the 5 major sects? Just as the discussions intensified, another teleportation portal descended from the heavens, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Following this, a rather androgynous-looking man accompanied by 2 extraordinarily alluring women appeared on the teleportation platform, along with 100 young disciples. It's the members of the Tianyuan sect, a disciple from the Tianyuan sect exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Yuxian turned his gaze towards the Tianyuan sect. He had heard of them, not only because they were one of the 5 strongest sects in the northern Tianyuan domain, alongside the Tianyuan sect, Beastmaster sect, Corpsine sect, and Qingyang Sword sect, but primarily because the Tianyuan sect practiced dual cultivation. Each disciple, regardless of gender, frequently engaged in dual cultivation with fellow sect members or practitioners from other sects, utilizing secret methods to enhance their cultivation levels. This made the sect quite unique and somewhat ambiguous, piquing Yixian's curiosity. Yixian, I've heard that the female cultivators of the Tianyuan sect are exceptionally skilled in the arts of seduction. Be cautious of their charms once inside the secret realm. Jinshin teased as he noticed Yixian's gaze. I believe you should be more vigilant, considering your appearance is exactly what attracts the female cultivators. Once inside, you'll surely become the target of their dual cultivation pursuits. Yuxian retorted without hesitation, hearing their banter. The surrounding disciples of the Tianyuan sect chimed in. I think Yuxian has a point. Jinshin, with your silver hair and handsome features, you definitely fit the taste of those enchanting women from the Tianyuan sect. Indeed, I also believe Jinshin is more likely to catch their interest. Sometimes being too striking can be a disadvantage. Agreed. When at this, Jinshin's lips twitched. He had intended to tease Yixian, but ended up being the subject of ridicule himself. Faced with their remarks, he found himself speechless. For it was indeed true that his appearance seemed to attract the attention of female cultivators, especially those from the Tianyuan sect who adored dual cultivation. While the crowd continued their discussions, the androgynous leader of the Tianyuan sect scanned the surroundings before locking eyes with Ning Qingwei. Qingwei, I hadn't expected you to lead this time. I've missed you greatly over the years. The man, with a gaze fixed on Ning Qingwei, proposed. How about we engage in dual cultivation? Perhaps we can both break through the confines of the nascent soul together. His audacious suggestion caused the disciples from various sects to drop their jaws in shock, transforming them into mere spectators. The Tianyuan sect disciples, however, regarded the Tianyuan sect with hostility, as this was an unabashed attempt to flirt with their elder, Ning Qingwei. Yufeng, are you seeking death? Ning Qingwei glared at the man who had been harassing her for centuries, her voice laced with fury. Instantly, her overwhelming nascent soul aura descended upon all members of the Tianyuan sect. In an instant, the 100 chi refining disciples of the Tianyuan sect felt as if they were crushed under an immense weight, fearing imminent obliteration. Attempting to dispel the pressure, the elder named Yufeng waved his hand, chuckling, Qingwei, you're still as temperamental as ever. It only makes me want to engage in dual cultivation with you even more. Silence. You, neither man nor woman, dare to claim to be my elder? Ning Qingwei shot back, her expression icy, showing no regard for Yufeng, who shared her realm as a fully realized nascent soul. Should you speak out of turn again, do not blame me for being ruthless. If I inadvertently destroy this area, leading to the inability of all sects in the northern Tianyuan domain to enter the Kunlun secret realm, can you bear the consequences? Upon hearing this, Yufeng's expression shifted as he became compliant. After all, should Ning Qingwei act recklessly and cause destruction, even as an elder of the Tianyuan sect, he would struggle to justify it to the other sects in the Tianyuan domain. Watching Yufeng quiet down, Yuxian mused inwardly. It seems this androgynous fellow has been pestering Senior Ning for quite some time. Humph. I must keep a close watch on the Tianyuan sect once we enter the secret realm. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Yuxian resolved to seek retribution for Ning Qingwei once inside, though he could not yet contend with a nascent soul master like Yufeng. He felt confident in dealing with the chi-refining disciples of the Tianyuan sect. Just as Ning Qingwei finished speaking, another teleportation portal descended. Ha, Yufeng, after hundreds of years. Do you not know Qingwei's temperament? Why would you provoke her? A booming voice echoed from the portal before the figure even appeared. What a powerful aura of swordsmanship. It must be a member of the Qingyang Sword sect. Jinshin exclaimed, turning his gaze towards the newly arrived portal. Yuxian's expression sharpened as he recalled the events from months prior when he avenged the Gao family, slaying a named disciple sent by the Qingyang Sword sect. He also remembered the second son of the Gao family, who had become a direct disciple of the Qingyang sword sect before his demise. The Qingyang sword sect. That individual might also be here. Yi Xian remained oblivious to whether Gao Changming and Apos, S. younger brother, in his final moments, had come to learn that it was he who had eradicated the entire Gao family. If he remained unaware, that would be of little consequence, after all. The profound blood feud of yesteryears bore little relevance to the then childish scion of the Gao clan. As the saying goes, a grievance has its roots, and a debt has its owner. Yi Xian had avenged the deep-seated animosity and had laid the past to rest. His singular focus now was to attain the pinnacle of physical cultivation. However, should the young master of the Gao family, now a disciple of the Qingyang sword sect, discover that it was he who brought ruin upon his kin and seek vengeance, Yi Xian would not hesitate to eradicate the threat entirely, ensuring no remnants remained. Those who obstruct his path to greatness shall perish beneath the might of his fists. Such is the essence of Yi Xian today. Chapter 38. Entering the Kunlun secret realm. Amidst the gazes of many, the three elders of the Qingyang sword sect swiftly emerged from the teleportation portal, accompanied by around 100 disciples who soared on their swords. The Qingyang sword sect, a faction solely dedicated to the sword path, is characterized by its members, both elders and disciples, who bear varying numbers of flying swords, rendering them quite recognizable among the sects in the northern region of the Tianyuan domain. Friend Ning, it has been decades since we last met. I trust you are well. The leading elder of the Qingyang sword sect, Luo Tong, smiled warmly at Ning Qingwei. Yet, Ning Qingwei responded with a cold snort. Humph, birds of a feather. Ning Qingwei's disdain for the Qingyang sword sect and Yun Feng of the Hahuan sect is not born from a general animosity. Her indifference towards Yun Feng stems from personal reasons, while her contempt for the Qingyang sword sect is rooted in the long-standing enmity between the Tianyuan sect and the Qingyang sword sect. Since its establishment, the Qingyang sword sect has been in a constant struggle with the Tianyuan sect due to territorial disputes and other grievances. The conflict escalated, culminating in a cataclysmic battle between the two sects' ancestors during the tribulation period, which nearly obliterated the northern part of the Xiantian domain. Ultimately, it was the hidden sanctuaries of the Xiantian domain that intervened to broker peace, rendering the two sects eternal adversaries, each striving for the complete eradication of the other from the northern region. Luo Tong, you duplicitous fellow, spare us the pretense. Which sect in the northern Xiantian domain is unaware of the animosity between the Qingyang sword sect and the Tianyuan sect? Yun Feng of the Hahuan sect promptly exposed Luo Tong's facade. Just look at how genuine junior sister Ning is. She can't even be bothered to acknowledge you. Upon hearing this, Luo Tong's feigned smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. Ha ha ha, indeed. The grievances between your two sects are irreconcilable. Why bother with superficial niceties? With Luo Tong's mask dropped, Yun Feng immediately burst into laughter, while the three prominent figures exchanged barbs. Yi Xian's gaze wandered over the disciples of the Qingyang sword sect participating in the Kunlun secret realm. Ultimately, his attention settled on a youth standing at the forefront of the Qingyang disciples. The young man, burdened with 3 swords and with his eyes closed, appeared to be in a meditative state. Although not conventionally handsome, he exuded an ethereal aura. Most significantly, he bore a resemblance to the late Gao Changming. To encounter him here in the Kunlun secret realm is unexpected. Could this be the karmic cycle spoken of by Senior Qinjiangzi? Yi Xian murmured softly. He had nearly confirmed that the meditative youth was indeed Gao Changming's younger brother. Instantly, Yi Xian resolved that should the youth take action against him within the secret realm, he would not hesitate to strike him down, as 3 of the 5 strongest sects in the northern Xiantian domain had arrived. The remaining sects, Beastmaster sect and Corpsine sect, soon followed through the teleportation array. In a short time, over 20 sects, both large and small, had gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, where more than 20 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of core formation experts convened, along with thousands of chi refining disciples from various sections. The scene was truly awe-inspiring. Now that all sects are assembled, let us, the 5 major sects, unite to open the barrier to the Kunlun secret realm, an elder from the Beastmaster sect proclaimed, standing atop the head of a colossal green python. Immediately, the elders of the 5 major sects soared into the air simultaneously, each producing a token to perform their respective spells. In the next moment, the barrier sealing the Kunlun secret realm opened, revealing a massive swirling vortex suspended in midair, an entrance to the Kunlun secret realm. Now that the entrance is revealed, all disciples may enter. The elder and amp, Apos, S voice resonated in the ears of the cultivators, bolstered by spiritual energy. Instantly, disciples from the various sects surged toward the entrance of the Kunlun secret realm under the guidance of their respective elders. Observing this, Yu Xian and Jianxin prepared to lead the disciples of the Tianyuan sect into the fray. However, at that moment, Ning Qingwei transmitted a warning to the two. Be especially cautious of the Qingyang sword sect members once inside the secret realm. If you engage, do not hesitate to eliminate them. Understood. Yu Xian and Jianxin nodded solemnly, fully aware of the precarious relationship between the Tianyuan sect and the Qingyang sword sect. Jianxin harbored no mercy for the disciples of the Qingyang sword sect, and Yu Xian, already at odds with them, would certainly hold nothing back. They then led the disciples of the Tianyuan sect into the Kunlun secret realm, not far away. Luo Tong of the Qingyang sword sect cast a cold glance at Ning Qingwei, muttering inwardly, "Humph, the Tianyuan sect will eventually be eradicated by my Qingyang sword sect. When that time comes, I shall personally slay you. For now, let us target the younger generation of the Tianyuan sect." As he watched Yu Xian and his companions enter the Kunlun secret realm, Luo Tong conveyed a murderous intent to the 100 disciples of the Qingyang sword sect. In the secret realm, if you encounter any Tianyuan sect disciples, immediately slay them. The Qingyang disciples, invigorated by the directive, eagerly followed Yu Xian into the Kunlun secret realm. Upon entering the Kunlun secret realm, the disciples from various sects were randomly teleported in small groups across the expanse of the realm. Yu Xian and a female senior from the Tianyuan sect found themselves in an area where all the trees were withered, and foul green smoke wafted from the ground. Alongside them were 4 disciples from the Qingyang sword sect and a handful of others from smaller sections. In an instant, the individuals, separated by several dozen paces, exchanged wary glances, each cautious not to make a rash move. After all, entering the Kunlun secret realm meant facing life and death. Historically, fewer than half of those who entered emerged alive. Many perished at the hands of ferocious beasts or due to unforeseen circumstances, while others fell victim to rival cultivators. Haha. Who would have imagined that upon entering the secret realm, we would encounter 2 isolated disciples from the Tianyuan sect? How fortunate we are. The 4 Qingyang disciples, having observed that only Yu Xian and a senior sister had been teleported here, could hardly contain their excitement. With the elder Luo Tong's instructions in mind, the Qingyang disciples were resolute. They would prioritize slaying the Tianyuan disciples over seeking spiritual herbs or other opportunities. At once, the 4 Qingyang disciples unleashed their formidable energies, all at the 9th level of qi refining. The leader, carrying 3 flying swords, glared menacingly at the other cultivators from smaller sects, declaring, "Esteemed guests, we of the Qingyang sword sect have matters to attend to with our 2 Tianyuan friends. We kindly ask you to depart swiftly. Should you interfere, the Qingyang sword sect will ensure your annihilation." Chapter 39. The 6-winged silver dragon. Upon hearing these words, the other cultivators from the smaller sects exchanged knowing glances. Immediately understanding their primary task was to search for spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. A practitioner from the Sunset Valley clasped his hands and promptly departed with 2 of his junior disciples. Observing this, the remaining cultivators also discreetly withdrew. They were well aware of the irreconcilable enmity between the Qingyang sword sect and the Tianyuan sect as minor sects. They had no desire to become embroiled in the conflicts of these 2 major factions. For them, the priority was to seek out spiritual herbs, opportunities, and ultimately survive the Kunlun secret realm. In the span of a mere breath, only 4 members of the Qingyang sword sect remained, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they gazed at Yu Xian and his companion. "Junior brother, what should we do? For practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement, should we escape and find others?" The female disciple, wielding a longsword, approached Yu Xian and whispered. While she was aware of Yu Xian and Appo's formidable strength, she felt that facing 4 9th-level practitioners was a daunting challenge. Escaping might afford them a slim chance of survival. However, in the face of the 4 eager disciples of the Qingyang sword sect, Yu Xian remained utterly unperturbed. His gaze towards them was not that of a prey awaiting death, but rather that of a hunter poised to strike. "Sister, you need not act. Just protect yourself. Leave the rest to me." With that, Yu Xian and Appo's terrifying blood energy erupted forth, and without a moment and Appo's hesitation, he launched himself into action. Humph. A mere 8th-level body cultivator. Not fleeing but instead attacking, he seeks death. The leader of the Qingyang sword sect commanded, "Attack. Slay him." In an instant, several flying swords surged forth from behind the 4 disciples, hurtling towards Yu Xian with astonishing speed. Faced with the oncoming barrage, Yu Xian did not even flinch. He unleashed a single punch. Boom. With just that one strike, the flying swords were sent careening away. Impossible. The 4 disciples were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. But they quickly realized that this was not the time for surprise. They prepared to launch another assault. Yet Yu Xian would not grant them the opportunity to strike again. With a stomp, the auspicious Qilin runes manifested beneath his feet, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the 4 disciples of the Qingyang sword sect. Just as they were about to attack again, their bodies felt as if they were being crushed under an immense weight, their vital energy surging in turmoil. Damn it. What kind of technique is this? They thought, sensing the imminent danger. Recognizing the peril, the 4 disciples desperately erupted with strength to break free from the oppressive force of Yu Xian and Appo's Qilin steps. However, that brief moment of vulnerability was more than enough to seal their fates. With lightning and energy coiling around his fists, Yu Xian closed in on them. You 4 are surrounded. As he unleashed the Tianyuan 4 image fist, his blow sent the leader flying several dozen feet. His life extinguished as he plunged into a foul-smelling swamp. Not good. Retreat. The remaining 3, realizing Yu Xian and Appo's terrifying prowess, hastily retreated, creating distance between them. They swiftly swung their swords, unleashing waves of formidable sword energy towards Yu Xian, believing that even if they could not defeat him, they could buy themselves a few precious seconds. Yet in the next moment, they were horrified to discover that their sword energy, capable of cleaving through gold and stone, failed to even breach Yixian and Appo's protective aura. In disbelief, they could hardly fathom what they were witnessing. A mere 8th-level body cultivator was effortlessly blocking their strikes. A monster. This is truly a monster. Before they could react further, Yixian, undeterred by their attacks, appeared before them in an instant. Retreat? Where can you possibly retreat to? His voice, like the whisper of death, echoed in their ears. Following that, the shadows of Thunder's fist rapidly enlarged in their vision. Having only retreated a couple of paces, the 3 disciples had no time for defense and could only channel their energies to form a protective barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Yixian and Appo's fists struck one after another, shattering their protective barriers as though they were made of paper. In their eyes, filled with fear, shock, and disbelief, Yixian's fists landed upon them. And as sword cultivators with little bodily training, they were instantly reduced to clouds of blood mist. The battle concluded. Yixian quickly reined in his surging energy, the power of the white tiger dissipating as the lightning vanished from his fists. Dusting off the slight grime on his clothing, he turned to his sister nearby. All done. Let and Appo's leave. This place feels rather sinister. We should not linger. From the outset, Yixian had sensed something amiss in their surroundings. The vast expanse of withered forest and the pervasive foul-smelling swamps did not seem to be of natural origin, more akin to a territory crafted by some malevolent beast or a horde of such creatures. His sister did not respond immediately. Still reeling from the shock of witnessing Yixian dispatch 4 9th-level cultivators in mere breaths. Though she had heard tales of her junior brother's prodigious talent and formidable combat prowess, witnessing such overwhelming strength firsthand was beyond her wildest expectations. An 8th-level body cultivator effortlessly annihilating 4 9th-level practitioners was simply absurd. Indeed, this area is certainly unsettling. We should depart swiftly. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. As a female cultivator, her intuition warned her of the dangers lurking in this region. As it turned out, both she and Yixian were correct in their instincts. Just as they prepared to leave, a massive centipede, measuring 2 yards in length and adorned with 3 pairs of transparent wings, erupted from the stinking swamp to Yixian's left. Upon its emergence, the silver centipede opened its maw and unleashed a stream of silver liquid towards Yixian. Be careful, junior brother, his sister exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. Yixian had already sensed the creature and Appo's presence, and, as his sister and Appo's warning reached him, he had already darted a yard away. The silver liquid missed him entirely, splattering across the ground, which quickly melted the already withered flora, corroding the earth into a noxious mire. This area is the habitat of the 6-winged silver dragon. His sister quickly recognized the giant centipede, her tone laced with fear. The 6-winged silver dragon was an exceedingly rare beast, its emitted liquid possessing potent toxicity and corrosive properties. Even the venom of a first-tier 6-winged silver dragon could pose a grave threat to foundational-level cultivators. For Yixian and his sister, both of whom were merely at the body refinement and chi refinement stages, even a light contact could result in severe injury, or worse, instant death, rendering them mere fodder for this treacherous region. Hearing this, Yixian furrowed his brow. While he was unafraid of a solitary 6-winged silver dragon, he understood that such a vast swamp habitat likely housed more than just this one. Chapter 40. Into the depths of the secret realm. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Yixian urged his senior sister and swiftly darted towards the marshland's edge. He had no intention of waiting for all the 6-winged silver dragons lurking beneath the swamp to emerge and besiege him. Escaping them would be exceedingly difficult. Yixian maneuvered deftly through the marshy terrain, leaping over 10 zhang in mere breaths. His senior sister, alerted by his warning, immediately took to her sword, closely trailing behind him. Behind them, a 6-winged silver dragon, at the pinnacle of first-tier beasts, flapped its 3 pairs of transparent wings, pursuing them with an eerie combination of flight and crawl. It spewed forth glistening silver liquid, attempting to ensnare Yixian and his companion, but they narrowly evaded its onslaught. Hiss. Frustrated by its failure to catch up or strike, the 6-winged silver dragon emitted a desperate hiss. Soon, while deftly dodging the dragon's attacks, Yixian and his senior sister surged forward several dozen zhang, nearing the edge of the dragon's marshy habitat. Suddenly, Yixian sensed movement beneath the swamp, as if numerous creatures were stirring. In the next moment, 4 or 5 larger 6-winged silver dragons leaped from the surrounding marshes, their colossal forms casting shadows as they closed in on Yixian and his sword-wielding senior sister. Unfazed, his senior sister unleashed her skills, summoning several massive, fiery orbs that hurtled directly towards the approaching dragons. Boom. The explosions resonated as 3 of the 6-winged silver dragons were momentarily sent reeling. Concurrently, Yixian unleashed a barrage of formidable fist strikes, propelling the remaining 2 dragons several meters away. Quickly, we must go. A terrifying aura is approaching from beneath the swamp. After repelling the attacking 6-winged silver dragons, Yixian showed no inclination to linger, propelling himself forward once more. He sensed a faint yet menacing presence underground. If he was not mistaken, a second-tier 6-winged silver dragon was hot on their heels. At his words, his senior sister wasted no time and surged forward atop her sword once again. Just a second after their departure, a second-tier six-winged silver dragon, significantly larger than the first-tier ones, erupted from the area they had just vacated. Had Yuxian and his companion hesitated even a moment longer, they would have surely become its prey. That was close. His senior sister sighed in relief upon witnessing the harrowing scene, instinctively quickening her flight. Fortunately, the second-tier six-winged silver dragon, realizing that Yuxian and his companion were about to escape the marsh, abandoned its pursuit and retreated back into the depths of the swamp. Once they successfully exited the marsh, Yuxian quietly remarked, "To encounter a second-tier beast upon our arrival, it seems the Kunlun secret realm is indeed perilous. Junior brother, where shall we go now?" His senior sister, still shaken, inquired as she approached him. Having witnessed Yuxian and Appo's prowess and keen judgment, she was entirely convinced that following him was her wisest choice. Yuxian surveyed his surroundings and replied, "The rare spiritual herbs and medicines primarily thrive deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Naturally, we shall venture deeper." Yuxian and Appo's primary objective in this expedition was to seek the fabled Earth-Fire Divine Lotus, an extraordinary herb that grows alongside molten lava. Consuming it would allow one to refine their meridians and physique with its potent fire attributes, making it an invaluable treasure for those focused on physical cultivation. Such a wondrous herb had long since vanished from the outside world, but War God had informed Yuxian that it might still be found deep within the Kunlun secret realm. With a clear goal in mind, Yuxian and his senior sister headed directly into the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. Along the way, they occasionally encountered first-tier beasts that attacked them, but without exception, Yuxian dispatched them swiftly, collecting their beast cores into their storage bags. Furthermore, they frequently stumbled upon fierce battles between various sects vying for spiritual herbs or embroiled in sect disputes. However, Yuxian held little interest in these conflicts. Days later, Yuxian found himself atop a cliff, overlooking an endless expanse of primordial forest, where towering ancient trees soared skyward. Entering this primordial forest marked the true descent into the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. This area ahead likely belongs to the heart of the Kunlun Mountains, where the beasts will undoubtedly be more densely populated and far more dangerous. We must exercise utmost caution, Yuxian advised the 10 or so individuals following him. Apart from his senior sister, the others were disciples of the Tianyuan sect whom he had encountered over the past few days. As one of the leaders of this Tianyuan sect expedition, it was only natural for them to follow him. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. With that, Yuxian led them down the cliff and into the ancient, towering woods of the Kunlun Mountains. Shortly after entering the forest, the sounds of fierce combat and explosive techniques echoed from ahead. Upon hearing the commotion, Yuxian immediately halted. The intensity of the battle suggested a large-scale conflict had erupted. One of the disciples behind him proposed, "Should we not investigate? There may be members of our Tianyuan sect involved. Indeed, I believe we should take a look. Such a significant battle may indicate someone has discovered a valuable opportunity." Upon hearing this, the others expressed their agreement. If a chance truly existed, they must seize it, even if it meant engaging in conflict, for they had entered the Kunlun secret realm in search of opportunities. All eyes turned to Yuxian, their leader. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, he declared, "Let us approach quietly and assess the situation first." With that, without a moment and Appo's hesitation, they followed Yuxian towards the source of the battle sounds. Soon, the sounds of conflict ceased abruptly. Yuxian and a few others stealthily approached and glimpsed several dozen cultivators surrounding over 10 disciples of the Tianyuan sect about 10 zhang away. The ground was littered with the gruesome remains of more than 10 fallen Tianyuan sect disciples, clearly victims of the earlier fierce skirmish. It's Brother Lu and Brother Lin. One of the Tianyuan disciples beside Yuxian recognized the encircled figures and whispered, "Damn it. The Qingyang Sword Sect and Beastmaster Sect have allied to ambush our Tianyuan sect members. Brother Yi, let us act swiftly to rescue them." The group turned their gaze toward Yuxian, awaiting his decision. Yuxian did not respond immediately, but remained fixated on the scene before him. For he had recognized that among the attackers was none other than the second son of the Gao family, who had become a direct disciple of the Qingyang Sword Sect. In the next moment, his eyes glinted with murderous intent as he quietly declared, "Those who dare to harm my Tianyuan sect shall pay with their blood." Chapter 41. The Qingyang Sword Sect Gao Ning. Surrender the Thunder Bamboo and the key to enter Kunlun Palace, and I may grant you your freedom. The young disciple of the Qingyang sect, with 3 flying swords hovering above him, gazed indifferently at the more than a dozen wounded disciples of the Tianyuan sect before him. He was none other than Gao Ning, the leading figure of this generation of the Qingyang Sword Sect. A swordsmanship prodigy who had been exceptionally accepted as a closed-door disciple by the Grand Elder of the sect. Surrounding Gao Ning were over 30 disciples of the Qingyang sect, their faces etched with murderous intent, as well as more than 20 beast tamers from the Beast Tamer sect, each accompanied by various spirit beasts. The two groups formed a tight encirclement, fixated on the injured Tianyuan disciples. The Thunder Bamboo and the key rightfully belong to us of the Tianyuan sect. You Qingyang sect and Beast Tamer sect can only have them over my dead body. Even in the face of the overwhelming assault from the two sects, Lu Jun, the youth standing at the forefront of the Tianyuan disciples, showed no signs of fear. Indeed, The thunder bamboo is in my possession, Lin Liang declared boldly beside Lu Jun. Unafraid, as inner disciples of the Tianyuan sect for the past year, both of them had reached the 10th level of qi cultivation. They were determined to fight to the bitter end rather than relinquish their hard-earned opportunity. Gao Ning, why waste words on a group of dying men? A young man from the Beast Tamer sect, standing beside a massive bear, spoke with displeasure. Eliminate them, and the thunder bamboo is yours. All we desire is the key to enter Kunlun Palace. This youth, Zhao Qian, was a genius of the Beast Tamer sect, having achieved the 10th level of qi cultivation. And his spirit beast had reached the pinnacle of first-tier monsters. This exemplified the strength of the Beast Tamer sect, as one often had to contend with both cultivators and spirit beasts when battling them. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian commanded his disciples, kill them all, leave none alive. As he spoke, the massive bear lunged forward, its sharp claws aimed directly at Lu Jun and Lin Liang, who stood protectively before the injured disciples. Faced with a first-tier pinnacle spirit beast, Lu Jun and Lin Liang did not dare to underestimate the threat and readied themselves to counter. However, just then, a figure darted out from the side with incredible speed, his iron fist crackling with electricity smashing into the bear. Boom. The unprepared bear was sent flying, its massive body crashing down between Zhao Qian and Gao Ning, a terrifying dent left where the punch had struck. A first-tier pinnacle spirit beast, injured by a single punch. How is this possible? Zhao Qian stared in shock and fury at the young man who had suddenly appeared before the Tianyuan disciples. The youth was none other than Yi Xian, who had stealthily emerged using the concealment technique. You dare to threaten the Tianyuan sect? Yi Qingyang sect and Beast Tamer sect are quite bold. Even in the face of overwhelming numbers, Yi Xian's tone remained resolute. As he spoke, more than a dozen Tianyuan disciples who had come to support him leaped forth, positioning themselves in front of their injured comrades. Wonderful. It's junior brother Yi Xian. We are saved. Seeing Yi Xian and his companions arrive, the Tianyuan disciples, who had already resigned themselves to death, felt a renewed hope for survival. Zhao Qian fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, and from the Tianyuan disciples' reaction to him and the overwhelming power of that punch, he deduced that Yi Xian must be the leader of the Tianyuan sect this time around. You are strong, but a mere handful of you cannot change the outcome. You will only add to the number of corpses. Despite being surprised by Yi Xian and Apos' strength, Zhao Qian remained confident that the sudden appearance of Yi Xian and his companions would not alter the battle and Apos' course. After all, there were over 60 cultivators from the Beast Tamer sect and Qingyang sect present, nearly all at the 9th and 10th levels of qi cultivation, alongside more than 20 first-tier spirit beasts. Therefore, even with the addition of Yi Xian and his group, they still held the numerical advantage. Yi Xian paid no heed to Zhao Qian and Apos' arrogance as he noticed Gao Ning's expression change drastically upon seeing him, a pure and terrifying killing intent emanating from him. Indeed, he knows that I was responsible for the annihilation of his Gao family. Yi Xian sighed inwardly at Gao Ning's reaction. To this day, Yi Xian remained unaware that after he had slain Gao Changming, a jade tablet containing the last moments of Gao Changming had been transmitted to Gao Ning. However, such details mattered little now. Since the other party was aware of everything, it was best to eliminate any future threats. It was you. You were the one who destroyed the Gao family in Qingyan City months ago. Gao Ning glared at Yi Xian, speaking with intensity. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone present was taken aback, confusion etched across their faces. What is happening? The crowd turned their gaze between Gao Ning and Yi Xian, sensing an extraordinary connection between the two. Indeed, it was I who wiped out your Gao family. Since Gao Ning recognized him, Yi Xian chose not to deny it. He had done it, and there was nothing Gao Ning could do about it. Fine, I will not inquire why you sought to eradicate my entire family. But know this, unless you die, my resolve will never stabilize. Gao Ning unleashed his terrifying aura, causing the 3 flying swords above him to tremble ominously. Realizing that Gao Ning had not yet exerted his full strength, the more than 10 Tianyuan disciples who had previously fought him were taken aback. Lu Jun could not help but exclaim, I never expected this guy to have reached half-step foundation establishment. The Qingyang sect truly harbors a prodigy. Lin Liang, having grasped the enmity between Yi Xian and Gao Ning, understood that a fierce battle was imminent. He warned, Junior brother Yi, be careful. This fellow is exceedingly strong. No sooner had he spoken than Gao Ning made his move. The 3 flying swords floating above him unleashed a torrent of sword attacks, raining down upon Yi Xian with overwhelming force. Today, I shall sever you to solidify my resolve. With a fierce onslaught, Gao Ning's powerful killing intent was evident, underscoring the seriousness with which he regarded Yi Xian. You wish to slay me? With your mere half-step foundation establishment cultivation, you shall not succeed. Although Yi Xian was unafraid of Gao Ning, he did not underestimate him either. He unleashed his full strength, launching a barrage of punches to counter the incoming sword strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of sword attacks and Yi Xian's fist produced a series of explosive energy bursts in the air. Witnessing the battle between Yi Xian and Gao Ning, Zhao Qian could not help but marvel. An 8th-level body refinement cultivator daring to engage a half-step foundation establishment Gao Ning without falling behind. Indeed, a prodigy. While Zhao Qian had seen Yi Xian injure his spirit beast with a single punch, he had no intention of attacking Yi Xian. On one hand, Zhao Qian recognized that Gao Ning needed to kill Yu Xian with his own power to stabilize his resolve and would not allow him to interfere. On the other hand, the main objective of the Beast Tamer sect in this Kunlun secret realm was to enter Kunlun Palace and seek the ancient divine beast eggs that might exist. Thus, Zhao Qian was more concerned with obtaining the key to enter Kunlun Palace than with eliminating Yu Xian. Immediately, he shouted to the other disciples of the Beast Tamer sect and Qingyang sect, "Let us all attack together. Kill the Tianyuan disciples and seize the Thunder Bamboo and the key." Chapter 42. The Great Battle. Slaughter. As long as we annihilate them, the Thunder Bamboo and the treasures within Kunlun Palace will be ours, with Zhao Qian at the forefront. The Beast Master sect and the Qingyang Sword sect immediately joined forces to besiege the members of the Tianyuan sect. The Thunder Bamboo and the key must not fall into the hands of the Beast Master sect and Qingyang Sword sect. Tianyuan sect disciples, slay them. In the face of the onslaught, Lu Jun and Lin Liang showed no fear, leading the Tianyuan sect disciples to engage the enemy in fierce combat. Instantly, a violent melee erupted, with various spells unleashed in a flurry of strikes. Flying swords clashed repeatedly, and the brilliance of various talismans illuminated the battlefield. Groups of cultivators transitioned from spell exchanges to close-quarters combat, showcasing an array of techniques in an exceptionally intense scene. Meanwhile, the fateful confrontation between Yu Xian and Gao Ning grew increasingly fierce, with fists and flying swords colliding relentlessly. The sharp sword energy and powerful fist imprints clashed, unleashing terrifying energy that spread outward. The area of their battle expanded, shattering rocks in their wake. Even towering ancient trees, which foundational cultivators could not easily destroy, bore deep and alarming scars from swords and fists, standing as precarious threats ready to fall at any moment. Their confrontation had evidently surpassed the realm of chi cultivation and body refinement. If any cultivator were to judge solely based on their battle, they would undoubtedly perceive them as mid-stage foundational sword cultivators and mid-stage blood-refining body cultivators engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Gao Ning, armed with a long sword, and Yu Xian, with lightning coiling around his fists, were both thrown back 3 to 4 meters by the impact of their clash. Steadying himself, Gao Ning fixed his gaze on Yu Xian. After the skirmish, he had sensed the terrifying might of Yu Xian and Appo's combat prowess. Since joining the Qingyang Sword sect, he had never encountered a talent like Yu Xian. Previously, he had always triumphed with overwhelming superiority, but for the first time, he felt pressure. Given that Yu Xian and Appo's cultivation was merely at the 8th layer of body refinement, Gao Ning could hardly imagine the extent of Yu Xian and Appo's strength if they were at the same level. Realizing this, Gao Ning and Appo's resolve to eliminate Yu Xian intensified. To be able to contend with me, a half-step foundational cultivator, at merely the 8th layer of body refinement. Your talent cannot be underestimated. Thus, I shall allow you no mercy. With that, a massive surge of sword energy began to coalesce above Gao Ning and Appo's head. In an instant, 3 enormous swords formed from the sword energy materialized, emanating a terrifying aura that astonished the surrounding sect members engaged in battle. What a terrifying presence! Is such a level of swordsmanship truly within the reach of a chi cultivation sword cultivator? Laughter erupted from the Qingyang Sword sect as they witnessed Gao Ning and Appo's display of power. This is the second form of our Qingyang Sword sect and Appo's Qingyang slaying immortal sword technique. I never expected that brother Gao Ning could unleash it before achieving foundational cultivation. That boy from the Tianyuan sect is doomed now. The Beast Master sect cultivators were astounded by the ferocity of Gao Ning and Appo's technique, while those from the Qingyang Sword sect rejoiced at the prospect of Yu Xian and Appo's imminent demise. However, the besieged members of the Qingyang Sword sect grew concerned for Yu Xian. This is bad. Junior brother Yu Xian is in danger. Just as the Tianyuan sect members turned their anxious gazes toward Yu Xian, Zhao Qian from the Beast Master sect struck. You should worry about yourselves. Zhao Qian, alongside his injured spirit beast, launched an assault on 2 Tianyuan sect cultivators. The other members of the Beast Master sect and Qingyang Sword sect withdrew their attention and resumed their siege on the Tianyuan sect disciples, plunging both sides back into fierce combat. Observing the 3 fully formed giant swords above Gao Ning and Appo's head, Yu Xian dared not be complacent. He sensed the formidable power of Gao Ning and Appo's ultimate technique. It was not to be taken lightly. Therefore, he summoned the might of the white tiger within his Tianyuan 4 symbol's fist to its utmost limit. The lightning crackling around his fist surged violently, while the protective energy surrounding him, empowered by the blood chi technique, transformed into a formidable blood-red armor. You are the first to compel me to use this technique. Come, let me witness your true strength. Gao Ning altered his gestures, commanding the 3 giant swords to launch an attack on Yu Xian. In that same moment, Yu Xian unleashed his full power, delivering a single thunderous punch. The raging lightning and fist energy coalesced into a thunderous white tiger, meeting the oncoming assault of the giant swords. Boom! The clash of their attacks unleashed a wave of terrifying energy that radiated outward. The thunderous white tiger shattered one of the giant swords, but the remaining 2 swords quickly followed, striking at Yu Xian. The Tianyuan 4 symbol's fist is merely at this level? If your full strength is only this, then prepare to perish. Gao Ning remained unfazed as the first giant sword was deflected by Yu Xian and Appo's full power strike. The second and third swords now descended upon him. In response to the second and third swords, Yixian engaged head-on, unleashing a punch. The collision between his electrified fist and the sword tips was fierce. In an instant, the second giant sword, whose power rivaled that of a foundational cultivator and Apos' attack, was forced to crack under the might of Yixian and Apos' punch. Boom. Gao Ning and Apos' second sword shattered completely. Witnessing this, Gao Ning furrowed his brow. While he had anticipated that the first sword would be blocked, the second sword's failure to breach Yixian and Apos' defenses was unexpected. Normally, the power of these three swords would deter even a body cultivator at the 10th layer from daring to clash with their fists. Those who attempted such a direct confrontation would likely suffer devastating consequences. Unbeknownst to Gao Ning, Yixian and Apos' ability to withstand his ultimate technique with his fists stemmed from two factors. First, his physical prowess had long surpassed that of typical body cultivators. Second, the seemingly unremarkable black gauntlets he wore on his fists. Although the Starfall gauntlets were sealed and their full power restrained, they remained indestructible. Consequently, to shatter the Starfall gauntlets and break Yixian and Apos' fist would require more than just a half-step foundational cultivator like Gao Ning. Even true foundational cultivators would struggle to achieve such a feat with two swords destroyed. A sense of unease crept into Gao Ning and Apos' heart as he was left with only one sword. He infused the final giant sword with a vast amount of spiritual energy, elevating its power to its zenith. Let us see if you can withstand this third sword. Gao Ning thrust down the third giant sword, aiming directly at Yixian, who had just destroyed the second sword and was unable to react in time. With no option for a counterattack, Yixian chose to endure the blow, eager to test whether Gao Ning and Apos' third sword could extinguish his life. Thud. The powerful giant sword first pierced through the protective energy surrounding Yixian. Enhanced by the blood chi technique, it then collided with Yixian and Apos' fists. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming and terrifying force bearing down upon him. Even with his formidable physique, he struggled to withstand the sheer power, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gao Ning, sensing Yixian and Apos' injury, felt a surge of elation. He adjusted his stance, manipulating the giant sword to continue its descent. In the next moment, Yixian and Apos' entire body was sent hurtling backward by the horrifying force of the giant sword, crashing violently into the ground. Chapter 43. Are you finished? Now it and Apos'. My turn. Boom. The ground was violently struck by the immense impact of Yixian and Apos' body, creating a deep crater. Blood flowed continuously from the corners of his mouth. It was the first time he had sustained such severe injuries in battle. Though not fatal, a profound pain began to radiate throughout his entire being. Yet, Gao Ning and Apos' assault was far from over. As Yixian crashed into the ground, the colossal sword lunged toward the pit, aiming to pin him down completely. However, having created some distance, Yixian had time to react. The Qilin rune manifested beneath his feet, and his speed reached its zenith, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that evaded the giant sword just in time. Such astonishing speed. This is the legendary 9 Nether Qilin step. Gao Ning recognized the technique Yixian executed, astonished. He had not anticipated that in just over half a year since joining the Tianyuan sect, Yixian could have grasped both the Tianyuan 4-phase fist and the 9 Nether Qilin step, two profoundly advanced martial arts. It is known that such high-level techniques, classified as Earth and Heaven grades, cannot be mastered by merely glancing at them. They require prolonged practice and gradual comprehension. Even Gao Ning, praised by the elders of the Qingyang sword sect as a prodigious sword talent, could not confidently claim mastery over two distinct high-level techniques within such a short period. Is this all you have? Just as Gao Ning was taken aback, Yixian and Apos' voice resonated. Now it is my turn. With that, a shadow appeared several feet away to Gao Ning's left, and before he could react, a streak of lightning manifested as a punch right before him. Before the figure even materialized, the punch had arrived. Boom. Yixian's speed was so rapid that Gao Ning had no time to respond before being struck and sent crashing into a towering ancient tree. However, what should have been a potentially lethal blow for Gao Ning did not inflict substantial harm. This was because he immediately summoned a protective treasure the moment Yixian's fist descended. A fine-grade protective spirit tool, is it? Let us see if it can truly shield you. Yixian and Apos' gaze turned cold as he observed the copper mirror enveloping Gao Ning in radiant yellow light. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Gao Ning, unleashing a flurry of lightning-infused punches upon the protective yellow barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Though Gao Ning was initially unharmed thanks to the copper mirror's protection, the impact from Yixian's fists against the barrier forced him to stagger backward continuously. It was not that Gao Ning did not wish to retaliate, but Yixian and Apos' speed was simply too overwhelming, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Moreover, having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy on his strongest sword technique earlier, he found himself nearly depleted of power at that moment, rendering him incapable of launching a formidable counterattack. At this juncture, Yixian and Apos' advantages as a body cultivator were unmistakable. After all, unlike spiritual cultivators, he did not need to worry about spiritual energy. His primary attacks relied on physical strength and vitality, with spiritual energy merely serving to augment and enhance his capabilities. In mere moments, he had unleashed 20 punches against the copper mirror and Appos' yellow barrier. Had it not been for the mirror and Appos' protection, Gao Ning would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by now. However, despite the copper mirror and Appos' formidable defenses, it began to wane under the relentless onslaught. The once bright yellow barrier dimmed, exhibiting fissures that suggested it was on the verge of collapse. As expected, with Yuxian delivering several more powerful punches, cracks began to appear across the surface of the yellow barrier. Break for me. Observing the barrier and Appos' diminishing resilience, Yuxian gathered his strength and delivered a ferocious punch. Bang! The barrier shattered like glass, simultaneously fracturing the copper mirror that hovered before Gao Ning. Not good. The protective copper mirror was destroyed, sending a tremor of fear through Gao Ning's heart. He could hardly believe that the fine-grade protective spirit tool bestowed upon him by his master had been so easily shattered by Yuxian. Yet, Yuxian and Appos' assault was far from over. In the moment the barrier shattered, Yuxian and Appos' gaze sharpened as he channeled all his vitality into a single punch, simultaneously activating the Tianyuan 4-phase fist to its utmost limit. A tempestuous white tiger lightning surged forth, hurtling toward Gao Ning. As he beheld the terrifying punch approaching, Gao Ning and Appos' pupils contracted. Relying on the temporary recovery afforded by the copper mirror and Appos' protection, he immediately summoned 3 flying swords to form a triangular formation, prepared to counter Yuxian and Appos' full-force punch. He understood that if he did not act, he would undoubtedly suffer a grievous injury, if not death. He could not allow such a fate to befall him. Boom! The triangular sword formation failed to withstand Yuxian and Appos' overwhelming force and was sent flying. In the next instant, Yuxian and Appos' fist struck Gao Ning squarely in the chest, unleashing a torrent of lightning that ravaged his body. Simultaneously, an immense force surged through him, sending Gao Ning and Appos' entire form flying over 10 feet. Pooh! A mouthful of blood erupted from Gao Ning and Appos' lips. Even though the sword formation had mitigated a substantial portion of Yuxian and Appos' punch, he still bore significant injuries, especially as his physique was not particularly remarkable for someone who solely cultivated the art of slaughter. Now, I shall conclude this, Yuxian declared, intent on delivering the final blow to the injured Gao Ning. I concede, your strength exceeds my expectations. This battle is lost for me, but I refuse to die here. As he faced the brink of life and death, Gao Ning, who had never tasted defeat since his cultivation began, reluctantly set aside his pride and retrieved a fire-red jade bottle from his storage pouch. The moment the bottle was uncorked, a tremendous surge of fiery energy erupted forth. Within the bottle resided a fragment of heavenly flame. Once fully released, it could incinerate everything within 100 feet to ashes, impervious to nascent soul or golden body realm cultivators. Gao Ning fixed his gaze on Yuxian, declaring, if you wish to kill me, be prepared for all the cultivators within 100 feet to perish alongside me. The fragment of heavenly flame had originally been a gift from Gao Ning and Appos' master, intended for him to merge into his life sword. As a sword genius, Gao Ning had always prided himself on his strength and had never envisioned resorting to such a threat. For one of his status, it was an act of profound shame. Yet, in this moment, to preserve his life, he had no choice but to employ this desperate measure. Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from the fiery jade bottle, Yuxian knew Gao Ning and Appos' words were not empty threats. In an instant, the two found themselves locked in a tense stalemate. Yuxian yearned to crush Gao Ning, but he understood that the moment the heavenly flame was unleashed, his death was inevitable. Conversely, Gao Ning recognized that while he could intimidate Yuxian with the heavenly flame, he lacked the power to kill him, unless they both perished together. Just as the standoff reached its peak, an unexpected event transpired. Ding, ding, ding. From deep within the Kunlun Mountains, ancient and melodious bell tolls resonated, echoing as if they had traveled through eons. All cultivators and beasts within the Kunlun secret realm felt their vital energies surge and their spiritual energies spiral into chaos, as if their very souls were swaying in harmony with the sound of the bells. Chapter 44. The bell tolls, Kunlun emerges. This is the Kunlun bell, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Luotong, who had already seized the key, erupted into ecstatic laughter upon hearing the toll. Haha. The Kunlun bell signifies the imminent emergence of the Kunlun Palace. The disciples of the beast-taming sect mirrored his excitement. Their purpose in entering the Kunlun secret realm was precisely for the legendary Kunlun Palace, rumored to house the younglings of ancient divine beasts. If their sect could obtain one such beast as a spiritual companion, they could nurture it into a supreme force in the mortal realm, propelling their sect to the pinnacle of power. Gao Ning, since our beast-taming sect has secured the key, We shall no longer meddle in the feud between your Azure Sun Sword sect and the Heavenly Might sect, Luo Tong declared. Disciples, follow me to the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. We prepare to enter the Kunlun Palace. Without hesitation, Luo Tong led his sect swiftly away from the battlefield, vanishing into the mountainous depths. Before departing, he deliberately provoked the remaining factions, hoping their continued conflict would thin the competition. Such was the ruthless reality of the cultivation world. Alliances shattered in an instant when faced with opportunity. Yet Gao Ning, Yi Xian, and their respective sects were no fools. With the Kunlun Palace on the verge of unveiling itself and the keys stolen by the beast-taming sect, further infighting would only cost them the chance to follow Luo Tong inside. Seizing the moment, Gao Ning addressed Yi Xian, your Heavenly Might sect has suffered heavy losses. If we continue this battle, both our sects will miss the Kunlun Palace's emergence. Surely that is not the outcome you desire? Yi Xian understood the implicit truce. Glancing at his battered sect, now reduced to a mere dozen disciples, with even their strongest, Lu Jun and Lin Liang, grievously wounded, he made his decision. Prolonging the fight would only lead to annihilation, given the Azure Sun Sword sect's numerical advantage. Retreat. We rendezvous with Jian Xin and the others in the depths of the mountains. The Heavenly Might sect cannot afford to miss the Kunlun Palace's treasures. With that, Yi Xian led his remaining disciples in pursuit of Luo Tong's trail. Gao Ning, unwilling to let the beast-taming sect reap all rewards, commanded his 30-odd disciples to follow. The Azure Sun Sword sect had hoped to ally with the beast-taming sect to seize the Heavenly Thunder Bamboo and the key. Instead, they had gained nothing, lost several disciples, and nearly witnessed Gao Ning's demise at Yi Xian's hands. Now, they had no choice but to enter the Kunlun Palace to reclaim their losses. Simultaneously, across the Kunlun secret realm, the tolling bell halted all conflicts. Whether battling beasts, harvesting herbs, or locked in sectarian strife, every cultivator abandoned their pursuits, racing toward the mountain's heart. Hours later, in the frozen depths of the Kunlun Mountains, an immense glacial lake shattered as 24 colossal dragon skeletons, each spanning 100 meters, burst through the ice. Enormous chains bound their bones, hauling an ancient palace from the abyss. The legendary Kunlun Palace rose, inch by inch, its bell resonating across the realm. The gathered disciples stood awestruck. The dragon bones, though long dead, radiated an aura of apocalyptic might. What unfathomable beings had they been in life? And what manner of supreme existence had once wielded them as mere tools to raise this palace? Whispers spread, countless treasures, elixirs, and even mysterious legacies lay within. Who knew what fortunes awaited this time? At last, the Kunlun Palace fully emerged, suspended above the lake like an immortal abode. The bell tolled once more, shaking souls to their core. Luo Tong, gripping the key, exulted. Aha! The Kunlun Palace is finally unveiled. Possessing the key granted him the advantage. The beast-taming sect would enter first. The key belongs to us. Luo Tong's gaze swept the crowd. If you wish to enter, withdraw 200 zhong and let my sect pass. Otherwise, none shall set foot inside. Though reluctant to share the spoils, Luo Tong knew monopolizing the palace would incite collective fury. The beast-taming sect's true objective was the divine beast younglings. The other treasures were secondary. Let the factions squabble over those distractions while his sect pursued their prize. Grudgingly, the other sects complied, retreating as demanded. Among them, Yi Xian and the Heavenly Might sect burned with humiliation. The key had been stolen from them, and now they were forced to yield. Damn it, that key was ours. Lin Liang, still wounded, glared at the beast-taming sect, his hatred barely contained. Jian Xin, now reunited with Yi Xian, remained composed. They slaughtered our brethren and took what was ours. This debt will be repaid, but first, we enter the Kunlun Palace. Suppressing their fury, the Heavenly Might sect withdrew to the designated distance, biding their time. Chapter 45, A Mountain of Spirit Stones. As the various sects withdrew to a distance of 200 zhong according to their own requirements, Luo Tong revealed a smug smile. He then began to activate the key, opening the majestic Kunlun Palace that hovered above the heavenly pool. In the next moment, the ancient bronze key transformed into a stream of multicolored light, soaring towards the Kunlun Palace and merging seamlessly with it. Consequently, the grand doors of the Kunlun Palace, which had been tightly shut, slowly swung open as if awakening from a deep slumber, and a torrent of rich spiritual energy surged forth like a fountain. The Kunlun Palace had been opened. Instantly, exclamations of astonishment erupted from cultivators in all directions. At the very moment the doors opened, an exhilarated Luo Tong led the Beastmaster sect's cultivators into the palace. Let us go. Noticing this, Yi Xian, with his gaze sharpened, and Jianxin, leading the Tianyuan sect's cultivators, surged towards the now open Kunlun Palace. Other sects followed suit, under the guidance of their respective leaders, rushing towards the palace from all directions. Soon, all the cultivators who had arrived at the heavenly pool entered the Kunlun Palace, and the vast expanse of the heavenly pool returned to tranquility, with only the Kunlun Palace, suspended above the water, held aloft by 24 dragon bones. Inside the Kunlun Palace resembled a miniature city, with corridors connecting the palace to various regions. After flooding into the palace, the cultivators scattered in search of opportunities. After observing the environment within the Kunlun Palace, Yixian and Jianxin decided to split their forces, with each taking half of the Tianyuan sect's disciples to explore different paths. As the cultivators from various sects conducted a thorough search of the Kunlun Palace, numerous opportunities that dazzled their eyes began to appear. Some cultivators discovered an abundance of high-quality spiritual artifacts carelessly discarded in an inconspicuous area, while others stumbled upon a plethora of rare spiritual herbs and plants in secluded corners of the palace. Moreover, some cultivators unexpectedly activated the inheritance seals left by their predecessors. In an instant, fierce battles erupted among the cultivators as they vied for these opportunities across the various areas and rooms of the Kunlun Palace. Sounds of combat and spells clashing resonated throughout the palace. Under Yixian and Apos' leadership, the Tianyuan sect and Apos' disciples launched a rampaging offensive, claiming all the artifacts, spiritual tools, elixirs, and herbs they encountered. Any cultivators attempting to contest these opportunities were either met with bloodshed or fled in panic. Brother Yi, I've used the spirit detection secret method and found that within 100 zhang ahead, there seems to be a hidden chamber containing a considerable amount of spirit stones. Having just led his fellow Tianyuan sect disciples in repelling a group of Corpse-Ain sect cultivators and seizing several high-quality spiritual artifacts, one of Yixian's disciples rushed to his side with urgency. The spirit detection secret method is specifically designed for locating spirit stones, and Yixian understood this well. His eyes lit up immediately as he exclaimed, "Could it be a chamber for storing spirit stones? Let us go take a look." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they swiftly followed Yixian towards the potential treasure trove of spirit stones. After all, if this truly was a storage area for spirit stones within the Kunlun Palace, the quantity would undoubtedly be beyond their wildest imaginations. Guided by the disciple who had employed the spirit detection secret method, they soon arrived at what appeared to be a dead end. Brother, there is no doubt about it. There are definitely vast quantities of spirit stones stored here. The disciple who had used the spirit detection secret method wore an ecstatic smile as he addressed Yixian. Previously, he could not confirm from a distance, but now he was certain that behind the stone wall lay a treasure trove of spirit stones. Instantly, excitement spread across the faces of the other Tianyuan sect disciples. What are we waiting for? There must be a mechanism to open a path behind this stone wall. Let us find it. Someone eagerly called out from the crowd. In response, the group prepared to search for the supposed mechanism that would grant them access. However, Yixian interjected, "Why waste time? Let us just smash the stone wall." With that, Yixian swung his fists and struck the stone wall with intense force, aiming to shatter it. Boom. Under the onslaught of his powerful fists, the stone wall indeed began to show signs of cracking. Witnessing this, many Tianyuan sect disciples, who had initially been skeptical about breaking the wall, were once again astonished by Yixian's strength and quickly joined in the effort to attack the wall. After all, when faced with a straightforward and forceful solution, they had little inclination to search for any mechanisms. Boom. Rumble. With their combined efforts, the stone wall was shattered, creating an opening that led into the hidden chamber. Without hesitation, Yixian took the lead and charged inside. Upon entering the hidden chamber, the spirit lamps automatically illuminated, casting light across the space. What unfolded before Yixian and the Tianyuan sect disciples was a scene of sheer astonishment. Before them lay heaps of lower-grade and mid-grade spirit stones, stacked in staggering quantities. The sheer number left them in awe. Good heavens, there are so many spirit stones here. This must amount to at least several tens of thousands. Although they were merely lower-grade and mid-grade spirit stones, the quantity was simply overwhelming. Haha. We've hit the jackpot. This time, our Tianyuan sect has truly struck it rich. After the initial shock, elation washed over the group, their faces lighting up with immense joy. Seeing such a massive pile of lower-grade and mid-grade spirit stones, Yixian couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. The quantity of spirit stones is simply astonishing. Yet, the wonders did not cease there. The disciple skilled in the spirit detection secret method discovered that behind the mountains of lower-grade and mid-grade spirit stones lay an even denser aura of spiritual energy. He immediately employed the spirit detection secret method once more for further investigation, and the next moment, he exclaimed in disbelief, It's upper-grade spirit stones. There are several thousand upper-grade spirit stones hidden behind." At this revelation, all the Tianyuan sect disciples in the hidden chamber froze for a moment, unable to believe their ears. "What did you say?" Yixian instinctively responded, "Several thousand upper-grade spirit stones?" Yixian's reaction was understandable. For upper-grade spirit stones are not only rare but also hold immense value, incomparable to lower-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. Even for the most powerful cultivators, upper-grade spirit stones are considered exceedingly precious. Now, with several thousand appearing before them, how could it not evoke astonishment? We've truly struck it rich this time. Yixian sighed internally and quickly commanded, "Everyone, let us gather all the spirit stones in this hidden chamber and bring them back to the Tianyuan sect." Upon hearing this, the Tianyuan sect disciples eagerly prepared to retrieve their storage bags, ready to collect the spirit stones. However, just then, a sinister voice echoed through the chamber. "Haha, you Tianyuan sect cannot hope to monopolize such a wealth of spirit stones.